I read a novel in another life, and in this one I woke up inside it as the villain the hero is fated to execute in chapter 300 together with my whole family, and my family is not small. My father has been declared dead on the news. On video, twice. My aunt has a lab. My other aunt sells out concert halls. My cousin commands a special forces unit named after a bird that catches fire. Every single one of them dies in that book. Not gloriously, not in a 2-chapter battle with a soundtrack. They die in a paragraph each, off-screen, so the hero can feel motivated. And the man who does it was, at that exact moment, sitting on a mountain somewhere, eating porridge, doing push-ups, and getting stronger. His name was Joe Long. 5 years ago, his father went after a 10 billion yuan development project. My mother's company took it. His father did not accept this with grace. He arranged a car accident for my mother. She survived. Barely, and only because the driver was one of ours. So my family did what my family does. The Zhao and the Guo families dismantled the Zhou clan in a single night, not with lawyers, with everything. By morning, the Zhou family was a shell, and Zhou Long's father, rather than face that, set his own ancestral home on fire with most of his relatives inside it. Zhou Long survived. Zhou Long climbed out of that fire, threw himself in a river, got fished out by a wandering old monster with a beard and a philosophy, and spent 5 years turning himself into a weapon. And then he comes back to kill me. Let me be very clear about the logic here, because it took me 2 days to stop laughing. His father lost a business deal. His father tried to murder my mother. His father burned his family alive. And the guy he decided to spend the rest of his life hunting was me, a man who was, on the night in question, at a party, drunk, wearing sunglasses indoors. Zhou Long, buddy, your dad lit the match. Are you okay? He was not okay. He was the protagonist. Protagonists are never okay. They just have better lighting. So I had 940 days and a decision to make, and I made it standing barefoot on marble at 3 in the morning, which is when all my good decisions happen. The book had one flaw. It was written from his side, which meant I knew every move he was going to make, every ally he was going to recruit, every woman he was going to fall in love with, every enemy he was going to grind into a stepping stone. I had the walkthrough. He had a mountain and a beard. Rule 1, I told myself, do not fight the hero. Fighting the hero is what villains do, and villains lose. Fighting the hero is standing in the exact spot the story wants you to stand in. Rule 2, take the story instead, because a protagonist is not a man. A protagonist is a bundle. Cheat code, mentor, organization, first love, second love, tragic backstory, that one loyal friend. Pull the bundle apart, and what is left is a guy with anger issues and no money. I started that night, not with him. With her, Chen Meiling. In the book, she is the whole title, the stunning sister-in-law. She married Zhou Long's older brother 5 years ago, and the wedding lasted about as long as it takes to say the word wedding, because that is the same day the Zhou family burned. The groom died. She never got past holding hands. 5 years of a whole city calling her a widow and a jinx, and 5 years of Zhou Long on his mountain thinking about her while doing sit-ups. She was in my bathroom. I want to be honest about how she got there, because I have no intention of being the kind of narrator who cleans himself up. Her family owned a company. I put that company on the floor. There was no demand for a rescue, so I created demand, and then I showed up as the rescue. That is the entire trick. It has a nicer name in business school. She came out with her hair wet and her voice steady, which impressed me more than anything else that week. Young Master Zhao, I signed. Now save the Chen family. It is already saved, I said. It was saved yesterday. I just wanted to see what you would do. She looked at me for a long moment. Then she sat down on the edge of my ridiculous bed in my ridiculous mansion and said, "You are a terrible person." I am an extremely terrible person, I agreed. Would you like some tea? I have a man who does a tea thing. He has awards. And that is when the voice showed up in my head. Ding. Destiny plunder system activating. 5%, 28%, 49%. I stood very still, because when a strange voice appears inside your skull, the correct move is to not move and hope it is a stroke. 100%. Destiny plunder system online. Then it explained itself, and I nearly cried. The system did one thing. It stole destiny value. Destiny value is the invisible stuff protagonists are made of, the thing that makes the loose brick fall on the right head at the right time. Every child of destiny in this world was walking around soaked in it. Every heroine attached to one of them was a tap. Raise a heroine's favorability toward me, and the tap opened, and the value came out of their story and into my pocket, and then I could spend it. 1,000 destiny value, 1 pull. 10 pulls, purple tier, 100, gold, 1,000, divine. It was a gacha. My cheat code was a gacha. No missions, no punishments, no countdown telling me to seduce a woman in 48 hours or my heart explodes. I have read those novels. Those systems are garbage. Those systems are a landlord with a personality. Mine just sat there and let me spend. Ding. Chen mailing favorability plus 10, plus 10, plus 10, plus 6. Plundered 190,000 destiny value. I looked at the woman on my bed. She was drinking my tea and pretending not to look at me. Total favorability 66. 190,000 in one evening from one woman whose entire story arc had just been deleted. You are smiling, she said. You are smiling in a way that makes me want to leave the country. I am thinking about my future, I said. I pulled 10 singles right there. 10,000 destiny value. Gone. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained a case of nutritional happiness. I stared at it. It appeared in the corner of the room. It was a case of nutrient drinks, the kind you buy for a relative in the hospital when you have no idea what to say. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained a case of nutritional happiness. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained a case of nutritional happiness. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained a mobile phone, 6 cases, and a phone. In my previous life, I could not draw a decent card to save my rent, and now I had been reborn as the cheat character, and the machine was still bullying me. So I stopped being cute and dumped 100,000 in at once. Ding. Gold reward. Grandmaster level martial arts cultivation. The world in this book had a ladder. Acquired at the bottom, then innate, then grandmaster, then great grandmaster, then a level they called heaven and man as one, which everyone shortened to celestial because saying the full thing takes too long when someone is throwing a car at you. Above that, in legends only, land immortal. My aunt was a great grandmaster. My mother's father was a celestial. Zhou Long, on the day he came down that mountain, would be grandmaster peak with a technique that let him punch above it. The gold reward went into me like cold water down a dry throat. Acquired, innate, all 4 stages of it, and out the other side into grandmaster in about 11 seconds, sitting cross-legged on a rug that cost more than my old apartment. I closed my fist to test it, and the air in the room made a sound like a wet towel snapping. Every door in the mansion opened at once. 12 bodyguards, weapons out, faces white. I am fine, I said. Everybody out, and this is a state secret. They left. Chen Meiling did not leave. She was standing against the wall with both hands over her mouth. What are you? She said. Very rich, I said. Go to sleep. I did not sleep. I sat there in the dark and fed the machine. Ding. Divine reward. Steel body. That one I felt in my teeth. My skin took on a faint sheen, like jade underwater, and something in my spine settled into place with the smug little click of a lock. The description was short, and I read it about 9 times. Without projecting any aura at all, that body stopped bullets. Artillery. A plane could fall on me, and the plane would have a worse day. A great grandmaster could hit me with everything he had, and I would feel it the way you feel someone tapping your shoulder on a bus. 19 purples came after it, and this is where the machine got interesting because rewards stacked. 9 separate innate level cultivations, 2 top-tier musical skills, a top-tier combat skill, top-tier hacking, top-tier driving, 10 innate cultivations, the system told me, could be melted down into 1 grandmaster. My cheat code was a gacha with a crafting bench. I was going to be unbearable. Then 2 golds landed together. Perfect ability replication card. Point it at a child of destiny, take his gift, and get a better version of it than the original owner. And child of destiny positioning card. I turned that second one over in my mind for a while. Somewhere out there were other protagonists. This world was not one novel. It was a landfill of them, stacked on top of each other, and every one of them came with a hero who was going to grow into something that could eventually roll over my house, or alternatively, every one of them came with a wallet. Locate, I said. Ding. Name, Gao Ming, age 22, child of destiny of the novel Country Divine Doctor. Engaged by an arrangement between fathers to Li Xuan, CEO of Rengshan Hall Pharmaceutical. Cultivation, innate early. Abilities, miracle medicine, poisons, the 13 Ghost Gate needles, the Soul Transformation needle, the 9 needles of Shenong. Personality, sly, shameless, and horny in a way that gets described as roguish charm. Related heroines, Li Xuan, Wang Fen, the doctor Ouyang Qing, the officer He Jing, the nurse Fang Yu. Destiny value, 2 million, 2 million. A country doctor with straw sandals and a hat, walking into Shanghai to become a legend, with 5 women lined up on his character sheet like a menu. A village miracle doctor, I said out loud, to nobody. Fine, let us play. He arrived the next morning. I watched him on a monitor. He came out of the station in a straw hat and trousers that had been stepped on by history, blinking at the buildings, and had 2 separate nosebleeds inside 4 minutes purely from the volume of attractive women per square meter. Then he walked directly into the worst possible person, Wang Fen, rich, arrogant, gorgeous, and holding a handbag she had been raised to swing. Beautiful lady, he said. How did you know my name is Gao Ming? She had not said his name. She hit him with the bag, but he was good. That is the annoying part. He looked at her for 2 seconds and told her about her insomnia and her heart palpitations, and he was right. Then, an older man went down on the pavement, a seizure, the crowd doing the thing crowds do where they form a ring and film it, and Gao Ming was on his knees with needles out. 10 minutes later, the man sat up and asked what happened, and the ring of people started clapping. That is a protagonist introduction. That is the exact shape of it. Crowd, miracle, adoration, and the pretty girl standing at the edge revising her opinion. That is when the police arrived. Gao Ming, we received a complaint. Practicing medicine without a license. He looked around at the people who had just been applauding him, and every single one of them looked at their shoes. I filed the complaint. I filed it 40 minutes before he stepped off the train, with his description and his intended route, and I attached a note asking that he be held pending review, and the review was going to be conducted by a man who was going to be on vacation for a while. Ding, child of destiny Gao Ming, mental state collapsed, plundered 1,999 destiny value. I pointed the replication card at him while they were putting him in the car, and the machine did the thing that made me love it. It did not copy his medicine, it copied his medicine and then improved it. I got the 13 Ghost Gate needles which he had. I got the Soul Transformation needle and the 9 needles of Shenong, which he had not learned yet and was going to spend 200 chapters earning. I took his future. Then I got a haircut and went to have lunch with Wang Fen, holding a freshly issued electronic medical license, which took one phone call and about 90 seconds. She was still furious about the handbag incident, in the way you are furious when a stranger correctly diagnoses you in the street and then gets arrested. He said I have trouble sleeping, she said. How would he know that? Because you do, I said. Give me your wrist. Who even are you? A doctor, I said, and showed her the license, which had my photograph on it and a serial number and everything. Her heart was fine. Her sleep was not, and the reason was a knot of stagnant energy under her ribs that had been sitting there since her father died. I moved it. It took 4 minutes and 3 needles, and she made a small, undignified noise and then sat very still with her eyes closed. Ding, Wang Fen favorability plus 10. Plus 20. Plus 30. Meanwhile, in a holding room across town, our country doctor was chained to a chair under a lamp, close to tears. I saved a man's life, he said. In the street, in front of everyone. The door opened and a policewoman came in, and I watched his whole face change, because I knew what he was thinking. I had read it. He was thinking she was beautiful. He was thinking that beautiful policewomen in these stories always have a hidden injury from an old case, and that he would spot it and heal it and be released, and she would look at him differently, and that would be one of 5. Her name was He Jing. Actually, she said to her colleague, I am not handling this one. My transfer came through. Serious crimes, Central District. I have wanted that posting for 6 years. The transfer had come through because a very important person had made a phone call. Ding. He Jing favorability plus 30. Plundered 90,000 destiny value. She stopped at the door, looked back at the man chained to the chair and said, this unlicensed doctor also has a harassment complaint on file. Question him thoroughly. Ding. Child of destiny Gao Ming, mental state collapsed. Plundered 9,999. Ding. He Jing has developed active dislike for the child of destiny. Plundered 10,000. People ask me why I did not just kill him. He was in a cell. I own things. It would have taken an afternoon. Because he was the only child of destiny I had located so far, and I needed a laboratory. I needed to learn what happened when you pulled on this thread, what the story did when you took a heroine, what the halo felt like when it tried to push back. He was going to teach me all of that, and when he had finished teaching me, he was going to have an accident because I am not sentimental about my laboratory equipment. They put a cellmate in with him that afternoon. 2 meters tall, 300 kilograms, innate late, and, as far as Gao Ming could tell, the most aggressively principled man alive. His name was Ma Li, and Ma Li had opinions about the law. He had opinions about licensing. He had opinions at 2 in the morning, and he expressed them at length, leaning over Gao Ming's bunk, hurt that the young man did not seem to be listening. Ma Li worked for me. Ma Li was an elite house guard of the Zhao family, and had been given one instruction, which was to be extremely helpful. That night, I took Wang Fen home in a red Lamborghini, one of the cheaper cars in the garage, and did 350 kilometers an hour through the middle of Shanghai. You are insane, she screamed. This is the city center. She was gripping the door and grinning like a maniac. Traffic police pulled out, took one look at the plate, received a short radio message, and quietly went back to their coffee. Ding. Wang Fen favorability 80, threshold bonus, 30,000 destiny value. At the gate of her villa, I said, be my girlfriend. We met this morning. I did not point out that I had known Chen Meiling for about 10 minutes. Some things you keep for yourself. The door opened before she could answer. Her mother was standing there. Wang Huifen, widow, chairwoman of a tea company with a name like a poem. Gold-rimmed glasses, Cheongsam. the specific stillness of a woman who has buried a husband and kept a company. She looked at me the way a customs officer looks at a suitcase. Then she poured tea. A person is like tea, she said, filling my cup without hurrying. You can tell a great deal by how someone drinks it when they know they are being watched. So I drank it slowly and said nothing at all, and after a while she smiled and said, "You have good taste, Wei. You are an outstanding boy." That is the moment I understood that the most dangerous person in that house was not the girl. It started raining while we ate, not politely. "It is dark and it is pouring," Wang Huifan said. "Stay, we have rooms." I stayed. I lay in a guest bed listening to the rain and spent 200,000 destiny value opening my own system panel because I wanted to see the shape of my own life written down. Name, Zhao Wei, age 25, cultivation, Grandmaster early. Abilities, divine steel body, miracle medicine, extraordinary perception, top-tier music, top-tier driving. Items, 93 cases of nutritional happiness, 1 mobile phone, 93 cases. The machine had been consistent at least. And then, at the bottom, one line that changed the entire night. Title, Great Villain of Destiny. I read the effect 3 times. It meant the protagonist halo did not work on me. All those coincidences that save heroes, the brick that misses, the gun that jams, the enemy who monologues one sentence too long, none of it applied. I could stand in front of a child of destiny and kill him and the universe would not intervene. It also meant that every child of destiny in this world was, by nature, my enemy to the death. Not by choice, by category. They would come for me whether I moved first or not. I lay there in a stranger's guest room with rain on the window and thought about that for a while. "You want me dead," I said to the ceiling, to all of them, to the whole landfill of novels stacked on top of each other. "Fine, I will get there first. And I am taking everything you have on the way out." Then the panel offered me 2 golds in 1 pull, which in my old life I had never once seen, and I laughed so hard I had to put a pillow over my face. A lucky gold coin, which promised something very fortunate within 3 days, and extraordinary culinary skills. At 6 in the morning, I came downstairs and found Wang Huifan running on a treadmill, and I watched her catch her hip on the corner of a table hard enough to make her breath stop. I had her sitting down with the swelling gone in 90 seconds, and she looked at my hands the entire time and did not ask a single question, which told me more than a question would have. I did not cook breakfast. I have a rule about cooking, which is that I only do it if 2 of them ask me together, and it was too early in the week for that, so I ordered delivery. Delivery arrived as a duck baked inside a nest, 3 treasure egg dumplings, noodles in green oil, and fresh soy milk, carried in by a woman in whites. Wang Fen had eaten in 11 countries and was proud of being difficult about food. She took 1 bite of the duck and said a word she would not have said in front of her mother, and then said, "How is this so good?" "That is just my family's cook," I said. "Chen Chen." Her chopsticks stopped in the air. Chen Chen was the first person in recorded history to inherit all 8 great cuisines. Chen Chen cooked state banquets. There were documentaries. Ding. Wang Fen favorability, 88. She came down afterward in a white karate uniform with a bag over her shoulder. "My instructor says I can handle 2 or 3 grown men," she announced. I looked at the uniform. I looked at the belt. I looked at the little embroidered patch. "Why are you doing those pretty useless movements?" I said. "Let me teach you real kung fu." "Excuse me. A bet. You win, I grant you 1 wish. I win, you grant me 1. She agreed so fast she nearly tripped on the mat. She led with a straight punch to my shoulder, which was interesting because on the way to the dojo she had promised in detail to go for my eye. All bark, absolutely no bite. I moved half a step and then did the one where the white crane spreads its wings, and she ended up in my arms looking directly up at me from a distance of about 11 centimeters. "That," she said, "is cheating." "That is called being better than you," I said. "Now breathe. From here. No, lower." I taught her Hunyuan Tai Chi, starting with how to breathe into her stomach, and after 20 minutes, she stopped and said in a small voice that she felt like something heavy had been washed out of her. Ding, Wang Fen favorability 98, 90 threshold bonus, 100,000 destiny value. I went home to a mansion in the middle of Shanghai that covers 8,000 square meters and is worth 2 billion yuan, and my housekeeper met me at the door with a folder. Sun Mei, early 40s. Her family had served mine for 5 generations. She had doctorates in management, law, economics, finance, and psychology, and she had run a subsidiary of my mother's conglomerate before she decided that running my house was more interesting. "There is a nurse at Shanghai First People's Hospital," I said. "Fang Yu, hire her." "As my personal nurse." "Yes, young master. Also, how is the pharmaceutical thing?" "We hold 60% of Ranxin Hall," Sun Mei said, without looking at the folder. Quietly, the shareholders learned who was buying and became enthusiastic. Li Xuan personally holds 30. The remaining 10 belongs to a man named Zhang Lei. He has called an emergency shareholders meeting for this afternoon. He intends to remove Li Xuan as president. "Does he?" I said. "I love a meeting." Li Xuan was 28 years old and had inherited a pharmaceutical company and a 500 million yuan hole in the ground where a heart medicine was supposed to be. 3 years of research, nothing to show. Her father had died suddenly, right after her mother died slowly, and she had walked out of university straight into a boardroom full of men who were counting the days. I stood outside the boardroom door and listened. Under Miss Li's leadership, Zhang Lei was saying, we have lost money for 3 consecutive years. 500 million on the ginseng pill alone. I propose we remove her from the presidency. All those in favor of retaining Miss Li. Nobody raised a hand. Nobody. Not one. Through the glass, I watched her tilt her head back and look at the ceiling, and I watched exactly one tear go sideways into her hair, and I watched her put her face back into shape before she lowered her chin. It took her about 2 seconds. She was very good at it. She had clearly had practice. Zhang Lei was laughing. Then all those in favor of my appointment. Nobody raised a hand. The laugh died halfway out. What? Who exactly are you supporting? And the entire board said it in unison, like a school assembly. Young Master Shen. The doors opened. 200 men in black suits came through them in 2 columns and lined the walls, and every one of them bowed at the same time, and the sound of 200 voices saying the same 3 words nearly took the ceiling tiles off. I walked in and looked at Zhang Lei. So, I said, you were the one planning to kill me? He opened his mouth. Take him out, I said. I do not want to look at him. Li Xuan had gone very still. She had seen Sun Mei come in behind me. She knew that face. Everyone at her level knows that face. The Zhao family, she said, of Yanxia, a 1,000-year-old house that had outlived several dynasties and had never once been in a hurry. I came here for you, I said. She stood up and she smiled at me, and she walked toward me the way a Persian cat walks toward a bowl, and she said, Ningbing has always admired men like you. Then she put a switchblade against my throat. Unfortunately, she said, I do not enjoy being told what I am going to do. I did not move. Should I say it? I asked. Woman, you have successfully attracted my attention? Something flickered in her face. Then she took the blade off my throat and put it against her own. Jade can be broken, she said. It cannot be stained. I took the knife out of her hand before she finished the sentence, and I closed my fist on it, and I opened my fist, and military-grade spring steel came out the other side as a small, ugly ball. There was a scratch on her neck, a thin one from her own hand. I wiped it away with a touch and a thread of internal energy, and it closed like it had never been there. Nobody is allowed to hurt you but me, I said. That includes you. Ding Li Xuan favorability plus 30. Plundered 90,000. A bet, she said. Her voice was not entirely steady. I set the terms. Go on. The ginseng pill, 3 years of research, 500 million spent, and it does not work. You have 3 months. If you produce it, I am yours, on whatever terms you like. If you fail, you release me, and you release this company, and you never come back. Done, I said. The lab was underground and smelled like a hospital that had given up. They showed me the mice. The sick ones took the current formula and got better for 2 days, energetic, running the wheel, and then on the 3rd day they died. All of them, at roughly the same hour. I took the sample and held it under my nose. This does not cure anything, I said. On long-term use it at least has the courtesy not to kill you immediately. That is the entire achievement here. Who is this person? Said a voice behind me. Wise physician, he. 70-something, famous, expensive, and an old friend of Li Xuan's late father, which is the detail that mattered. I hit him. He went into the wall and slid down it, and the researchers made a sound, and Li Xuan said my name in a tone I would come to know very well. I put my foot on his ankle, not hard. $8 million, I said. Swiss account. Opened 14 months ago. Explain it to the room. The old man's face did a thing that faces do exactly once. Zhang Lei, he whispered. Zhang Lei gave it to me, to keep the formula wrong. Li Xuan did not say anything. She just put one hand flat on the counter and left it there. 3 months, I said to her. I cannot wait 3 months. 3 hours will do. 3 hours? You misheard me. 3 minutes to make it. The 3 hours are for you to verify it, because you will not believe me otherwise. I went into the herb store and started taking things off shelves with my hands. No scale, no notes. One of the researchers, a young man with the specific bravery of the recently graduated, said, You cannot combine ginseng with wulingji, that is first-year traditional medicine, that is the most basic taboo there is. Correct, I said. Watch. I put the pile in the air and pulsed internal energy through it. The herbs went to powder and the powder went hot, and I rolled the pills without touching them, 3 of them, spinning slowly about a meter off the ground. I was in a hurry, I said. I cut some corners with internal energy. They fed them to the dying mice, and the mice got up. Verification took 2 hours and 11 minutes, which was under budget. Darling, I said, time to settle the bet. 70% of Rengson Hall came to me, 30 stayed with her, because I am not a monster about equity. Zhang Lei went to prison for the rest of his life and out of business inside a week, which I felt was the correct order of operations. And then the news went off like a gas main. Rengson Hall absorbed into the Zhao conglomerate. A working ginseng pill for heart disease announced the same afternoon. Li Xuan went from a woman nobody would vote for to a chief executive of a 100 billion yuan pharmaceutical group in about 11 hours, with interview requests from 4 continents. Somebody posted online, in the sour way people do, that without young Master Zhao, she would be nothing. The hashtag did 10 million posts overnight, and here is the part I enjoyed. Every post that contained an actual detail about me quietly stopped existing. Photographs did not survive an hour. My name became one of those phrases the search bar politely declines to complete. So the whole country spent a week arguing about a man they could not see, which is the single most attractive thing a man can be. Meanwhile, Chen Meiling came home from a 24-hour shift, braced for the usual. The jinx, the widow. 5 years of relatives making the same joke. Her entire family came out to the gate to meet her. Her mother took her bag. You must be tired. Come in, I made everything you like. Her cousin grabbed her arm. Sister Keiching, have you seen young Master Zhao? Is he really that handsome? Her mother pulled her aside and gave her advice about men not being restrained, and about not being jealous, and about having a child quickly, because that is how you tie one down. In the corner of the living room, there were 12 boxes, jade, rubies, emeralds, and a watch that had come from an auction. Several 100 million yuan of apology from a family that had spent 5 years being cruel to her for free. And then her father stood up and announced to the room that Chen Meiling was now the head of the Chen family, that control of the Chen group passed to her entirely, effective immediately. This is young Master Zhao's instruction, he said. Ding, Chen Meiling favorability 82. That same evening, in a different house, Wang Huifen's secretary mentioned young Master Zhao twice on a call, and Wang Huifen did not connect that name to the polite, soft-spoken boy who had fixed her hip, because why would she? Then her daughter came home glowing and started describing real kung fu, and I watched, on a monitor, that very calm woman put down her teacup a fraction too carefully, and for about 1 second there was something in her eyes that had nothing to do with tea. Interesting, I thought. You are from that world too, aren't you? I filed it. I file everything. 3 days after the police took him, Gao Ming was still in a cell, and 2 women outside were talking about Li Xuan and young Master Zhao, and he threw himself at the bars. Qin Ningbing is my fiancée, he screamed. That is my wife. There is a contract. He put internal energy into his hands and started trying to bend the bars, and Ma Li got up off his bunk and gently, patiently, took hold of his wrists. Young man, Ma Li said, we must respect the law. Ding. Child of Destiny Gao Ming. Mental state collapsed. Plundered 66,666. Ding. Child of Destiny Gao Ming. Primary romance line inverted. Plundered 100,000. That night I went to Li Xuan's apartment. White, minimal, cold as a gallery after closing. In the middle of the living room there was a crystal grand piano, custom Chapelle, over $3 million. Her father had bought it for her mother, who had been a musician. He said he would leave it to me and my husband, she said from the doorway, with a glass in her hand. Then she died, and I stopped playing because it made him look like that. And then he died too, and I had just finished university. I sat down and played the piece her parents had met over. She did not move for the whole thing. When it ended, she said, you looked into my family. Yes. How long did you study piano? I held up one finger. A month? No, I said. 1 minute. That is how long I looked at the sheet music. Ding, Li Xuan favorability 86. I went home with 670,000 in the bank and started spending. 100,000 bought extraordinary musical skill, which was funny timing. Then the system offered me a trade. 30 stacked innate cultivations, melted down into 3 grandmaster cultivations. I said yes, and my bed collapsed. Not metaphorically, the frame broke. I went from grandmaster early to grandmaster late, sitting on a pile of expensive splinters. Then purple lightning came out of my fingers and put a tree in my garden into charcoal, and the system described the output as roughly equivalent to a fragmentation grenade, which I felt was underselling it. Then a sword called Azure Rainbow, then a sword called Heaven, then Extraordinary Yoga, which I have never once used and which I am keeping. Then a gold that mattered more than the swords, Child of Destiny Identifier. 10,000 destiny value per identification, but unlimited uses, unlike the single-use positioning card. Point it at a person and read their entire story. I dump the rest into one single pull because that is who I am. Ding. Divine reward. Storage ring. 100 chi of space. Nothing living. No time passing inside. Essential equipment, I said, for any serious robbery. Then I opened the panel and stopped. Destiny value. 300,028. I had done the math earlier. It should have been about 30,000. Somebody had put 270,000 into my account and I had not met her. Ding. Fang Yu, favorability plus 80. Plundered 240,000 plus 80 on first contact from a woman whose face I had not seen. I went and found my housekeeper. Sun Mei, I said, what did you do? Young master asked me to hire her, Sun Mei said, folding her hands. Sun Mei. Her mother has uremia, very expensive. The hospital was persuaded that the family could no longer fund treatment and discharged her this morning. She adjusted a cuff. Nurse Ruin was also let go from her position today for reasons that were made to appear procedural. And then young master appeared at the most desperate moment as a savior with an offer of employment and an advance of 5 million yuan against the cost of a transplant. Sun Mei looked up. Was that not the intent? I stared at her. You terrifying old fox, I said. Double her annual bonus. Yes, young master. The girl who met me at my own door that evening was 156 centimeters tall, in a plain uniform, holding a pair of slippers with both hands like she was presenting a scroll. Welcome home, sir. Her mother was in a hospital bed 2 blocks away, 59 years old and looking 80, with the gray papery skin that disease gives you when it has been eating for years. You, her mother said when we walked in. Take me home. Stop the treatment. I am a hole in the ground. I am a burden, and I would like to stop being one. Auntie, I said, pulling up a chair. I am Yu's boyfriend. I am paying. Also, I happen to know medicine, and uremia is not a problem. The hospital director arrived at a jog with 4 department heads behind him, and all 5 of them bowed in the corridor. It was awkward. The same man had personally signed the discharge order the previous morning on Sun Mei's instructions, and he was now apologizing at a volume the whole floor could hear. I did not use a donor. I did not use his team. I put internal energy through my fingers into the needles and ran the soul transformation needle, and after 10 minutes there was white steam coming off that woman's skin and color coming into her face, and her breath went from a rattle to a rhythm. The director said, a martial arts master in his 20s, in the voice of a man watching his career reorganize itself, and then I saw him think about his daughter. Ding. Fang Yu favorability 90. Threshold bonus, 100,000. At home she brought a basin of hot water and knelt down to wash my feet. Sir, she said, you wants to repay you. I had assumed the repayment was going to be something else. Instead, I sat there and let a very small, serious person wash my feet while she explained that she had already read 3 books about household management. The phone rang. Young master, there is an innate peak expert in proximity to Miss Wang Fen. Innate peak. Sitting on a plastic chair at the gate of a university, in a security uniform, with his face in the sun. I drove over in the red Lamborghini and parked where I could see him. A girl knocked on my window almost immediately, top-ranked beauty of the foreign languages department, according to a passing group of boys who had stopped walking. Handsome, can I take a photo with the car? I will buy you lunch. Move, I said without looking at her. You are blocking my view. Ding. Identification. 10,000 destiny value. Name, Song Wei. Age 28. Top assassin of the Dark World, known as the Reaper. Confirmed kills include Grandmasters, Cloud Shadow Sword, Cloud Shadow Step, Disguise, Poison. Items, the Yu Chang Blade, a human skin mask, related heroine, Gu Yina, destiny value, 1,500,000. And then the background, and I read it twice. He was an orphan. A couple named Gu took him in. When he was 8, the head of an assassin order noticed him, and the order had a rule about new recruits, which was that mortal ties must be severed, so they severed them. They killed the couple who had taken him in, and they took the boy. 1 year ago, he finished growing up, went back, and destroyed that entire order by himself. Then he came to Shanghai and took a job as a security guard at a university gate for 3,000 yuan a month. Because the Zhangs had a daughter, she had been in a maternity ward the night it happened, which is the only reason she was alive. Her name was Gu Yina, and she was 19, and she did not know he existed, and he had sworn to guard her silently for the rest of his life without ever telling her who he was. I sat in a 30 million yuan car and looked at the man on the plastic chair. Patience, I said. Restraint. Silent devotion. The king of assassins is behaving like the heroine of a soap opera. Then I put the car in gear. Let me take that pain away from you. Guyina lived in dorm room 301 with a girl named Pan Meng and about 400 yuan a month. She streamed at night to pay for her grandmother's medicine, not her real grandmother, Guo old woman named Zhang, who had swept floors at a hospital and picked up an abandoned baby and simply kept her. Yina had been offered 100,000 a month by 3 separate men to stop streaming and start attending dinners, and she had said no 3 times, which in this city is a kind of superpower. By the time she got home that evening, I was already in her grandmother's apartment, and her grandmother was standing up. I had run needles and herbs through that old woman for an hour and a half. When Yina came through the door, Grandma Zhang was putting on her shoes and complaining that the vegetable plot had gone to weeds while she was lying around. Yina did not scream. She went down on both knees on the concrete and put her forehead on the floor. Thank you, Dr. Zhao. Ding. Gu Yina favorability plus 60, plundered 180,000 destiny value. Ding. Child of Destiny, Songwei, romance line destabilized, plundered 80,000, 60 on first contact. There are only 3 ways to do that in this world, and I had found 2 of them. Fix a mother, fix a grandmother. There is no third one that works this fast. Then I did the actual job. I came here because of your parents, I said. She stopped, halfway up off the floor. 12 years ago, a man joined an assassin order. The order has an initiation rule: sever mortal ties. They do not do it for you. You do it yourself, or you prove you have none. I let that sit. His mortal ties were a couple named Gu who had taken him in off the street and fed him for 4 years. She had gone the color of paper. His name is Song Wei. He has 1,377 confirmed kills. I have the records. I have them because my family destroyed that order a year ago, and I read everything in it. Every single word of that was true except one. He had not gone to them. They had come and taken him, at 8 years old, screaming, after doing it in front of him. That one detail was no longer available anywhere on Earth because my people had spent the previous night making sure of it, and that is when the door opened, because of course it did. I had timed it. Songwei stood in the doorway with a bag of medicine in his hand, and he looked at the girl he had guarded silently for a year, and she was crying into my shoulder. Ding. Songwei stunned. Plundered 9,999. Ding. Songwei mental state fractured. Plundered 6,666. Ding. Child of Destiny. Songwei has begun to fall toward darkness. Plundered 30,000. He made a sound I have genuinely never heard a person make. Then he ran. Brother Zhao, Yina whispered. Who was that? He looked like he was in so much pain. That was Songwei, I said. I did not stop there, because stopping there would have left him a door. A year ago, when my people finished that order, I saw your file, I said. That is how I learned about you, and honestly, that is when it started for me. I have been keeping an eye on you for a year. She was looking up at me with her whole face open. Do you know the name Protector Chen? Her top donor. The account that had put money into her stream every single night for a year and had never once asked her for anything, never sent a message, never asked for a photo, never came to a fan meet. That is me, I said. It was not me, it was him. It had been him every night for a year, sitting on a plastic chair outside her dormitory, and I had taken the account with a top-tier hacking skill I had drawn out of a machine. Favorability, 89. Then 99. I moved her and the old woman that night into a 300-square-meter apartment in a compound where the parking is a valet service, with a live-in nurse and a doctor on call. She fought me on it for 11 minutes because she has pride, and then I said the thing that ended it. Yina, a man who has done what he has done, who has just lost the only reason he had left, is capable of absolutely anything. She packed in 20 minutes. Song Wei stood at the university gate for a full day and night after that, just stood there, in the sun, in his uniform, like a coat somebody had hung on a fence. The grandmother's apartment was empty. He went to the dark world and paid for hackers, real ones, the kind that answer to nobody, and they came back with nothing. Camera footage of me did not exist. Records of me did not exist. My name was a hole in the internet with a very expensive fence around it. Then, that evening, a red Lamborghini pulled up and Gu Yina got out of it, alive, healthy, in a new dress, laughing at something. He actually sagged with relief. I watched it on a feed. The man went weak with relief that she was all right, and then he noticed how she was walking. Ding. Song. Wei mental state. Broken. Plundered 66,666. Ding. Child of Destiny Song Wei. Moderate descent into darkness. Plundered 200,000. She walked past him on the way in. She looked directly at him, and the look on her face was the one you save for something on the bottom of your shoe. That night he sat on a roof and made a plan, and it was a good plan, which is what made him dangerous. He was not going to challenge me. He was an assassin. He could lie in one position for 3 days. He would tell Yina the truth first, so she would know, and then he would take me apart quietly, along with my family and everyone I had ever been photographed beside. He opened the streaming app to message her from the one account she trusted. The account had been recovered by its owner. The recovery had been done by me. Whoever took this account, he said out loud to a roof, I will find him and I will kill him. Ding. Plundered 999. He waited outside her dormitory the next day with one arm because by then he only had one. That part had happened at 3 in the morning behind the girl's dormitory where he had gone to leave her a letter. Aunt May had been standing there in white for 2 hours with 12 innate guards spread out behind her because my instruction had been extremely specific. With Song Wei, do not test him, do not go in one at a time, do not be sporting, go in at full strength immediately, all of you, and if you can end it in the first 2 seconds, end it in the first one. He got out. He got out through a Grandmaster Peak and 12 innates at 3 in the morning, which tells you exactly what kind of animal. The story had been building. It cost him his left arm. Ding. Severely wounded and fled. Plundered 66,666. Ding. Mental state damaged. Plundered 99,999. So there he was the next evening, one arm, wound wrapped in a shirt, waiting. Yina, he said, there is something I have to tell you. Please, just listen for 1 minute. You are an ungrateful animal, she said. You murdered my mother and my father, and now you have come to murder me too. Yina, and you do not get to call me Yina. My name is Gu Yina. The door closed. He borrowed a phone off a student and sent her photographs. Me with other women. Me with Li Xuan at a gala. Me with Wang Fen in a car. Me with Chen Meiling at her own company. All real. All perfectly true. Her reply came back in under a minute. Even if Brother Zhao is lying to me, I am willing to believe him. However many women he has, I will follow him for the rest of my life. Then she blocked the number. Ding. Mental state collapsed. Plundered 9,999. Ding. Mental state collapsed. Plundered 9,999. Ding. Mental state collapsed. Plundered 9,999. A student walked past him, stopped, came back, and put a hand on his shoulder, which is when I stopped watching for entertainment and started watching in genuine awe. Brother, the kid said, I have been observing you. You are the gate security guard, and you are going after the #1 beauty of this university. Respect. Honestly, I love her too. So does about half of my year. But is she obligated to love you specifically? What have you actually done for her? He looked down. Also, your arm is bleeding a lot. Okay, this is scarier than I expected. I am leaving. We will never see each other again. Ding. Child of Destiny. Song Wei has completely fallen to darkness. Plundered 300,000. I decided to have dinner. There is a restaurant on the water where the whole building is glass and the fish comes out of a tank at the back. I bought the evening, not a table. The evening. Yina sat on my left, Aunt May stood 2 meters behind my chair, and a waiter came across the floor with a Romani Conti that had been in a cellar for 30 years. Aunt May put out a hand. Protocol. Let him come, I said. Do not make life difficult for a working man. The waiter reached the table, set down the bottle, and opened his own left forearm. There was a blade inside it. There had been a blade inside it for most of the day. A shame, he said, in a voice that was not the waiter's. You will not live long enough to taste it. I did not move my hands off the table. Song Wei, I said. That is a genuinely excellent disguise. Is that the Yu Chang? Beautiful piece. 2 inches, isn't it? Yina stood up so fast her chair went over. Song Wei, I already told you. I do not care how many women he has, and I do not care if he lied to me about every single thing. If you kill Brother Zhao, kill me too. And that is when I told her the truth. With a blade against my throat, which is the only place I have ever found it comfortable, to be honest. Yina, I am sorry. I lied to you. Song Wei will not hurt you. Song Wei loves you. He has loved you since before you could talk. I kept my eyes on his. I lied because I wanted you more than I wanted to be a person. Ding. Gu Yina favorability 100. Plundered 300,000. Ding. Child of Destiny, Song Wei. Soul heroine fully appropriated. Plundered 300,000. You have to understand what that means. I told her, out loud, in front of him, that I had built the whole thing, and her favorability went to maximum. There is no version of the world where that is fair. There is only the version where I am the great villain of destiny, and the halo does not work on me, and it does work on everybody else. He cut my throat. The sound it made was the sound of a knife hitting a girder. He cut my neck again. Then my forehead. Then the chest, then the heart, then the stomach. Fast, fast, faster. The whole cloud shadow sword. An entire lifetime of murder delivered in about 4 seconds. Not a scratch, not a mark. He was cutting a bridge, so he went for my eye. The eye is the one place. Everybody thinks so. It is in every story. The Yu Chang, a blade that has been sharp since before the concept of dynasties, went dull against my eyeball. He stepped back. His arm was shaking. You, he said. Are you even a person? Take him, I said. Aunt May had him locked up in under 2 seconds, and then she put one palm flat against his stomach, and his cultivation, 20 years of it, went out like a pilot light. I sent everyone away and sat down across from him on the floor of that beautiful empty restaurant, and I told him everything. The grandmother, the story about the order and the words I had reversed, the account, all of it in order, with dates. He listened to the whole thing without blinking. "Why?" he said when I finished. "Because you are a child of destiny," I said. "Because you are a protagonist. Because in the story you and I are in, my kind exists so your kind can grow. If I do not finish you, you finish me. It is not personal. It is categorical." "That is it," he whispered. "That is the whole reason. That is all of it. That is all of it." Ding. Songwei destiny value reduced to 0. Child of destiny status shattered. I did it myself. Lightning, straight into the forehead, quick. He had the courtesy not to look away, and I had the courtesy to look back. The body afterward looked exactly like a man who had been struck by lightning. "Call the police," I said. Aunt May actually said, "Ah? We are the Zhao family," I said. "We obey the law." She was still standing there. "Rules are how we tie other people down," I said. "The people who write them go first, and they go visibly. So long as a rule is useful to me, I do not break it. When it stops being useful, I change it. Breaking things is for people who cannot afford to change them." Then I thought about it for a second. Assign the case to Heijing, Serious Crimes, Central District. Songwei is on the top wanted list in 4 countries. Let her close him. Ding. Heijing favorability +10. By the time I got home, I had 2 million destiny value, and I did something I had been saving myself for. 1,000 pull. 1,000 lights went up in front of my eyes at once. Mostly white, a scatter of purple, about a dozen gold, and one single one that came up in 7 colors. The purples were pills. Tiger and ox pills, which are for building the body and which I did not need. I put those in a box for my uncle. The golds came in a run of 12. Dingyan pill, 12 to a bottle, which preserves youth for 100 years, and which would go for 10 billion at auction if any of the 4 people who could buy one were willing to be seen bidding. Qi nourishing pills, vitality pills, Peiwan pills. A grandmaster level guardian, loyal to the death, with no personality to speak of and no capacity for doubt. Guo extraordinary wind ability. Extraordinary driving, extraordinary hearing, and then the 7-colored one opened. Divine reward. Resurrection stone. Implants into the body. Restores the holder from death, including from complete physical destruction. I sat there and looked at it for a while. With a divine steel body and a resurrection stone, I said, I am starting to feel bad for the protagonists. Then I ran a second 1,000 pull, because the first one had gone well, and I have no self-control. 100 nano-surveillance robots. 5-meter radius, undetectable by equipment, undetectable by a Grandmaster's senses, another guardian, and a second divine. Void-breaking divine eye. Sees meridians, organs, bone. Reads the flow of another person's energy and predicts the next technique before it is thrown. Sees through obstacles for a distance I initially assumed was a typographical error. Grandmaster late, 784,000 in the bank. Title, Great Villain of Destiny. And on a mountain I could not find on any map, a man was finishing a form in the snow. 5 years, Joe Long said. Grandmaster peak. The old man calls me a once-in-a-century talent, and he does not give compliments. He looked out over a lot of very picturesque nothing. Zhao family, Guo family, I am coming down soon. The anniversary of the 23 innocent souls of the Zhou clan will be the day both of your houses die. Then his whole face changed, the way a face does exactly once per person. Sister-in-law, are you well? 5 years. She had been the entire reason he got out of that river. He had loved her at first sight at a banquet, and she had been engaged to his older brother, so he had put it in a box and carried the box up a mountain. When I have passed the old man's final test and taken the Netherworld Palace, I am coming down, and I am going to make you the happiest woman alive. Brother, I will take care of your wife. Behind him, an old man with a beard stroked it and grinned at the sky. I have a successor, Guguo said, to nobody. I have a successor, ha ha ha. I did not know that yet. I knew the date, though. It was in the book. 3 police officers came the next morning for the body. I sent 2 of them away. Officer He, a moment. Heijing turned around. I sighed, loudly, theatrically. A tragedy, I said. Such a beautiful woman, and so little time left. What? Your family practices an internal art, I said. Stop practicing it. Today, it is a suicide technique dressed up as an inheritance. Your great-grandfather died around 50. Your grandfather died around 50. Your father walks with a stick and he is not old. Everyone in your family who cultivates dies younger than everyone who does not. Correct me. She did not correct me. She went white and then she went down on her knees on my driveway and put her head to the ground 3 times. Save me. Save my family. Anything that is not against the law, He Jing will do, if it costs her life. I picked her up by the elbows. I was testing you, I said. Drink this. 100 milliliters of something green in a glass. She drank it because at that point she would have drunk anything. Every bone in her body made a small sound at once. 6 years of accumulated exhaustion came off her like a coat. She broke through a stage standing in my driveway with her mouth open. How much, she said, is this worth? At minimum, 100 million. It was a vitality pill and a pay-1 pill dissolved into 3 liters of medicated wine. Her 100 milliliters was about 180th of what it takes to make a grandmaster. I had it in the fridge next to the beer. I need a sparring partner, I said. Come and work off the debt. I gave her a liter bottle for the rest of her family, which meant that within a week I owned every police officer in her bloodline. She went red understanding exactly what kind of debt working off usually means, and then she said yes, which I appreciated. Then I went hunting properly. Sunmei, new standing order. Find me everyone in this city who has recently become inexplicably rich, or inexplicably famous, or who has deep cultivation and is hiding in a normal job. Anyone with a serious background who is married into an ordinary family and is being humiliated by them. Anyone who has recently said the words "do not laugh at a poor young man" out loud. I thought about it. And prioritize any man who is standing near an unreasonably beautiful woman. Shanghai has tens of millions of people in it. It took a few days. Out of several hundred files, 2 mattered. Ding Wen. 3rd year at Modu University, orphan, on a low-income scholarship for 2 straight years, who had recently purchased a 10 million yuan Maybach and had begun destroying streaming platforms with donations from an account called Ordinary, Not Ordinary. And Wei Ji, illegitimate son of the head of the Wei family of the capital, mother killed in a staged traffic accident, married into an ordinary Shanghai family named Pan, where he had lived for 3 years as a live-in son-in-law, sleeping in a separate room, and had not once touched his wife. The deeper file on Wei Ji is one of my favorite documents I have ever read. Publicly, he was a joke. He carried a basin of hot water to his father-in-law every night to wash his feet. He swept. He cleaned the toilet. The entire capital had a running joke about him. Privately, he was Mr. Wei, the Dragon King, the underground emperor of Shanghai's dark world. He was building a machine to destroy his older brother Wei Shu, chief executive of a real estate group worth over 500 billion, the man who had ordered the accident that killed his mother. He was going to eat the family from below, and somewhere in those 3 years of pretending, he had fallen in love with the wife he had married as camouflage. I picked up my phone and dialed a number. "Young Master Zhao," said Wei Shu, in a voice that lost about 4 inches of height in 1 syllable. "Wei Shu," I said, "do you know your end is near?" I have never heard a man breathe like that. "Which member of my clan has offended you? Tell me. I will break him. I will bury him. I will hand him to the police, whatever the young master prefers." "Relax," I said. "I called to save you. Do you remember your brother Wei Ji? That trash? He married into—" "You were careless," I said. "The useless son-in-law is a costume, Mr. Wei, the Dragon King of the Shanghai underworld. That is him. That is your little brother. He has done it in 3 years. Give him 10 more or 20, and you are going to have an interesting time." There was a silence that went on so long I checked the call was connected. "He has been playing the long game," Wei Shu whispered. "On me." "Do not rush," I said. "Wait for my word. As far as I am concerned, the only man fit to head the Wei family is you. Ding, child of destiny. Wei Ji, catastrophic reversal of fate. Plundered 500,000 destiny value. 500,000. On a phone call. I had not left my chair. "Now I can find them by pressure," I said to the ceiling. "I do not even need to spend 10,000 identifying them. I just squeeze the city and watch what screams." Then I told Sunmei to throw a banquet, invite director Pan Shiming and his daughter Pan Meng, and invite Wei Ji with his wife and her parents. There were 2 things left on Song Wei's body: a mask of human skin, which I gave to Aunt Mei because she has a job that requires one, and the Yucheng, 2 inches of blade. It went through rosewood the way a spoon goes through pudding, and when I put internal energy into it, it kept 90% of what I put in, where an ordinary weapon loses 70. That is the knife that was hidden inside a fish, at a banquet, a very long time ago, when an assassin named Zhuanju killed a king. "Interesting toy," I said, and put it in the ring. Guyina went live that night to say goodbye to her viewers. Ding Wen arrived in her chat 2 minutes in and dropped 100 carnivals at 3,000 won each, which is 300,000 won, in about 11 seconds. "Thank you," she said. "But Yina has an announcement. I am retiring from streaming. Please take back your share. Please stop sending gifts." Which he read as a negotiation. 500 more carnivals. 1.8 million yuan total. Have dinner with me offline, he typed, and I will send 500 more. I already told you, she said, in the pleasant voice of a woman who has finally been given permission. I am returning all of it. You are not welcome here. Then she banned him. Live. In front of 40,000 people. Ding. Ding when. Mental state collapsed. Plundered 9,999. Ding. Existential crisis. Plundered 30,000. Identification 10,000. Name Ding when. Age 21. Orphan, child of destiny. Of the novel, the ordinary man rises to wealth and the beauty falls for him. Cheat, simp cashback system. Starting capital, 90 million yuan. Spend money on a woman rated 9 or above. When she falls for you and begins to court your favor, receive 100 times your outlay. Cultivation, none. Absolutely none. Personality, lecherous, vain, hypocritical. Related heroine, Pan Meng, plus approximately 1,000 others. Destiny value, 500,000 and rising. Type, growth. I sat forward. Growth type is the one that matters. Right now, he had 90 million. In 2 years, he would have 90 billion. In 10, he would be able to buy the government of a small country and possibly a medium one. That one does not get to grow, I said. Then I fed Yina a Dingyan pill, which is not a beauty product, it just happens to also be one. Her skin, which had already been the sort of skin that makes people walk into poles, went to warm jade. Go and look in a mirror, I said. She came back out 3 minutes later and did not speak for another 5. I was in a good mood right up until my phone rang. Gao Ming had escaped the detention center. He had gone out through a gap under the fence that a dog would have struggled with, and before that, he had brewed a poison out of cafeteria food using nothing but the traditional medicine principle of what should not be eaten together, and put down Ma Li, who is innate late and weighs 300 kilograms. What detention center can hold me, he said, apparently out loud, on a public street. Ningbing, wife, it is me, it is Gao Ming. Ma Li knelt in my hall with his forehead on the tile. Young master, this is my failure. The first mistake is free, I said. Make a second one and you can explain it to the clan discipline hall yourself. I looked at the ceiling and thought. New assignment, Ding Wen, watch him, do not act without my word. Gao Ming did not go to ground. Gao Ming went to the Rengxian Hall tower and stood across the street in a disguise that would not have fooled a cat. Does Ning Bing have a man? He muttered. Impossible. There is a contract. Our grandfathers agreed. The motorcade came up the ramp. Li Xuan came out of the building in a sky-blue evening gown with a diamond at her throat and rubies in her ears, and Gao Ming's face did something complicated. My wife, he breathed, is the most beautiful woman alive. Then, in a wounded tone, why is the bodyguard not opening her door? Unacceptable. I will have them all fined. And he watched Li Xuan walk to the rear door of a Rolls-Royce, open it herself, lean in, and kiss the man sitting inside. Ding. Vision went dark. Plundered 9,999. Ding. Primary romance line inverted. Plundered 66,666. I flicked a nanorobot onto him through the gap in the window. If you had stayed in that cell, you would have lived longer, I said, but you escaped. That kind of disrespect for the rule of law forces a decent man like me to get involved. He ran after the motorcade at the speed of a galloping horse, staring at the one rear window that had not been closed. I left it open on purpose. It seemed rude not to. The banquet was 2 days later. My house is 8,000 square meters with 5,000 more of garden, and the garden costs 90 million a year to keep alive, and I have never once looked at the invoice. The parking arrangement has a floor. If you arrive in a Mercedes, someone will very politely park it somewhere else. There is a hierarchy in that city that nobody prints anywhere. Tens of billions makes you a second-tier family. Hundreds of billions makes you first-tier. 1,000-year-old houses with trillions and private soldiers and grandmasters on retainer are the top, and the richest man in the country, at 400 billion, does not qualify because he made it himself, and old money finds that hilarious. I sent the invitations at noon. Everyone came. Director Pan Shiming was working on his daughter by the fountain. Little me. If you land young Master Zhao, you will be mistress of this estate. Look around. Look at that man, the one by the pillar. That man is the single most powerful person in this city, and he has been smiling for 40 minutes, and our host has not even arrived yet. Pan Meng was ranked 3rd most beautiful at Modu University, and she had the particular calm of a fox that is never once lost. Understood, Dad, she said. A playboy. Fine. I will have him dancing. 2 meters away, another family was making a scene. Only good for carrying my foot water, a woman named He Shuimei was announcing, at volume. He sweeps, he cleans the toilet. He cannot even park a car. Mother, said a very beautiful woman beside her quietly. Please, lower. Pan Lihua. 27. Here because her family owned a lamp factory with 20 employees and a contract from a Jiao company would change their lives, and she knew that, and she was carrying the whole evening on her back while her mother did impressions of her husband. I came in with Li Xuan on my arm. Ding. Pan Meng favorability plus 60, plundered 180,000, 60 on sight. That had happened exactly twice before, both times after I saved somebody's mother. Ding. Ding Wen, romance line destabilized, plundered 50,000. Ding. Pan Lihua favorability plus 10. I walked past Pan Meng. I want to be precise about this. She had positioned herself. She had a line ready. Her father had spent 40 minutes on the approach angle. And I walked straight past her, close enough for her to smell the cologne, and stopped in front of the woman whose mother was still talking. Madam, I said, may I ask your name? Behind me, Pan Meng's face did something I would have paid money to photograph. Her father shoved a business card into my hand. Lamp factory, 20 people. How fortunate, I said, reading it. I was about to replace the lighting in this house. Come to the estate and we will discuss it. Price is not a consideration. If you do the work well, I will recommend you to every company in the group. There was a pause while 3 people did the arithmetic on what that sentence was worth. Then, said Pan Lihua, and I watched her choose the words, we will come. With my husband. Of course, I said. I look forward to meeting him. Her husband was, at that moment, walking back from a parking garage 11 minutes away, having paid 30 yuan an hour, which he considered steep but unavoidable. He arrived in time for his mother-in-law to start again. Look at him, trash. If you were 1/10,000th of the man young Master Zhao is, I would laugh in my sleep. Ding. Wei Jai is slightly upset. Plundered 3 destiny value. 3. I want you to appreciate 3. 3 is the floor. 3 is the minimum the system is capable of registering. This man had just been publicly humiliated by his wife's mother in front of 400 of the most important people in the province on the night his wife was asking another man for work and the machine could barely detect a reading. He is a god of patience, I said quietly. Fine, if I cannot get in. Through him, I will get in through her. Guo old butler came across the lawn to him with 4 men in dark suits. Young master, please come home. Your father misses you. You are the heir of the Wei family, villas, private aircraft, beautiful women. This is not where you belong. I cannot go back, Wei Jai said coldly. Leave me alone. Inside his head, and I know this because I read the book, he was saying, obviously I am going back. Just not yet. Identification, 10,000. Name, Wei Jai. Age 25. Child of destiny of the novel. The 3-year term has expired. Now bow to the Dragon King, son-in-law. Cultivation, innate peak, effective combat strength, grandmaster. Techniques, heavenly maple, plus a ninja path. Item, the Dragon King decree. Related heroines, Pan Lihua and Hu Xiaoyan. Destiny value, 1,699,997, which is 2.2 million, minus my phone call, minus 3. And then the last line of the file, which I enjoyed enormously. Second father, Yamada Kenji, a martial arts prodigy from the Sakura country, Grandmaster Peak in his 40s. Fanatical, obsessive, and monogamous in the way that ruins lives. He had loved Wei Ji's mother since they were children. She went to the capital and became the woman of the head of the Wei family instead. He went into seclusion for 20 years. When she was killed, he came out of the mountain to protect her son, and he had personally built that underground empire in 3 years. So he has 2 fathers, I said. Double the paternal love. I turned the card over in my fingers. I wonder what happens to a man's defenses if you take both of them. Gao Ming came out of a hedge. He actually came out of a hedge, at a formal banquet, in front of everyone. Li Xuan, you are my fiancé. You cannot be with this man. Li Xuan looked at him with the specific blankness of a woman reading a menu in a language she does not speak. Who are you? 20 years ago, my grandfather saved your grandfather's life, and they promised us to each other. She did not answer him. She turned to me. Darling, such an agreement does exist. I do not recognize it. And I have never seen this person before in my life. I put my glass down. Your grandfather saved hers, I said. That debt is real, and my house acknowledges real debts. So explain something to me. Why is the payment her entire life? This is not the old world. There are no matchmakers here and no parental authority. I will give you 10 million yuan to dissolve the engagement, right now, in front of witnesses. He went for the other angle, which is the one they always go for. He is a womanizer. I saw him with 2 other women just this week. Li Xuan tilted her head. Are you finished? My man is at the top of the world in appearance, in birth, in ability, and in talent. Beautiful women gather around men like that. That is weather. However many wildflowers bloom out there, he comes home. I will be waiting. She looked him up and down once. And between you and my man, there is heaven and there is earth. If every other man on this planet died, I would not marry you. Ding. Child of destiny. Gao Ming. Primary romance line completely collapsed. Plundered 300,000. He put his head down. He did the humble thing. I am not worthy, he said. I dissolve the engagement. No compensation required. Only take care of her. And he reached out to pat me on the shoulder. There was a colorless powder on his palm. It goes through skin. It goes for the kidneys. In the book, it is how he ends 3 men, and the book is very pleased about it. The void-breaking divine eye read the compound in the air on the way down. I slapped him. He went into a wall about 11 meters away, and the reason he went into it is not the slap. Into that slap, I put a thread of true energy, threaded straight through the palm contact into exactly the organ he had been aiming at. Turned his own technique around, I said. Clown, you wanted to play with me? Aunt May, beat him and put him out with the rubbish. He woke up beside the bins at the service entrance about an hour later. Did not work, he said to a bin. Fine, I need another angle. He rubbed his jaw. Wait, Fang Yu, the girl next door. She is a nurse at the First People's Hospital now, isn't she? He smiled with half his face because the other half was not available. She was pretty even as a kid. Once I recover, I should pay her a visit. 2,000 pull, that same night. Divine reward. Soul ring. Binds to the soul. If the body is destroyed, the soul remains intact, reusable. 2 divines in a row, and both of them were survival. From the body to the soul, I said. Not one hole left. And this is where I should tell you what I was actually afraid of, because it was not Zhou Long. Zhou Long was a date on a calendar. There is a category of protagonist that no amount of scheming touches, the immortal emperor returns type. Day 1, he is a man. Day 3, bullets are weather. Month 2, artillery is weather. Year 5, one man walks up to an aircraft carrier with one sword, and there is no aircraft carrier. When power goes far enough, everything I own weighs nothing. Money is nothing. Influence is nothing. The house, the name, the private soldiers, the 1,000 years, all of it becomes a story. Somebody tells about a place that used to be there. You kill that one while he is still weak, or you run from him forever. And here's the part that kept me spending. A soul ring keeps me alive. I did not want to be alive. I wanted to keep everything, the family, the women, the money, the name, all of it, intact, in a world that had already published the chapter where I lose it. Second 1,000 pull. 5 Grandmaster cultivations in a row, which took me to Grandmaster peak with a click I felt behind my eyes. 2 or 3 more, and I would be a great Grandmaster at 25, which is the sort of thing that gets you a title and a security detail. And then, divine reward, telekinesis. I picked up an alloy longsword without touching it, folded it into a pretzel, and threw the pretzel through a load-bearing wall and out over the river. Then I lifted about 400 kilograms of decorative stone. Then, experimentally, I lifted myself. Aunt May, watching from a doorway she thought I could not see through, said out loud, "The young master just stepped onto the air. He is 25. Is he a celestial?" I did not explain. I am the young master. I do not brief my staff. Ding Wen made his move on Pan Meng 2 days later, and I want to describe it properly because it was magnificent. He covered the plaza in front of the music building in red roses, tens of thousands of them, laid out as a heart, with her name spelled in white roses inside it. He wore a white suit. He wore a limited edition watch. He leaned on an 8 million yuan Maybach with his ankles crossed. Students were losing their minds. Half of them had known him for 2 years as the guy on the low-income scholarship who ate at the cheap window. Pan Meng came out of the building. He went down on one knee with 99 roses. "I have loved you for 2 years, he said. "I hid that I was rich because I wanted you to love me for me. Give me one chance to take care of you." She glanced at the roses. She glanced at him. "Boring," she said, and walked past. I was standing at the edge of the plaza with a bicycle. Not a nice bicycle. A rented one, with a basket. I patted the rack over the back wheel. Would the beautiful lady honor my bicycle? She sat on its side saddle, put both arms around my waist, and put her cheek between my shoulder blades, and I rode her out through a crowd of about 400 people, at a speed of maybe 11 kilometers an hour. Somebody in that crowd said, out loud, "She picked the back of a bike over an 8 million yuan Maybach," and I have thought about that sentence in happy moments ever since. Ding. Ding Wen, mental state collapsed, plundered 30,000. A groundskeeper tapped him on the shoulder and asked him to clear the flowers because there was a fine for littering. He threw a stack of cash on the ground and walked away, which is how you can tell a man has never actually been rich. He followed us for the rest of the day in a baseball cap. He watched Pan Meng feed me ice cream and then demand I feed her, which took 9 minutes and required a sit down. He watched me take her to a horror film, and I heard him grinding his teeth from 4 rows back, hissing to himself about the suspension bridge effect, which he had read about, and which he had decided to personally sabotage by buying a ticket. At the loudest moment of that film, I put a thread of energy into the ceiling and detonated the chandelier over the aisle. The entire theater screamed. Pan Meng went into my chest like a cat into a laundry basket. Ding. Favorability +10. Dingwen stood straight up out of his seat. Let go of her. Stop taking advantage. And Pan Meng, in a voice like a fridge door, said, What are you talking about? If you follow me one more time, I am calling the police. Ding. Romance line destabilized. Plundered 50,000. We kissed outside, on the steps, under a streetlight, at length, and he dropped his cap and walked off down the road like a man on his way to a job he hates. A stranger caught up with him and put a hand on his shoulder. Brother, I have been watching you. They are a perfect couple. Are you trying to take her from him? You are looking for trouble. There are many fish in the sea. I want to be clear that I did not hire that man. This city just produces them. Zhou Min is the next part, and she is the most important thing in this entire story, and neither of us knew it at the time. She was the daughter of a jewelry magnate, and she had crossed my path once before in a shop where she had offered me 300,000 yuan a month to be her boyfriend. She found me again on the street with Pan Meng. Pretty boy, you are cheating on Wang Fen. She put one finger out. Get on your knees, lick my shoe. Become my man, and I will let this go. Pan Meng looked at me with enormous eyes. Darling, if you want a sponsor, could Meng Meng be the sponsor? Zhou Min's bodyguards came forward and Aunt May removed them from the situation with one movement each. Kneel, Aunt May said. The pressure of a Grandmaster peak landed on a 19-year-old girl who had never in her life been told no, and her knees hit the pavement. Her father arrived 11 minutes later. Zhou Ming is a serious man. He owns a jewelry group. He arrived with security and dignity, and his daughter ran at him crying with her hands out. Papa, avenge me. He slapped her. I do not think he had ever done that before, judging by her face. Then he went down on both knees on the pavement in front of me, in a $9,000 suit, and put his forehead on the ground. Young Master Zhao, I have one daughter. Name any price. I looked down at him for a while. That is the heart of a parent, I said. But she is like this because of you. You made her. If she had not run into me today, she would have run into somebody worse, and that man would not have called you. He stayed down. I do not want to see Zhou Min again, I said. That is all. Also, your jewelry business is well run. I would like to become the majority shareholder. He offered me the company for 1 yuan. I am not a monster, I said. I will pay market rate. I do not just want the golden eggs, I want the hen in good condition, he cried. Grown man, on his knees, crying with relief, and his daughter watched the whole thing. And that is the moment the story broke. Ding. Intense obsession detected in host. God conquest system awakening. She got a starter package. Guo enchanting physique. Top-tier cosmetics. And one ability. Love at first sight aura. Binds one top-tier male. He will love and indulge the bearer and only the bearer for the rest of his life. Favorability instantly maximum. He will die for the bearer without hesitation. He will be repulsed by all other women. Activation condition. Skin contact. Her father put her under house arrest with a rotating guard, 24 hours, because he had watched her get on her knees and he had decided she was going to live. And she spent every hour of every day working out how to get close enough to touch me. My extraordinary perception went off that night like a smoke alarm in an empty house. Something very bad for me had just happened. I could feel the shape of it and not the substance. Zhou Long? I said. No, too early. A new child of destiny? Something worse? Is it the immortal emperor type? It was a 19-year-old girl in a bedroom with a guard outside the door. I did not guess. Perception is not omniscience. I filed it under things to worry about and went to a bar. The Dream Bar is the most expensive bar in Shanghai. A private booth starts at 10,000. Their signature cocktail, the Dream Night, is 130,000 yuan a glass and is mixed personally by the owner, who does not mix for everyone. 3, I said. One of them is for her. The owner came over herself. Hao Xiaoyan, 27, innate peak, right hand of the Dragon King, and quietly, hopelessly, in love with him. I drank a mouthful of 130,000 yuan and threw the rest of the glass on the floor. Impure on the tongue, I said. Cloudy in the glass, bitter at the back, no depth at all. In one word, garbage. She went from beautiful to something else in the space of a breath. Did you just call my cocktail garbage? Vodka, I said. Melon liqueur. Changbai mountain ginseng, not the good grade. Ganoderma. Ice. All fine. And then you added datura seed, for the dream effect, because a hallucinogen makes people feel like they are floating, and floating people leave 5-star reviews. I put the empty glass down. Does a real cocktail need datura? No. You took the crooked road for an effect. That is not a drink. That is garbage. Her brother came out of the back with 4 men. She stopped them with one hand, and then she laughed, and there was something wrong with the laugh, the specific wrongness of a person who has been alone with an opinion for 12 years. A kindred spirit, she said. You are actually a kindred spirit. Ding. Ho Xiaoyan favorability plus 40, plundered 120,000. I have been mixing for 12 years, she said. The original Dream Knight was the best thing I ever made. Nobody understood it, not one person. So I gave up and put Datura in it, and now I have a waiting list. She poured herself one. You are right, it is garbage. She made the original for me. It came out looking like water and tasting almost like water, and I could see exactly why nobody had ever finished one. I did not drink it. I took the shaker off her, poured it back, and shook it again, differently. She tasted it. Then she drank the entire thing standing up and licked her lip. You did not add anything. Ding. Favorability plus 20. Plundered 60,000. I got lifetime free service at the most expensive bar in the city, which I have never once used, because I own bars. Ding Wen arrived 20 minutes later, drunk, with 4 women from a club. Dream night for everybody, he announced. Then he saw Pan Meng. Pan Meng, let me buy yours. 100,000 a glass. The Dream Knight is no longer for sale, Hu Xiaoyan said. Double. No. 1 million a glass. I said no. Continue and you are not welcome here. Ding. Attempt to show off failed. Plundered 9,999. And then the door came off its hinges. 2 meters of man in black leather walked in and hit Ding Wen without breaking stride, and Ding Wen went over a table. From tonight, Shadow Serpent announced to the room, the Dream Bar and this entire street belonged to me. Shadow Serpent worked for me. I had fed him pills for a week, and he had come out the other side a Grandmaster of the Iron Shirt School, which is the school where bullets stop being a concept. Hao Xiaoyan sent her brother out the back to bring the Dragon King, then went for Shadow Serpent herself with a dagger, and the dagger crumbled at the tip. I broke into Grandmaster, Shadow Serpent said without turning around. Put that down. Wei Jai arrived 11 minutes later in a bronze Dragon King mask. I checked my watch and I wanted on record that there were still droplets of water on his sleeve from the basin. He had finished washing his father-in-law's feet, changed, and driven across the city. He opened at 80%, palm to the chest, and left a handprint you could have read in the leather. Shadow Serpent brushed it off. Is that it? That tickles. Wei Jai coughed once, and it came out wet. Then he drew a katana, heavenly maple, drawn from the sheath, his adoptive father's technique. It burns everything you have left in one movement. Shadow Serpent went into a wall hard enough to move the wall and screamed for the first time in his adult life and got up. He was not going to be beaten by a Grandmaster with a cough. He turned around with murder in him, and Hou Xiaoyan threw herself in front of Wei Jie. Aunt Mei, I said, work. Shadow Serpent left the building through a doorway he did not use on the way in. I caught Hou Xiaoyan by the elbow before she hit the floor. Are you hurt? Ding. Favorability plus 10. She thanked me. Then she looked back at Wei Ji immediately, quickly, the way you look when you are afraid someone has misread something. He was not looking at her. He was looking at me, and the eyes behind that mask were doing arithmetic. What is the Zhao family young master doing here? Does he know who I am? She saw exactly where he was looking. I watched her see it. Aunt Mei dragged Shadow Serpent back in by the collar and put him on his knees. You blind animal. You raised your hand in front of the young master of the Zhao family. Shadow Serpent knelt. Then, out on the street, several hundred of his men knelt. Behind the mask, Wei Ji was recalculating everything. Shadow Serpent had reacted to me like a man who already knew me, but that made no sense. Why would the Zhao family care about a street-level dark world in a city they already owned? I had a room upstairs made ready, and I did not waste his time. I need a black glove, I said. I intend to unify the entire southern underworld of this country. That requires a face on the street, with the Zhao and the Guo families behind you. Do you consider that a difficult job? He stood very still. Better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix, he said. That is a very good proverb. What if I decline? Nothing at all, I said. I will back someone else. Shadow Serpent is competent. He understands his position, which is a rarer quality than strength. There was a pause of about 4 seconds. Little Wei, he said, greets young Master Zhao. Ding. Temporary submission. Plundered 30,000. Take the mask off, I said. Let me see your face. He went completely rigid. If you would rather not, I said kindly, I will not force you. I already knew. I had known for a week. I had already sold that face to his brother for 500,000 destiny value. There is one thing you cannot decline, I said, or I will be upset. He waited. I fell in love with Hou Xiaoyan at first sight. Give her to me. I will not mistreat her, and I will not mistreat you. The book spends about 40 chapters on Wei Ji's inner life. In real time, it took him under a minute. Ding. Child of Destiny Wei Ji. Romance line altered. Plundered 80,000. Ding. Primary opportunity forfeited. Plundered 200,000. I sat up a little at that second one. Primary opportunity. Not romance. Opportunity. Which meant Hou Xiaoyan was not simply a woman he liked. She was something he needed, and he had just handed her over to keep his revenge on schedule. Dig into her, I told Sun Mei that night. Everything. He told her himself, downstairs, at the bar after closing. Have you heard the story of the king who gave away the most beautiful woman in the world to buy time from his enemy? She put a shaker down on the counter and it went over, and neither of them picked it up. The condition, she said. It is me. Yes. The silence went on for a while. If that is the Dragon King's will, she said, then I agree. I will help you take your revenge. And that was it. That was the exact second the love went out of that woman and got replaced by duty, and duty is flammable in a way love is not. She started keeping a ledger that night, and my name went on it too, right under his. Pan Meng sulked in the car. You are a pervert and a womanizer, and you fall in love with every single woman you look at. So I explained the actual structure to her because she is smart and it was faster. Hu Xiaoyan is not a woman I took. She is a hostage. She is the wire between me and the Dragon King, and while I hold it, he cannot move without me feeling it. Her whole face lit up. You subjugated the Dragon King of Shanghai in one evening. Ding. Pan Meng favorability 91. Plundered 100,000. Ding Wen followed us to the hotel. Aunt May sealed his acupoints in the lobby without stopping her stride, so he stood there all night, upright, unable to move or speak, with his eyes going back and forth. He was still standing there in the morning when Pan Meng came out and walked straight past him. Then his points released, and he sat down on the marble in the middle of a 5-star lobby and cried out loud, in front of the doorman, in front of the concierge, in front of a tour group from a country I will not name. Zhao, he said when he could talk, you took my Pan Meng. So I am going to take everything you have. I am going to be the richest man on this planet. He was taken out of an underground car park that evening. He woke up tied to a pillar in an abandoned factory with a dozen women in silver suits standing around him, absolutely silent, absolutely still, because they are grown from a machine and do not have small talk. Ladies, he said, name a price, anything, just do not kill me. I came in about 40 minutes late. Sorry to keep you, I said. Long night. I needed the rest, and lunch ran on. He offered me 10 million a month. 10 million, I said. That is the amount you give a beggar to make him go away. I reached over and took the nano-robot out from behind his collar and played back his own voice from the hotel lobby, saying what he was going to do to me and my family. He stopped talking. There is one thing you have that interests me, I said. Give me the simp cashback system, and perhaps you live. His head came up so fast he hurt his own neck. You know about the system? Ding. Child of Destiny status shattered. System extracted. I killed him with one strike to the heart meridian, and then the factory burned, because factories do. And then the machine spoke. Ding. Consume 1 million destiny value and devour the simp cashback system? Countdown. 10, 9, 8. I said yes at 4. The light that came out of it was 9 colors and had a sound in it, and then my entire panel went dark. System unavailable for 24 hours. I sat in a burning building with no cheat code for the first time since this began and said, out loud, well, let us see what that grows into. 2 things happened while I was blind. The first is that Gu Yina could not do up her own genes. Pan Meng had opinions about how Yina was walking. Yina had opinions about how Pan Meng was walking. The 2 most beautiful women at Modu University then spent 40 minutes tickling a confession out of each other and got absolutely nowhere because neither of them ever said a name. I watched the whole thing through a nano-robot with a bowl of grapes. Bring your boyfriend some time, Pan Meng said at the end. The 4 of us should have dinner. I would love that, said Gu Yina. I put a grape in my mouth and made a note of the date. The second thing happened at the campus gate, where Gu Yina came running out to my car at exactly the moment Wang Fen came out of the same gate in full evening dress with diamonds in her ears. They arrived at my car from 2 directions and stopped. Brother Zhao, said Wang Fen in a voice with a knife in it. Ha, bad timing, is it? No, I said. Hong Mian, perfect timing. Then I got into the Rolls-Royce holding both of their hands. The crowd noise on that campus reached a level I did not think undergraduates could produce. Who is she to you? Wang Fen demanded, in the car. Yina is the woman I love most in the world. And me, what am I then? You are also the woman I love most in the world. I am breaking up with you, she said, and got about halfway through the sentence before she stopped. Gao Ming was following the car. He had fixed his own broken bones in 11 days, which is genuinely impressive, and then he had discovered what my slap had actually done, which was leave a knot of foreign energy sitting in his kidneys that could only be removed by a grandmaster, and he was years away from being one. He wrote in a notebook that night, a line I have had framed. You will never understand how terrifying a doctor is when he is motivated by spite. He got into the kitchen of the restaurant we were eating at and put a powder into the rice wine. 7 feelings pulse. Tearing powder. From a cannon of poisons 1,000 years old, it kills grandmasters. It has no color and no smell in alcohol, and it does not trigger on ingestion. It triggers later, when the victim has a particular kind of thought. He was on his way out of the back door when a voice behind him said, "You need not concern yourself with my lord's fate. He will live in wealth and fame, surrounded by beautiful women." Aunt May took him out of the air and put him into the floor. "I poisoned the wine," he screamed from the floor. "If you do not want your master dead, you will be polite to me." She slapped him and then dragged him up 2 flights of stairs by one ankle. I had already finished eating. "Let me go," he said from my carpet, "or die with me. Not even a grandmaster survives that." Wang Fen went white. "Zhao Wei, what do we do?" Yina was crying already. I patted them both on the hand. "Do not be afraid. I have a plan." The plan was that I had known about the poison since the moment he entered the building, because I had a robot on him and a divine medical skill and a divine poison skill, and I had identified the compound in the glass before I lifted it, and I drank it anyway because I had 7 or 8 solutions available, and his little stunt was frankly a gift. He got cocky, which is the only truly unforgivable thing. "Hey, beautiful, come over here and rub my shoulders, or your boyfriend is going to start bleeding out of 7 places." Wang Fen stood up so fast the table moved. "Nobody blackmails me. If he dies, I die with him." And she brought that leg up. I caught her ankle on the way past. "Do not reward him," I said. "That leg is only allowed to hit me." Then I turned back to the floor. "It is only 7 feelings powder," I said. "Honestly." Gao Ming stopped breathing for a second. "You," he said. "You know the name. That formula is 1,000 years old, and after his grandfather died, there was exactly 1 living person who knew it." Ding. Panic. Plundered 20,000. Aunt May. "Take him downstairs and be thorough." We could hear him going all the way down the corridor. Wang Fen stayed on 99. That number bothered me for 3 days. I ran through options. Bankrupt her mother's tea company and rescue it. Stage a kidnapping. Standard tools. And then the research came back and I stopped thinking about any of it. Wang Fen is not Wang Huifen's biological daughter. Hair sample. Certain. And for the first time since I had been reborn into a family that has been buying information for 1,000 years, my people could not find out who her parents actually were. Could not confirm. Could not find. I thought about a calm woman putting down a teacup with a fraction too much care. Then I took Feng Yu down into my basement. My basement is several hundred meters of corridor guarded by armed innate women with laser cutters in the walls and alloy restraints in the floor. A grandmaster does not walk out of my basement. I did it as a piece of theater, and I am not proud of it, and I would do it again. "This man tried to poison me twice," I said. Do you think it is right to punish people like this?" She got genuinely angry, which she almost never does. "You are disgusting," she said to the man on the floor. "The young master spared you and you came back to kill him again." And then he lifted his head and she recognized him. They had grown up 11 meters apart. "I was going to put him away for life," I said gently. "But he is your childhood friend, so I will release him. For you." She started crying, which was not the reaction I had scripted. "Sir, do not be this good to me. I am an ordinary girl. Please stop being so stupid about me." Ding. Favorability 98. And then she wiped her face and said the thing herself. "No. Call the police. Gao Ming, this is the last time I will call you brother. After this, we are nothing to each other." Ding. Child of Destiny. Gao Ming, primary romance line collapsed. Plundered 300,000. He Jing came to collect him, healthy and glowing and 2 stages stronger than the last time he had seen her, and he looked at her and understood that one too. The police took a man called Gao Ming out of my house that evening. It was an innate guard in a mask of human skin. He escaped custody on the ring road 40 minutes later, which put a real Gao Ming on a national wanted list with a 500,000 yuan reward that no human being will ever claim. The original went back downstairs. "It is my fault," Yu whispered. "I asked you to let him go." "It is fine," I said. "I will simply add more guards." Ding. Favorability 99. She swore that night to personally taste everything I ate for the rest of her life, and she has kept it, and it is very annoying at restaurants. 24 hours after the fire, my panel came back on with 2 new sections. System Shop. Destiny Value can now purchase directly what previously only dropped. A bottle of Dingyan pills, 100,000. And cashback. Spend money on a woman rated 9 or above. When her favorability reaches maximum, receive 100 times the outlay. But the important line was smaller and at the bottom. The Destiny Plunder system is capable of devouring other systems and absorbing their functions. I read that about 9 times. So if I meet something truly heavenly, I said, I do not fight it, I eat it. I actually started hoping for a system-type protagonist after that. I have since learned not to hope for things. 3 days later, Zhou Min's own guards were whispering about her in the corridors of her father's house, because she had become something to look at in a way she had not been the week before, and she was spending 18 hours a day working out how to get one hand onto my skin. My perception went off again. Same shape, same nothing. Meanwhile, I went down and had my last conversation with the country doctor. Do you want to know what your life was supposed to be? I said. He did. They always do. Wang Fen on the first day in the street with the handbag. He jinked through an old injury nobody else could find. Fang Yu because you already had 20 years of history. Li Xuan because your grandfather shook hands. And when you finally learned the 9 needles of Shenong, they would have brought a doctor called Ouyang Qing across 4 provinces to find you, and that would have been the best day of your life. He was breathing very fast. All of that was yours, I said. Then I arrived. Now all of them are mine. Ding. Defenses breached. Plundered 100,000 at once. Do you want to know why? He said. You want to know why? Yes. No, I said. I am not going to tell you. Ding. Plundered 7,988. His destiny value went from 2 million to under 20,000 over the course of a week, and most of it went in that one conversation. Then I did the last thing. I took his restraints off. I gave him his cultivation back. All of it, no conditions. I put a full set of needles in his hands and rolled in a cabinet of herbs, every grade, nothing missing. And I fed him a boiling blood pill, which is a gold tier reward and is considerably worse than anything in his family canon. Cure yourself, I said, and I will let you walk out of here for 1 day. After that I start hunting you again. He used the 13 Ghost Gate needles. He used the Soul Transformation needle. Toward the end, he used the 9 needles of Shenong, which he had never been taught and was working out from first principles in real time, and he was doing it correctly, and it was genuinely beautiful to watch. The divine doctor of the countryside died of poison in 10 minutes and 40 seconds. Ding. Child of destiny status shattered. If I ever lose to one of these, I said to an empty room, this is what happens to me. Exactly this. I want to live well, and I want to live comfortably. Therefore, you people have to die. Then my aunt called. Guo Roxi, 32. Great Grandmaster, Chief Instructor of the Fire Phoenix Special Forces, which is a unit made entirely of women who can kill you with a table. General rank, martial arts fanatic, has rejected every proposal ever made to her, including 2 from men with their own airfields. In the book, after Zhou broke my leg in a hotel lobby, my aunt went to settle it. She lost. She was humiliated in front of a crowd. Her Dao heart cracked, which for her kind is worse than the injury, and she never recovered from it. And then she died anyway, covering me. And I died anyway, about 90 pages later, under Zhou Long's foot, which meant she died for nothing at all. That is not going to happen in this life. That is the one part of the book I would burn the world over. She was in Shanghai to meet a man. Feng Yun, Alliance Master of the War God Alliance, Great Grandmaster. 8 Great Grandmasters under him, 108 innates, tens of thousands of soldiers. On the Western continent, in a single engagement, he had personally accounted for a number of people that gets written down in reports as an estimate, and his men were coming into the country illegally in 1s and 2s through 6 ports. That night, I ran 1,000 pull and got 2 7-colored lights in the same draw. Divine medical skill, divine poison skill. If I want it, I said, nobody survives. If I want it, I can pull someone back through the gate. And a gold that changed my working method permanently. Destiny heroine positioning card, not the protagonists, they're women. Find the woman, follow the thread, and the protagonist is at the other end of it, still asleep, still in his village, still unaware that his life has already been sold. The first result came up immediately. Name, He Yingyue. Age 28. Heroine of the novel, The War God, returns to find his wife and daughter living in a dog kennel. Cultivation, Grandmaster early, currently poisoned, all meridians destroyed, unable to kill a chicken. Items, 1 dog kennel, 2 broken bowls. Related child of destiny, Feng Yun. Destiny value, 2 million and rising. I read her file in a car on the way there and I did not enjoy it. She and her twin sister He Mei Li were the 2 jewels of the He clan of Jinling, both of them in a special operations unit with a name like a gemstone. 6 years ago, on an operation outside the country, they found Feng Yun. He had been poisoned by something that had taken his mind, and he was still moving, and they pulled him out anyway, because that is the job. The poison went off while they were carrying him. He Mei Li put herself between the burst and her sister. She took a dose nobody survives, and she survived about 11 months of it, long enough to leave behind a daughter, He Minmin, whose father had died on a different operation the previous spring. He Yingyue nursed her sister through those 11 months, and took enough of the same poison secondhand to lose every meridian she had. She buried her twin, and she picked up the baby, and she promised to raise her. The He clan of Jinling took one look at a disgraced daughter with no cultivation and a child that was not hers, decided the story was too complicated to explain at parties, and put her out. Her fiancé, Du Bo, heir to the wealthiest family in Jinling, spent the next 6 years making sure she never got a job, never got an apartment, and never got a full week without a visit. She lived under a bridge in a structure that had been built for a dog, and she collected recyclables. I got there while he was standing over her. She was on her knees on wet concrete, and he was talking. You thought running to Shanghai would hide you from me? Do what you want to me, she said. Please let Min Min go. She is 5. He turned toward the child. Her mother went across the gap on her knees and got there first and took it instead. And a 5-year-old girl stood in the rain and shouted, Do not hit my mother. I came in over the railing. I put the men down first, which took about 4 seconds, and one of them swung an iron bar at the back of my head, and I did not turn around, and the bar tied itself into a knot in the air. Dubo's legs did not hold him afterward. Then I crouched down, because there was a 5-year-old at my knee. She looked up at me, wet through, face like a fist. Are you? She said. Are you Min Min's papa? I did not hesitate. I want that on the record too, alongside all the rest of it. Yes, I said. I am your papa. I am sorry I am late. She wrapped both arms around my leg and howled. Papa, where were you? They hurt us so much. It hurt so much. I got down to her level. Papa is going to make them pay, I said. For you and for your mother. And from now on, Papa is always going to be here, I promise. She stuck out her little finger. I hooked mine around it. 100 years, she said fiercely. 100 years. Ding. He Ying Yue favorability +10, +20, +20. Ding. Destiny, heroine trajectory altered. Plundered 200,000. Ding. Child of Destiny Feng Yun, romance line inverted. Plundered 600,000. 600,000 in one hit. New record. And about 4 minutes after we drove away, a man in a long coat walked under that bridge, looked at the wreckage of a dozen bodyguards and a broken kennel, said, out loud, Seems things are not peaceful at home either, and kept walking. Feng Yun missed his own daughter by 4 minutes because he did not look left. The father of Dubo came to Shanghai 2 days later with an entire hospital wing rented out. He had started that morning by offering 10 million yuan for the name of whoever had done it. When he got the name, he sat down on a chair in his own boardroom and did not stand up for a while. I will go to Shanghai personally, he said. I will apologize personally. Then he called his son. Between you and the Du family, I choose the family. I have one son officially. I have others. In a hospital room, the wealthiest man in Jinling and his heir bowed to me, and then a dozen of their bodyguards bowed behind them, and He Ying Yue, who had spent 6 years believing that family was an immovable feature of the universe, stood in the corner with her mouth open. I did not look at any of them. I was walking a 5-year-old around the room because she was frightened of the strangers. It is all right, I said. Papa is here. Then I named terms. 60% of the Du family's assets transferred to He Ying Yue, that is upward of 60 billion, and Du Bo, who had more than a dozen quietly buried cases with his name in them, to be handed to the courts with every file attached and no lawyers paid for. Du Shanghai tried once. It was almost dignified. We have patrons in the capital, the Pan family. I took out my phone. Third Pan, does your family want a war with me? I put it on speaker for the last part. Brother Zhao, who would dare? Who is it? Give me a name and I will handle it before dinner. Du Shanghai agreed to all of it inside a minute. His son was taken away to surrender himself and was still cursing at the end of the corridor. He Ying Yue refused the money. That was the only time in this entire story that I have had to force a woman to do anything, and it was to make her take 60 billion yuan. I cannot accept this. You are required to accept it, I said, and when she kept refusing, I lifted the pen off the table without touching it and put it in her hand. Ding. Favorability 80. For the record, the reason I insisted was the cashback function. Money spent on a top-rated heroine returns 100-fold when she maxes out. I was not being generous. I was making a deposit. That is a true statement, and it is also not the whole truth, and I have made my peace with living in the gap. There is a way to clear your poison, I said afterward. It was the same poison Feng Yun had spent 3 years boiling out of his own body with resources most countries do not have. It took me 3 days and 3 nights of needles and pills and no sleep, and at the end of the 3rd night, the pressure coming off that hospital bed put the bed frame through the wall. She sat up with her hair loose and her eyes clear and said, Darling, I am back. Grandmaster, all of it, returned. Ding. Favorability, 90. Plundered 100,000. Ding. Child of Destiny Feng Yun, romance line on the verge of total collapse. Plundered 800,000. New record again. I was having a very good month. Feng Yun's intelligence arm was called Dark Asura, and they were genuinely excellent. Inside 4 days, they found the woman from that operation 6 years ago. They found her using a dataset that I had assembled and left where they would trip over it, so they told him it was Heiying Yue, and they told him she had a child. I want to describe his reaction because it is the only part of that man I have any respect for. He put his hands over his face and laughed like a lunatic. I have a daughter, he said. I have a daughter. She will inherit the alliance. I will teach her to drive a tank. I will teach her to fly. She will be a war god. And then they told him where the two of them had been living for 6 years. Order of the War God. Full assembly. Erase the Du family. Boss, his aide said. This is not a permissive country. Mercenaries are forbidden ground here. If we do this on their soil, nothing stops me. It took him under a day. The Du family ceased to exist, and by nightfall, the War God Alliance was a designated criminal organization in every province of the country, with an authorization attached to it that does not get printed. I watched the news from a sofa. No respect for the law at all, I said. Wiping out the household of the richest man in a province, on our soil, on camera. They will be hunted to the last man now. The data leak was mine. The route to Heiying Yue was mine. The removal of my own name from all of it was mine. One move. The Du family gone, without my hands on it, and the most dangerous child of destiny in the country converted into a state-level fugitive. The only thing I did not plan for was that Du Changhai got one last sentence out before the end. Your woman? Do not dream. Heiying Yue belongs to young Master Zhao now. Do you have the nerve to take a woman from him? Ding. Feng Yun. Romance line. Plundered 9,999. Ding. Plundered 8,666. And a convoy of black vehicles turned east and started driving toward Shanghai. He took an empty villa on the same street she lived on, number 86. Heiying Yue and Min Min were in 87. They shared a wall. The bond between a child of destiny and his heroine is so strong, I said, watching the feed, that a fugitive running from an entire country landed on the other side of her bedroom wall. That is fate. I put the tablet down. Shame I am not a matchmaker. I am the other one. The one with the scissors. While I was there, I helped a woman at number 88 get a suitcase out of the back of a Porsche because the latch had gone and she was too polite to swear at it. Ding. Guo Rui favorability plus 20. Plundered 60,000. I stood there holding a suitcase. A wild heroine, I said, which means there is a protagonist within walking distance. I called it in from the driveway. Every male within 200 meters of that woman. Age no object. Include the cats, the dogs, and any roosters. Feng Yun broke into the hospital network that night to find out where his daughter had been treated. He got the security footage instead, and he watched a family, me, Heiying Yue in a coat, and a small girl holding my hand with both of hers, saying a word. Ding. I was there first. Plundered 9,999. Then a voice behind him said, You noticed late. The hospital was empty. It had been empty for 6 hours. Around him, in the dark, were 17 or 18 grandmasters and 2 great-grandmasters, and one of the great-grandmasters was my aunt. I watched that fight through a nanorobot, lying on a sofa, while Feng Yu fed me pieces of fruit off a toothpick. She thought I was watching a comedy program because I kept making noises. Result. Of the 8 great grandmasters of the War God Alliance, 3 dead, 3 captured, and 2 of them got out carrying a wounded Alliance master. His destiny value dropped below half. They are cockroaches, I told the ceiling. You cannot kill them with an army. Only the great villain of destiny can actually finish one. But I had never intended to kill him with an army. I had intended to take away the one thing a war god type protagonist runs on, which is not strength. It is standing. It is the fact that at some point in every one of those books, a general or a minister quietly makes a phone call and the hero walks out of the building. I made sure that phone call would never come. The next morning was the best day of He Minmin's life and the worst day of her biological father's, and both of those things happened through the same window. She woke me up by climbing on me. Her mother was in the kitchen in an apron making noodles, with her hair tied back, doing the thing where you taste it and then add something and taste it again. A beautiful wife, I said, and a well-behaved daughter. That is the dream of a great many men. I meant it. That is the problem with saying true things by accident. Minmin pulled on my sleeve with the particular caution of a child who has learned not to ask for anything. Papa, can we? Mama says you are very busy, so it is fine if… Let us go to the amusement park, I said. She made a sound only children can make and kissed my cheek. Heiying Yue turned around to face the stove and put a hand over her mouth. Her eyes were red for the rest of the morning. She told me later that for 6 years her daughter had watched other people's children get taken to that park from a bridge and had never once asked. And Feng Yun watched all of it from the villa next door. Ding. Stunned. Plundered 9,999. Ding. Envy. Plundered 8,686. A couple walked past on the pavement below and said to each other that we were a beautiful family, the handsome father and the pretty mother and the little girl like an angel. Ding, grief. Plundered 6,666. He was an assassin before he was a warlord, and assassins read lips. So I turned my head slightly toward his window, and I said, without any sound at all, exactly what I thought of him. He came through the wall, not the door, the wall, and Ying Yue stepped in front of me. Husband, look out. She struck first. She, at Grandmaster, at a great Grandmaster, without hesitating, without checking the odds. He pulled his fist back so hard he nearly dislocated his own shoulder because he was afraid of touching her, and she opened his forearm. Ding. Heartbroken. Plundered 9,999, and a 5-year-old girl put both arms out to the sides in front of me. Bad man, do not touch my papa. Ying Yue was staring at his face. You, she said, you are the man from 6 years ago. His entire face opened up. Yes, it is me. I came back. I came back to make it right. I am going to take care of you and Xiao. Who asked for your help, she said. He stopped. You are not worthy of her. Do you know how we lived for 6 years? Do you know that my sister died because of you? If Wei had not come, Minmin and I would be dead in that river by now. Her voice did not rise once. And your compensation is that you want to kill him. He tried to negotiate. They always try to negotiate. Fine, fine, I will not touch Zhao, but you and Minmin come with me. While I am standing here, I said, nobody takes them anywhere. Do you actually want to die? You, I said, with your modest little skill set, are telling me you will kill me. Then I clapped my hands twice. They came out of the tree line and the roofs and the parked cars and the drainage culvert. Several hundred innate level fighters, 10 or 11 grandmasters, every one of them armed, and some of them with anti-materiel rifles, which is not a thing private security in this country is supposed to have. They are system guardians. They are absolutely loyal, they have no inner life, and I can summon them with a thought inside 5 kilometers. Aunt May, from somewhere behind me, said, where did the young master get these? Say it again, I told Feng Yun, the part about killing me. He crossed 40 meters in a tenth of a second, which is what a great grandmaster does, and the machine gun fire did not slow him down, because at that level, bullets are an inconvenience you walk through. He got a hand on my throat, and then he went backward faster than he had come forward, through a tree, over a Porsche, into the wall of villa number 86, the one he had been hiding in. I lowered my fist. Sorry, I said. I am simply better. Then, Ying Yue, cover her eyes. And I actually fought. I want to be honest about why, because it was not necessary. I could have had him shot from 4 directions. I fought him because one day something is going to come at me that guards cannot stop, and you cannot buy experience, and a great grandmaster who has already lost everything is the finest sparring partner money cannot buy. He was extraordinary. In the first minute, he broke through to Great Grandmaster late in the middle of the fight, which is the sort of thing that gets written on a monument. I let the steel body eat everything for the first 2 minutes, because I wanted to feel what a Great Grandmaster's best actually does, and the answer is that it feels like weather. Then I started using the rest of it. I lifted the dead leaves off the ground with telekinesis and pushed them past the speed of sound, and a man who had walked through a machine gun spent 30 seconds being cut by autumn. Then I added lightning, then wind, then I stopped touching the ground. He is a monster, Feng Yun said at the end, not shouting, just saying it. The external school is the hardest road there is. 20 years for the first stage. He is what, 25? He broke through again on his way down, and I still put him on the ground with the back of my hand. Ding. Cultivation destroyed. Plundered 300,000. Then I killed him with information, which is faster. 6 days ago, I said. 1537, Luojin Bridge. He went very still. You walked under that bridge 5 minutes after I did. 5 minutes. If I had been held up at one traffic light, it would have been you standing there. You would have picked her up. You would have found out about the kennel and the 6 years and the man who did it, and you would have burned Jinling to the waterline for them, and they would have loved you for it. Ding! Defenses breached. Plundered 30,000. The hospital ambush was mine. I gave your route to the special forces myself. I knew which villa you were in the day you took it. I let that arrive. And this morning, I took them out into the garden on purpose. I wanted you at that window. I held up a nano-robot on my fingertip, and I watched a man realize that he had been playing on the 2nd level of a game while somebody else was on the 5th. Why? He said. Because you are a protagonist, I said. Because there is no version of this where we both keep what we have. So I hit first. I took your woman and your daughter, I removed your brothers, and I left you nowhere to stand. Ding. Child of destiny status shattered. And then the man who had erased the wealthiest family in a province with one sentence did something I did not expect. He asked. Take care of Ying Yue, he said. And Minmin, I am very sorry, to both of them. He gave me everything he had, a black card from an international bank with $80 billion behind it, the war god token, 3 sealed letters instructing the remains of the alliance to obey the bearer. He wrote out several wills in a fast, neat hand on the back of a delivery slip. Then he looked through the hole in the wall at a garden where a small girl was being held very tightly by her mother with her face pressed into a shoulder so she could not see, and he cut his own heart meridian. I stood over him for a while. The winner is a king, I said, and the loser is a villain. If I lose, mine will be worse than this. Then, to Aunt May, inform the special forces. Command. The criminal who erased the Du family, Category A, is deceased. They can collect the body. And the credit? Give it to our own, which meant my aunt. Ding. He Ying Yue favorability 100, plundered 1 million destiny value. Ding. Cashback processing, 1 million from one woman. The largest single deposit of my life to that point, and I did not enjoy it as much as I expected, and I have not examined that closely. At Special Forces headquarters, 3 captured great grandmasters of the Alliance were still being smug. If you do not want Zhao Wei dead, you will be very careful with us. Our boss has already taken him. My aunt was on a phone at the time. She listened. She hung up. And then she smiled, which she does about twice a year. Feng Yun is dead. The room went silent. Who? One of them said. Who could possibly kill the boss? She said it like she was reading it off a card she did not trust. Zhao Wei. She was on my sofa when I got home the next morning, and she had been there all night. I have been thinking about this for 9 hours, she said. I still do not believe it. You killed Feng Yun. She had genuinely considered, at around 4 in the morning, that somebody else might be wearing my body. Then she looked at my face while I was yawning and decided nobody would bother impersonating that. So I showed her. I picked a single hair off the carpet with telekinesis and flicked it, and it went through the alloy weave of her field suit, which is rated to stop a tank round. A power woke up, I said. I did not ask for it. It came. She sat back. I have trained since I was 3, she said. 29 years, and I do not think I could beat you. Then she did not ask a single question. You have grown up. You are allowed to have secrets. All that matters is that you are my nephew. She stood and picked up her jacket. If anything ever happens, call me. I will come from anywhere. In the book, that woman dies covering my body. I did not say anything. I walked her to the car. The following week is the one my staff still refer to, quietly, as the incident in the canteen. Pan Meng invited me to her dormitory to meet her best friend. Gu Yina invited me to the same dormitory to meet her best friend's boyfriend. Neither of them knew. I went. Obviously, I went. Pan Meng kissed me at the door and turned around with a flourish. Yina, this is my boyfriend, Zhao Wei. Gu Yina's entire body locked. Then she put her hand out and said, How do you do? In a voice from a very long way away, and I shook it, and I scratched the inside of her palm with one fingernail, which I would like to state clearly was a mistake. Pan Meng went to fix her makeup, which means she stood behind the door. Brother Zhao, Yina whispered. I do not want to hurt Meng Meng. Can I be the one who steps back? Behind the door, Pan Meng went a color I could see through the frosted panel. Then, and this is why I like her, she talked herself down. Yina is not like that. Yina would never. This is entirely the fault of her stinking man. And she decided not to have a fight. She decided to play along and gather information, which is a genuinely terrifying instinct in a 20-year-old. I suggested lunch in the student canteen because I had heard the food was decent and because I wanted to see it happen in public. 300 people turned their heads at once, and then Wang Fen walked in. No makeup, a plain dress. She had not slept, and she had not slept because her mother had finally sat her down the night before and told her she was not her daughter, and had then told her something else, and Wang Fen had not been able to make that second thing fit inside her head. She had come to the canteen because she wanted somebody to put their arms around her and not ask anything. She found me at a table with 2 other women. Brother Zhao, she said, you came to my university, and you did not come to me. Pan Meng turned very slowly in her seat. Darling, she said, you and Wang Fen too? The canteen made a noise like a stadium. The women behind the serving counter came out from behind the counter. Somebody at the back was, and I am certain of this, eating sunflower seeds. And in the middle of it, out of absolutely nowhere, my system said, Ding. Guo Anlei envies you. Plundered 6,666. Who? I said out loud. Is that? Identification. 10,000. Name. Guo Anlei. Age 20. Child of destiny of the novel, the fake young master cuts ties. So why are you regretting it now? 20 years ago he was swapped in a maternity ward, not by a stranger. by his own mother, who was the Guo family's nanny. The truth is about to surface. The real son will be brought home, and this one will be put out on the street with nothing, and that is when he will discover his gift. Damage reflection, aura, reflects any damage taken back to its source. He would grind through underground fights and come back for the family that discarded him. Cultivation, none. Absolutely none. Related heroines, his elder sister Guo Rui and his second sister Guo Chen, neither of whom share his blood. Destiny value, 4 million. 4. Feng Yun had been 3.5, and Feng Yun had personally deleted a province's ruling family. I tested him under the table, a finger flick at innate strength. Nothing, no reaction from him at all, and a small hot slap of recoil against my own palm, which my steel body absorbed without complaint. Poison needles. Nothing. Then, carefully, a thread of telekinesis of the kind that opens a great grandmaster. Nothing. I sat there in a student canteen with a spoon in my hand and thought, seriously, for about 11 seconds. That is a problem. How do you kill that? And then I remembered the answer, which is the answer to everything in this story. You do not kill the man, you kill the value. When the number reaches 0, the halo goes out, and whatever was standing inside it is just a person with an unusual talent and no protection at all. Ding, plundered 99,000. Ding, plundered 30,000. The canteen scene alone took over 100,000 off him in about 4 minutes because he was sitting 11 meters away, watching 3 of the most beautiful women in the province argue about which of them was going to keep me. This one, I said happily, is a mine. He came over. Of course he came over. He sat down at our table uninvited, ignored the other 2 entirely, and started on Guyina. You do not suit those 2, he said. They are showy. You are clean. You are different. Go away, said Wang Fen. You are like a fly. I have a boyfriend, said Yina. Sure, I do have a boyfriend. Then show me, he said, leaning back. Show me, and I will believe you. So I reached over, put my hand along Gu Yina's jaw, and kissed her in front of the entire canteen. Ding. Stunned. Plundered 6,666. Ding. Rage. Plundered 9,999. Then I sat back and said gently, Yina, tell him, what are we to each other? She had gone the color of a stop sign. Brother Zhao is, she said, my boyfriend. Ding. Envy detonated. Plundered 29,999. Ding. Plundered 30,000. Who are you? He shouted, standing up. How did you get all 3 of them? I stood up too, and took 2 of them by the hand, and the third one grabbed my sleeve, and I looked at him the way you look at a chair that is in the wrong place. You are not important enough to know, I said. We left. 300 people watched us leave. He sat back down in a canteen full of people talking about him. On the way out of the building, a stray dog bit his ankle, and the dog limped off with a bleeding paw. He stood in the courtyard staring at his own leg with his mouth open, and then he started laughing, alone, in public. A superpower. I have a superpower. He pointed at nothing. Zhao, I am coming back for you. And his phone rang. Sister, what is it? What? What? I had timed the disclosure to arrive during dessert. There is a penthouse on the Bund, where the floor space costs 200,000 yuan a square meter, and I own the building. Wang Fen was still at 99 and had been for 11 days, and I had established by then that 99 is not a number you buy. You cannot get past 90 with money, and you cannot get past it with power. There is exactly one currency accepted at that counter, and it is feeling, even manufactured feeling, so long as the manufacturing is invisible. The lift stopped between the 5th and the 6th floor because I cut the cables with telekinesis. And Wang Fen, who everybody in her life has always described as spoiled and dramatic and difficult, turned out to be the calmest person in that box. She checked the gap at the doors. She checked the emergency panel. She worked out that the 6th floor landing was reachable, and she started assigning an evacuation order, and she put herself last in it. I did not expect this, I said honestly. You have surprised me. I put my hands into the seam and opened the doors with my fingers, which caused all 3 of them to make the same noise, and pushed Yina up onto the 6th floor landing, then Pan Meng. Wang Fen would not go. You first. If I go up, how do you get out? She said that in a lift she believed was going to fall. She had time to think about it, and she said it anyway. I lifted her toward the gap, and in the same movement I broke the safety brake. The car went from the 6th floor to the ground. Guyina ran the whole way down a fire stair screaming in front of her best friend in a way that ended any possibility of either of them pretending anymore. And Pan Meng, whose entire strategy for 4 weeks had been to be the composed one, the head wife, the woman who never lets you see it, stood on a landing and said out loud, to nobody, just live. Meng Meng agrees to everything. Just live. At the bottom, I killed the entire impact with telekinesis, holding her against my chest, and then I bit down on a capsule I had been carrying in my back teeth, so that when she opened her eyes, there was red at the corner of my mouth. The important thing, I said weakly, is that you are not hurt. She wept into my shirt. Ding. Wang Fen favorability 100. Plundered 300,000. Cashback processing. And then, 2 seconds later, in a voice with a completely different texture, why does this taste like ketchup? I did not move. She sat back on her heels. She sniffed the front of my shirt. She looked at my chest, which was going up and down at a rate of about 11 a minute, which is not the rate of a man who has just fallen 6 floors. Zhao Wei. So I told her the truth, all of it, except for the one detail about who cut the cable, which I am taking with me. I knew you were a liar, she said. She was crying and laughing at the same time, and she has never once let me forget it, and her favorability has not moved off 100 since. Outside, Aunt May was opening the outer doors of that lift shaft at a speed I would describe as glacial, occasionally pausing to make a strained noise for effect, and thinking at volume inside her own head, "Young master, you only have to say a word to any of them. Why is there a production?" While I was in a lift shaft, the Guo family was having a worse evening. The nanny, Ma Huan, went down on her knees on the marble in front of the whole household and admitted that 20 years ago she had swapped the babies. The real son, Guo Tai, had been raised in a village so far out that the bus goes twice a week, and the previous morning they had been told he had gone off a cliff. No body recovered. Ding. Child of destiny Guo Anlei, fate inverted. Plundered 500,000. The cliff was mine. Guo Tai was alive and sitting in a room in my house at that exact moment playing an open-world game on a television bigger than his old house. Here is the detail about Ma Huan that stopped this from being a simple story, and it is the reason I later did what I did. For 20 years she had sent almost her entire salary, close to 500,000 a year, to a boy in a village who did not know who she was. She had eaten badly for 2 decades to do it. The family did not report her to the police when they found out. They simply dismissed her. Guo Anlei was put out that night with his accounts frozen. He screamed at his own mother in a stairwell. He said, "You are not my mother. Get away from me." Then he went to his apartment, and the landlord looked at a bank balance of 0 and said, "Kid, are you joking? Get out." So he moved into his mother's flat. Temporarily, he told her, just until I earned some money. He found the underground ring 3 days later in the basement of a bar owned by a man called Shadow Serpent who works for me. "I need money," he announced to a room full of professional violence, "and not one of you can beat me." They laughed at him. A very large man put a hand on his shoulder and made a suggestion, and got a knee for it, and then 4 of them came in at once. All 4 went down. He did not move. He did not even open his eyes. Ding. Damage reflection. Aura functioning. "Trash," he shouted at a room of unconscious men. "All of you are trash." And in the VIP box above him I leaned over the rail and said to Shadow Serpent, "Call the police. Tell them a man has assaulted 4 people on your premises. Let him pay damages or let him go to prison." Shadow Serpent stared at me. In his world, deaths in that basement get settled in that basement. He had never once, in his adult life, considered the police to be a tool available to him. He made the call. That is the entire principle of the Guo Anlei campaign, and I would like it engraved somewhere. You cannot punch through damage reflection. You can, however, punch straight through it with a summons, an invoice, and other people's opinion of him. Ding. Attempt to show off failed. Plundered 50,000. The damages came to 1 million yuan. He did not have 100,000. He called his mother. I got there first. Ma Huan was in the middle of moving out, because her landlord had raised her rent from 6 to 8,000 and then explained, at length, how she might obtain a discount, and she had said no, and she was packing. I showed her the fight footage on my phone. 1 million, I said. Otherwise your son goes to prison and loses his degree. She had nothing. She showed me an account with a number in it that I would rather not write down, so I paid it. All of it, that afternoon, in full, with no conditions attached whatsoever, and I asked her for exactly one thing in return. Do not tell him who paid. She cried on my hands, and I let her. And I want to be extremely clear about what that was, because it looks like mercy, and it is not. A debt you can never repay ties a person tighter than a threat ever will. She would have fought a blackmailer. She could not fight gratitude. And the day her son eventually found out who had paid, it was going to take his legs out from under him in a way no beating could. On my way out, I made a second call and gave the police 17 items on that landlord, including the harassment, the tax, and the lending. And I did that one for free, because some things are their own reward. That evening, Guo Anlei came home. His mother was not there. She was at a police station making a statement. He stood outside a locked door in a corridor that smelled of other people's cooking, and he went down on his knees, and he hit himself across the face, twice, hard. "Mama," he said to a door, "I am sorry. I will never make you worry again. I am going to earn a lot of money. You are going to live better than you did in the Go house. I promise." Ding. Knelt and kowtowed. plundered 66,666. I was standing on the other side of that door. I did not open it. That is, I think, the worst thing I have ever done, and I include everything that comes after. Wang Fen nearly killed herself in a gym 4 days later, and it was my fault in a way I had not planned for. She had been training hard, past sensible. She had torn her own energy channels doing it, and when I got there, she was gray on a mat with the instructor panicking. I put a vitality pill in her and ran needles for 20 minutes. You are always in a hurry, I said. This is the bill. So you were worried about me, she said from the floor, insufferably pleased. Why, I said. Why were you doing that? She looked at the ceiling for a while. Because if the lift falls again, she said, I want to be able to get Brother Zhao out. I have done a great many things in this story, and I have felt bad about approximately 3 of them, and that was the second. I took her through her innate breakthrough myself that night, which takes hours and leaves the guides soaked through, and she lay there watching my face the entire time like a person memorizing an address. And 2 days after that, her mother told her the rest of it. Wang Huifen is not her mother. Wang Huifen is a distant aunt. They are both from the martial world. The Sword Tomb of Bashu is an old school that has effectively governed the Southwest for a very long time, in the way those places do. Quietly, with everybody local knowing and nobody local saying. Wang Fen's father, Wang Kai, was a grandmaster in his 20s and the designated heir of that school. Both of her parents were taken in an ambush that could only have happened if somebody inside the school had given up the route. Wang Huifen was a girl at the time. She picked up an infant and she ran as far as Shanghai, and in 20 years she built a tea empire from nothing so that a child would have somewhere to be safe and would never have to ask where the money came from. And there was a letter. At birth, Wang Fen had been engaged to a boy called Chen Tao, heir of the Long family, a genuine prodigy, innate peak at 18, expected to reach grandmaster by 20, and then, at some point in the last 2 years, Chen Tao lost his cultivation, all of it. He became, in the language those people use, a cripple, and the Long family fell apart around him. The school had written to suggest the engagement be dissolved. I recognized the shape of it before I finished the page. Trash who had his engagement broken. It is a whole genre. It has 100,000 entries. The boy loses everything. The girl's family dissolves the arrangement in public. And then, in chapter 9, one of 3 things happens. Guo old man appears. A system appears. Or he wakes up remembering a previous life. They are, without exception, the strongest kind. The date for the dissolution was set. The 15th of July, at the Sichuan Martial Arts Tournament, with every school in the province present, the Long family present, and the Sword Tomb present. I will come with you, I said. There was one more thing in that conversation that I filed and did not comment on. The current head of the Sword Tomb is an old friend of Wang Huifen's. He courted her once, before all of this. As the great villain of destiny, I said when we were alone, I have a feeling about that man. Purely on the basis that he has ideas about her, he is not going to see the winter. It was the 18th of June. At the end of that month was the 5th anniversary of the burning of the Zhou clan, which is the day Zhou Long walks down that mountain. The tournament was on the 15th of July. I had 12 days and a very full calendar. Guo Anlei tried to enter a prize tournament at a serious martial arts school with a 1 million yuan purse. The school closed for scheduled maintenance about an hour before he arrived, which surprised everyone, including the school. A helpful employee outside, who was actually one of Aunt May's people, got talking to him while he stood there. Sad business. Look, since you and that family are not blood relatives anymore, there is nothing stopping you marrying your elder sister. If you leave it, somebody else takes her, and then you will be sorry. I listened to that conversation live and made a note. Damage reflection reflects damage. It does not reflect an idea. I met him properly in the lobby of the Guo commercial building. What are you doing here? He said. Guo Rui, I said. The lobby had about 60 people in it. I heard there was a scandal at the Guo house, I said, at a comfortable volume. Something about a young master being swapped at birth. You keep calling her your sister. Are you the fake one? He went into a bathroom. That evening I took Guo Rui to dinner and I seated Guo Anlei 4 meters away behind a sheet of one-way glass, which was a gold tier reward and one of the strangest things I have ever spent destiny value on. He could see us. He could hear us. We could not see or hear him. His phone was in my systems and his messages went nowhere. And because the restaurant has a policy, he had to buy an 88 yuan cola to keep the seat, plus a 999 yuan table minimum, which he paid with money his mother had given him. I dropped 1 step under Guo Rui's heel with telekinesis and caught her by the waist on the way down. Ding. Favorability, 76. Do you believe in love at first sight? I asked over the second course. I did not. Then I was helping a woman with a suitcase in a driveway. Ding. 80. Then I played the card. They never found your real brother's body, I said. Guo Tai, which means he might be alive. I have already sent people. If I find him alive, will you grant me one request? She said yes before I finished the sentence. Guo Tai was, at that moment, in my house, on my sofa, playing a video game with a headset on, eating crisps I had bought, and then the part I actually built that evening for. Guo Rui talked about her brother, warmly, with her hands around a cup. 20 years is not fake, she said. Whatever a blood test says. Father does not want to see him, and I understand why, but he is still my brother, and I am going to find a way to help him. He just has to stop being so proud about it. 4 meters away, behind glass, a man who had been sleeping in a sewer access for 3 days heard his sister say that and started to cry, quietly, into a cola. For about 90 seconds, he was going to be all right. Then the restaurant manager crossed the floor and I raised my hand to attract his attention and he flinched and I caught him and he went down anyway with red running out of his nose. That was a capsule, prepared earlier, a real one this time, from a bag. I had learned from the ketchup. The manager, who was on my payroll, screamed that the young man behind him had struck him. Guo Rui was on her feet. Guo Anlei was on his feet, on the other side of the glass, shouting at a wall, and I defended him. That is the part I want understood. I stood up in front of 60 diners and I said, "Please, do not make a scene. He did not mean it. He has had a difficult month. I will cover everything," which is a sentence that confirms guilt in every language on earth. Then I paid the 1 million yuan settlement on his behalf, in public, out loud. Guo Rui walked around the partition and raised her hand to her brother for the first time in her life. I caught her wrist before it landed. If she had hit him, the reflection would have gone straight into her. I have never told her that. She thinks I stopped her out of kindness. I stopped her because she was about to break her own arm on him. I do not want to be the reason you two fight, I said. Ding. Favorability 88. And Guo Rui, in front of him, said the sentence that finished it. You keep saying he is using me. I want him to use me. Then she kissed me, in the middle of a restaurant, with her brother 11 feet away. Ding. Favorability 91. She bought me a watch the next day. 2.7 million. She would not let me pay for it, and got upset when I tried. Guo Anlei spent that night being telephoned by a boy from his old school, who happened to also be called Guo Tai, a different one, who had heard about the swap. Bark, the boy said, and I will keep talking to you. He barked. Ding. Plundered 9,999. His second sister Guo Chen blocked his number the same week from abroad. She is, I am told, on her way back into the country. Everything in her files suggests she is dangerous in a way the elder sister is not. I came home from all of that to find a woman sitting in my living room drinking my wine with her shoes off. Pan Ruyan, 29, Grandmaster Peak. Of the Pan family of the capital, which is meaningfully stronger than the Wei family, and which is the reason a man can call them and have a problem stop existing. The second pearl of the capital, which is a thing people actually say, her hobby is starting fires between men and then watching from a chair. Well, she said, my dear little nephew, and she put a heel on my shin. I took her ankle, stood up with it, and put her out through my own front door. A Grandmaster Peak could not break my grip on her ankle. How? She said from my gravel. I let her back in, because she is my aunt's best friend and because I wanted something. You have feelings for Guo Ruoxi, I said. Her face did not move. Her hand did. I have footage, I said. Nano-surveillance. It is not on a device in this room. She tried 3 things in the next 4 minutes, and I want to compliment all of them. She tried to delete it and learned that it was already in 3 places. She tried to slip a paralysis needle between 2 fingers into my sleeve, and I took it out from between her fingers without breaking eye contact. And then she tried charm, which on her is not a tactic, it is a weather system. So I imitated my aunt's voice, exactly, with an extraordinary vocal skill, and ran 10 seconds of a conversation that has never happened. She went the color of the wall. Then I called my aunt for real. Nothing, I said into the phone. A cat ran through. I hung up. I am not going to show that to anyone, I said. I am not going to use it on you. I want one thing, which is that you stop thinking about my aunt in that direction, and I am asking you as a favor, not as a threat. In the book, Pan Ruyan dies. She dies going after Zhou Long for what he did to Guo Ruoxi, and she dies badly and off-page in a single sentence, and nobody in that book ever mentions her again. I know that. She does not. Ding. Pan Ruyan favorability plus 20. Plundered 60,000. I sat down very slowly. You are a heroine, I said out loud. You are a destiny heroine. Whose? She had no idea what I was talking about and left in a temper. I had 5 million destiny value and it was time to stop being careful. Divine reward, invisibility, divine reward, divine perception, feels goodwill, malice and danger inside a radius measured in kilometers. Divine reward, soul shield. Divine reward, heavenly human breakthrough pill, for use by a great grandmaster at peak, takes you to celestial. Divine reward, 100-year vermilion fruits, which raise cultivation sharply and, incidentally, taste like the best thing you have ever eaten, and a gold, which I turned over for a long time. Red thread of fate, ties one man and one woman into mutual, permanent, exclusive love. Neither can look at anyone else. Useless to me. I put it in the ring. Then I ate a vermilion fruit, and my feet came off the floor, and every window on that side of the house went out of its frame. Great Grandmaster. Pan Ruyan, who had come back for her shoes, saw a man hanging a meter above his own carpet with light coming out of his eyes and had to hold onto a doorframe. You. Are you a celestial? Not yet, I said. But if one shows up, I will fight it. Panel. Great Grandmaster Early, 42 Grandmaster Guardians, 356 innate, 487 nanorobots, 864,000 destiny value. She heard that week that I had been feeding pills to my personal maid, and that my personal maid, a girl who had never trained a day in her life, was now within touching distance of innate. She came back to buy some. Name a price. Any price. I have been stuck for 4 years. You think I need money, I said. Those go to my family and my women. You are neither. Also, you are a bit old, your face is average, and your figure is nothing special. She deployed everything she had. I did not blink. She left, and as she got to the door, I threw a bottle at her back, and she caught it without turning around, because she is Grandmaster Peak, and reflexes are reflexes. Peiyuan Chi Nourishing Vitality, I said. Enough for the breakthrough to Great Grandmaster. That is an apology for being rude. She stared at the bottle. And a reward. You told me the truth about something you did not have to. She had admitted in the middle of all that charm that she had never once tried it on anybody else. Ding. Favorability +3, +3, +3. That started dripping and did not stop for 2 months. There was a new fourth beauty at Madu University, a transfer. Guo Anlei had developed a full-blown obsession with her inside 11 days. I went to look. On the way in, a student weighing about 90 kilos fell on me out of a stairwell. That happens to me constantly. She got up, brushed herself down, and said, with genuine regret, I did not even get to hug the handsome one. Zhou Ning came across the entire hall to introduce herself, and she put her hand out. Divine perception, which I had owned for 4 days, went off inside my skull like a fire door. Do not touch that. So I walked past her and left her hand hanging in the air in front of about 200 people, which for a woman like that is not an insult, it is an amputation. Identification, 10,000. Zhou Ning is Zhou Min, daughter of destiny of the novel Take My Body, Never My Heart, and the gods will beg on their knees. God Conquest System. Enchanting physique. Top-tier cosmetics. Love at first sight aura, activating on skin contact, binding permanently. And a passive. Hero saves the beauty, which means that whenever she is in danger, somebody always arrives. Male leads, over 100. No primary. Destiny value, 1 million and climbing. And, per the outline of her novel, the nobleman who once humiliated her in public becomes her dog. That is me. I am the nobleman. I am scheduled to become the dog. She went down on the steps in front of me, holding her ankle. Please, help me up. I cannot stand. If you are ill, go to a hospital, I said. I do not touch dirty things. Ding. Plan failed. Plundered 20,000. Ding. Confidence damaged. Plundered 9,999, and Guo Anlei was there in under 4 seconds because he had been following her, and he put his hand on her shoulder and looked up at me in triumph. She threw his hand off and brushed her shoulder down like something had died on it. Ding. Guo Anlei. Mental state collapsed. Plundered 9,999. 2 children of destiny in one courtyard, hurting each other, and I was collecting off both. She came to me the next day with a proposal, which I respected. I will destroy Guo Anlei for you, publicly, completely, and in exchange, you shake my hand and tell me your name. Agreed, I said. Then I stepped outside and sent one instruction. Let Zhou Ming die in an accident. That is her father, the jewelry magnate, the man who knelt on a pavement and put his forehead down and begged for his only daughter and then paid market rate without complaining. He raised her. That is what he was for. That is what he failed at. She lured Guo Anlei into a women's dormitory with an offer of a glass of water, and then she let her hair down and tore a button off her own blouse and screamed loud enough to bring 4 floors of witnesses with mops. Ding. Framed. Plundered 66,666. Ding. Fate inverted. Plundered 300,000. Expulsion. Parents summoned. Compensation demanded. I was set up, he told a disciplinary panel. Nobody in that room believed him. I know because I watched it. She found me afterward, glowing. Well, are you pleased with my performance? It was excellent, I said. Genuinely. Then say your name and shake my hand. I put my hand out. I wrapped it in true energy first, a layer of it, so that not 1 square millimeter of my skin met hers. Then I put it through her. She looked down. then up. Zhou Ning, I said, also known as Zhou Min. Did you think I did not know who you were? Did you honestly think you were going to make me your dog? Her mouth moved. I leaned in so that only she heard the next part because it was not for anybody else. Because I have a system too, and mine is bigger. She was still trying to speak. Do not be lonely, I said. I sent your father on ahead. Families should be together. You do not have to thank me. Ding. Daughter of Destiny status shattered. I took about 400,000 out of 1,000,000, which is wasteful, and I would do it again because there are things you do not let grow. Ding. Consume 1,000,000 Destiny value and devour the God Conquest system? No, I said. I am not putting on a dress to seduce men. Decline. Then I picked up her phone and messaged Guo Anlei from it, asking him to come and talk. He came. He always came. That was his entire problem. He found her, and about 11 seconds later, 40 students arrived because I had messaged them too. He put every single one of them on the ground without lifting a hand because they hit him, and then he ran. By morning, he was a murder suspect with his face on every screen in the province. The campus talked about nothing else for 2 days. Pan Meng and Gu Yina sat in their dorm reading the forums with the door locked, and when somebody knocked, they both jumped, and it was me, and they both got there at the same time. He Jing came to Guo Rui's office to take a statement about her brother. That is the conversation that ended it, and I did not even have to be present. Ding. Heroine experiences extreme disillusionment. Plundered 100,000. Ding. Romance line near total collapse. Plundered 400,000. He Jing, on the way out, said something to her partner that I have thought about since. Why can we not find one undergraduate? There are cameras on every corner of this city. Because I was covering him. A stepfather has responsibilities toward a difficult eldest son, and then I played the last card in that hand. I found your brother, I told Guo Rui. Guo Tai is alive. The reunion was in the Guo family's front room. Their mother, Ding Yun, looked at that boy for about 4 seconds and then made a sound because he has his father's eyebrows and his father's ears, and she had spent 20 years not knowing why she felt strange looking at her own son. Guo Tai said exactly the right things because my people had spent 2 evenings teaching him. I was swapped. It was not your fault. I did not suffer very much. Ma Huan was kind to me. Then, and this was his own addition. Mother. May I call you mother? My brother-in-law says you are a great mother. She turned to me with tears all down her face. Wei, you are my son-in-law, and if Ruo Shui's father objects, he will find out what I am like. Guo Tai, incidentally, is a fast learner and worked out inside a day that his unlimited gaming budget is attached to me personally, and he has been my most loyal supporter in that household ever since. Guo Anlei watched all of it from inside a bin at the gate. I want to describe the next part precisely. I stood in the doorway and said loudly enough to carry 20 meters, Ruo Shui, do not forget what you promised me for this evening. Then we all went in to dinner. The table was every single dish Guo Anlei had grown up eating, made by the woman he had called mother for 20 years, and the smell of it went out through the open window into the street. He was starving. He had been living on a cola and whatever came out of the bin. I picked up a piece of braised pork with my chopsticks, looked at it, wrapped it in a napkin, and carried it outside. It seems a shame to throw this away, I said conversationally over the wall. I will give it to the dog at the gate. I put it on the ground next to the bin. A dog came, a real one, a stray brown with a bad ear. It ate the pork in one movement, and then it barked, and then it looked up with mild curiosity at the man inside the bin. Ding. Primary defenses breached. Plundered 23,333. At the table, Guo Rui's father was very pleased with himself. I have made contact with the Zhao conglomerate, he announced. Serious contact. Wei, when the time is right, I will introduce you. Do not waste the opportunity. I would be grateful, I said. I am only an idle man with money. I have nothing to do with the family business. I am the Zhao conglomerate. That night, Guo Rui got into my car at the gate, and Guo Anlei came out of the bin and ran after it down the street until he could not run anymore, and then he went down on his knees in the road and closed both hands on nothing. The police picked him up there. They added assaulting an officer because he reflexively reflected the first man who grabbed him. My country house has a flower field behind it, not a garden, a field. Ghost orchids, Juliet roses, things that exist in single-digit quantities and are usually behind glass in Switzerland. Guo Rui has a degree in botany. She stood at the edge of it and did not speak for 4 minutes. Ding. Favorability, 100. Plundered 300,000. Ding. Child of Destiny. Guo Anlei. Romance line totally collapsed. Plundered 600,000. Over 1 million in one evening, and his 4 million, which had been the largest number I had ever seen on a Child of Destiny, dropped under half. In the morning, I carried her from the car to her own front gate so that the man in the storm drain across the road could see it properly. I heard him hit himself in the face down there, twice. Why did I not say anything last night? He said to a drain. Why did I not say anything? And that is when the girl with the fried fish showed up. He was still in that drain when she sat down on the curb above him with a paper wrap of hot fried fish and said, "Hey, weird man, are you hungry?" He ate it and cried at the same time, which is difficult. "From now on, you are my little brother," she said, kicking her heels against the concrete. "If I say kill, you kill, and nobody touches you ever again." Her name was Feng Kele, number 2 of an international assassin organization called Barak. They call her the Big Lady, half Thai, half from here. Her standing contract, she told him, is to kill the Lord of the Netherworld Palace, a man named Zhou Long, because the Netherworld Palace killed her parents. "I will kill Zhou Long for you," said Guo Anlei with fish oil on his chin. "Feng Kele is mine. She is a system reward, an assassin at Grandmaster with a specialization in going unnoticed, and she was on that curb 11 minutes after I put her there, and I had tied the two of them together with the red thread of fate while his destiny value was under half, which is the only window in which it takes. It is real. That is the part that matters. She loves him. He loves her. Neither of them can ever look at anyone else, and neither of them can ever leave. I gave my enemy the only person left on this earth he trusts, and she is a leash, and the leash is genuine, and it will still be genuine in 40 years. Now, I said, let Guo Anlei, Wei Jie, and Zhou Long all be pointed at each other. I would like to see which of my protagonists is actually the strongest. Then I started turning the screw on the Dragon King. A lamp factory with 20 employees does not need much. First, a supplier delivered a bad batch, so returns came in and 2 long-standing clients left. Then the bank decided the loan needed collateral. The whole came out at several tens of millions inside 11 days. Wei Ji was in Jinling and did not know. His phone was in my systems, and certain words never arrived. And the one person in Shanghai he had trusted with everything was Ho Xiaoyan, who now reported to me. Pan Lihua's parents leaned on her constantly. Call young Master Zhao. Even being that man's mistress is better than being that thing's wife. And she said no. I am married, she said. If he ever proposes an arrangement like that, I will refuse it, and I will work for the rest of my life. Once you sell yourself, you become the thing you despise permanently. She is the strongest person in this entire story, and I say that as the antagonist of it. She called me on a Tuesday. I could hear in the first syllable what it had cost her. You think I am interested in a few tens of millions, I said. There was a silence in which a woman braced. Tomorrow is Pan Meng's birthday, I said. You are her distant cousin. Come and wish her well. I will send a car. I checked my watch. Oh, and 100 million was transferred to your company account this morning. Take your time repaying it. You are Meng Meng's sister after all. And I hung up. The reasoning, for the record, because I did think about this one carefully. She cannot be moved by pressure. She will genuinely choose to die instead, and she will be calm about it. Guo outright gift would have alarmed her because a gift has a price hidden in it somewhere, and she is not stupid. A loan disarms her because a loan is a business relationship, and she can tell herself a story about a business relationship. Ding, Pan Lihua, favorability +10, plundered 30,000. I genuinely did not expect it to work that well. Her mother wailed about the missed opportunity for 3 days. Her daughter laughed and said, "Mother, I am a married woman," and then went to her room and thought about Pan Meng, and was jealous and was disgusted with herself for it. I ran more 1,000 pulls that week because I had a tournament and an anniversary approaching, and I wanted every card in the deck. Divine culinary skill, which I was openly annoyed about. I am not a chef. Divine lightning, which upgrades the whole body into a generator, including the hair, and adds 30% to everything and keeps growing. And divine transformation. Take the appearance of any human being, hold it as long as you like, change it whenever you want. I tested it that evening, and I want to be honest that I tested it in the worst possible way, because I wanted to know if it would hold against somebody who genuinely knew the subject. I took Wei Ji's face and Wei Ji's height and Wei Ji's voice, and I walked into the dream bar after closing and talked to Ho Xiaoyan for 9 minutes. She did not notice, not once, not for a second. And through the loyalty oath she had signed, I could hear the shape of what she was thinking, which was, why is he back? Good, I am dressed. So he has a second confidant in this city that I did not know about, which means he does not trust me either. On the way out, I asked her, in his voice, to keep an eye on young Master Zhao and report anything unusual. She agreed, and then she came directly to me and told me everything immediately without being asked. Ding. Favorability +3. Even the woman who knew him best, I said to my reflection, did not blink. I took her through her Grandmaster breakthrough 2 nights later as a thank you, which took 6 hours and left both of us on the floor of a bar. Ding. Favorability 95. Plundered 100,000. Wei Ji, meanwhile, was winning. He took the Black Tiger Gang headquarters in Jinling personally, in the mask, and put their second strongest man down with 1 strike. Their leader, Qian Tianhu, Grandmaster Peak, sat in his own chair with a stain on his own sleeve and refused. Even if the emperor is standing behind you, I will not kneel, he said. Kill me. And then explain to this country how an entire gang got erased in the same month they finished the War God Alliance. And Wei Jie, who had built 3 years of patience specifically so that he would never have to do this, had to say the only sentence that works. Behind me is the Zhao family of Yanxia. Qian Tianhu went gray and knelt inside 2 seconds. Not to him, to the name, Ding. Wei Ji in poor spirits, plundered 6,666. Ding, extremely dissatisfied, plundered 9,999. He understood, sitting in that chair, that he could become the underground emperor of the entire country and still be standing in somebody else's shadow, and that the shadow was not going to move. Endure, he told himself. Endure a little longer. Xiaoyan, endure a little longer. Li Hua, it is not yet time. A girl ran into me outside the film academy on the 22nd of June, physically, at speed, coming out of a car. Behind her, a man in his 50s was leaning across the passenger seat. Zhao Lei, a director of the 3rd rank, which in that industry means he has 1 credit people have heard of and 11 they hope you have not seen. He had offered her a part in exchange for a drive to a hotel. I want to act, she said, straightening her jacket. I do not want to be sold. He put the window down the rest of the way. Fine, he said. Let us see who casts you now. And he drove off. I did nothing at all. I stepped around her and kept walking because I had an appointment. Ding. Daughter of Destiny Chen Na is slightly upset. Plundered 666. I stopped in the middle of the pavement. Identification, 10,000. Chen Na, 21, 3rd year. Daughter of Destiny of the novel. The actress is too charming. The billionaire's favorite. Cheat. Entertainment domination system. Converts genuine fan devotion into points, and points by any skill in existence. Personality, hard, ambitious, stubborn. Ambition, every acting award that exists. Primary male lead, He Jian, heir of the He Corporation, which is the 2nd largest private group in this country after the one my mother owns. Destiny value, 1 million, no growth. I made a call from the pavement. Create difficulties for the He Corporation. Nothing fatal. Regulatory, supply chain, 3 provinces. I want He Jian working 16-hour days for the next 2 months with no free evenings. Ding. Child of Destiny. He Jian, romance line broken. Plundered 100,000. 1 phone call. 100,000. A man I have never met lost the love of his life to a scheduling conflict. I am a master, I said, at breaking up couples. Meanwhile, her system was talking to her, and I would give a great deal to have heard it live. Nah, that handsome man is a lucky star. Stay near him. Do not let him out of your sight. So she chased me down the street. She asked for my contact details. I said no. She offered to knit me a scarf. I said no. I have a girlfriend, I said. I do not exchange numbers with strange, beautiful women, and I do not accept gifts from them. Excuse me. Ding. Confidence damaged. Plundered 9,998. She followed me anyway, and that is how she ended up at Pan Meng's birthday, playing doubles badminton in a private hall with 3 people who had no idea who she was. She spent 3,000 system points on world champion level badminton in the middle of the first set. Then she took Pan Meng apart 11-0 twice and apologized each time, which made it worse. Then she played me. She did not score a single point. Not one. Great Grandmaster reflexes and a steel body against a purchased skill, and the skill did not matter, because against absolute speed and absolute strength technique is a hobby. At the end of it, she stood at the net with her hands on her knees and could not look up. So she asked for the owner of the hall. The owner of that hall is a retired world champion. A real one. 2 titles. Chen Na beat her in straight games. The champion came off court with a strange expression and said, "Young lady, with what you just showed me, you could win a world championship and then own the decade." And Chen Na said in a completely flat voice, "But I did not take a single point off him." Ding. Daughter of Destiny, primary submission established, plundered 50,000. I sat down on a bench and looked at that message for a long time. Primary submission. Not romance line broken, not fate inverted. Submission. Which meant that for the first time in this entire enterprise, the machine was telling me a child of destiny does not have to be destroyed. One can be kept. That was the day my whole plan changed, and I did not fully understand it for another month. Divine perception went off that evening in the corridor outside the changing rooms. Killing intent, close, enormous, and not pointed at me. The man had white hair and was about 25 and was standing perfectly still. Kale, leader of an international mercenary unit called Thunderhound, Grandmaster. Lightning affinity, 2-handed sword, and, per his file, a medical condition that produces episodes he cannot control without medication he can no longer get. childhood friend of Chen Na. He had come back into the country to stand near her, quietly, without telling her, because looking at her from a distance is the only thing that reliably brings him down when it starts. I checked the timestamps afterward. He had put out a contract on the director, Zhao Lei, about 90 minutes after the car door closed. He came over to me in that corridor. Last warning, he said, stay away from Chen Na. I blew smoke at him. I do not smoke. I had lit one specifically for that. She keeps walking up to me, I said. Then Pan Meng's voice came out of the changing room. Darling, come and do up the back of this. I turned around and left in the middle of his sentence. He detonated and went face first into the floor, unconscious, because Aunt May had broken through to Great Grandmaster the previous week and had been waiting for a chance to try it. I thought he was at least going to put up a fight, she said, sounding personally let down. The evening news carried it. A foreign mercenary leader, illegally in the country, responsible for the murder of a film director, neutralized by security services. Chen Na watched that broadcast sitting on the end of a bed with the remote in both hands. Brother, he was a killer. Brother, he killed that man for me. Brother, he is dead. Ding. Secondary romance line destroyed. Plundered 50,000. Ding. Fate inverted. Plundered 50,000. And her system, which had been chattering at her all week, went completely silent and stayed silent. She did not understand why. I did. Her system had just worked out what I was and had decided that the safest possible place for its host was standing next to me holding my coat. That is the funniest thing that has ever happened to me. A cheat code got so frightened of me that it started delivering its own owner. Pan Meng's birthday dinner ran on into a game. There were 5 of us in a private room. Pan Meng, Wang Fen, Gu Yina, me, and Pan Lihua, who had come to wish her cousin well and had been seated next to me by a hostess who works for me. The game was truth or dare, and I would like the record to show that I did not suggest it. The wheel landed on Pan Lihua, and the dare was to hold me for 3 minutes. 3 of them counted out loud, every second, all the way to 180. She let go on the last number and nearly went over, and I caught her by the waist. Are you all right? Yes, she said to the floor. Fine. Ding. Pan Lihua favorability plus 6. Plundered 18,000. Ding. Plus 10. Plundered 30,000. Ding. Child of Destiny Wei Jai, primary romance line fractured. Plundered 66,666. My turn. I picked her again. Sister Lihua. Your husband must have some quality I am missing, to have married a woman like you. I am genuinely curious. What is it? I would like to learn from him. It is a soft question. Everybody at that table thought it was a soft question. Wang Fen actually rolled her eyes at me for wasting a turn. Pan Lihua sat there with a glass in her hand and could not answer it. Because the truth is that there was no quality. There was a homeless university classmate and a woman under pressure from her parents and a stalker with money, and the 2 of them went and got a certificate the same afternoon, and for 3 years, he swept the floor. I suppose, she said eventually, he is honest. Not bad, said Pan Meng cheerfully. Brother-in-law Wei Jie may be useless, but at least he is honest, and he does not chase women. She looked at me pointedly, so I put the knife in with a smile. Most men are honest because they lack the means to be otherwise, I said. Being harmless is not the same as being good. The best a man can be is somebody who can actually give his woman a life and keep her safe. I looked around the table. Meng Meng, Fen Fen, Yina, would you agree? Nobody said anything for a moment, and Pan Lihua sat very still with an expression I recognized, which is the expression of a person who has just been handed a lens and cannot put it down. The wheel came round again, and she chose Wang Fen. Miss Wang, which man do you like? Wang Fen looked at me instantly, went red, and took the dare. The dare was a bottle of soda and a glass of wine, which she drank in one, which was a mistake for everybody. Then Wang Fen got the wheel and got her back. Pan Lihua, why have you been sneaking looks at Zhao Wei all evening? The other 2 turned around so fast the table moved. Pan Lihua had been looking at me all evening because she had spent the entire dinner working out that Wang Fen was involved with her cousin's boyfriend and had been trying to decide whether telling Pan Meng would be a kindness or a demolition. She could not say any of that, so she took the dare, and the dare was 30 push-ups on top of a man. By that point, she had drunk more than she meant to, and about 90 seconds into the argument about whether the dare counted, she stopped mid-sentence and went to sleep on her feet. I put her on the sofa. Brother Zhao, said Gu Yina, alarmed. You cannot. Am I said, the sort of man who takes advantage of a woman who cannot participate? I need feedback. That is the entire point. A doll would be cheaper. Ding. Pan Lihua favorability plus 10. Plundered 30,000. Ding. Plus 10. Plundered 30,000. Total 71. She woke up on my sofa the next morning with a headache and nothing to be ashamed of and no idea what to do about the fact that she had been happy. Then her phone buzzed. It was a file. From me, Imperial Capital Wei family, second young master, Mr. Wei, the Dragon King of the Shanghai underworld, her husband. Ding. Child of destiny. Wei Ji, primary romance line completely collapsed. Plundered 600,000. Ding. Fate drastically altered. Plundered 200,000. Every word in that file was true. Wei Shu, the eldest son, had arranged a dump truck to remove his stepmother and his half-brother, and had achieved 50% of that objective. Wei Jai survived because he is a protagonist and trucks are not. To get out from under his brother, Wei Jai went to ground in the most boring place available, which was a family named Pan with a lamp factory. He made himself into a joke on purpose. He did it well enough that his own father-in-law would not let him park the car. And the rich young stalker whose harassment had frightened Pan Lihua into needing a husband at all had been paid, encouraged, and directed by Wei Ji personally. That is why he appeared. That is why he escalated. That is why the pressure became unbearable at exactly the moment a homeless classmate turned up with a suggestion. After the wedding, that young man was sent abroad, where he drowned. I did not write one false sentence in that document. I simply put it in an order and left one thing out. The one thing I left out is that Wei Jie loved her. Genuinely, enormously. He would have died for her, and in about 6 days, he was going to try. But there was no way for her to believe that, because when her family's factory was going under, the underground emperor of Shanghai did not lift a finger. He did not lift a finger because he never heard about it, because his phone belonged to me, and the only person he trusted in that city belonged to me too. The man who did lift a finger was me. 100 million. No conditions. Repay it whenever. That is the whole trick, and it is not even a clever one. You do not have to lie. You have to tell 99% of the truth and hold back 1, and let the shape of the whole do the work. Ding. Wei Jai destiny value now below half. He was in Jinling when it happened, taking the last Black Tiger holdout, and he felt something go and could not place it, and he stood in a warehouse with his hand pressed to his chest for a while, and then decided it was fatigue, and it was time to close. Because the 29th of June was 2 days away, and on the 29th of June a man was coming down a mountain. I gave the order that morning, and it was the largest thing I have ever done in a single day. The Netherworld Palace has 99 bases. Every one of them is a fortress. Every one of them has a grandmaster in it, and the top handful have great grandmasters. It is one of the 4 or 5 genuine powers of the international dark world, and there are countries that rout around it. I hit all 99 at the same hour. The Dragon King Society took 13 of them because I told Wei Ji to, and he did it because he had to, and it cost him most of his best people. Guo Anlei took 2, guided by a woman with a red thread on her wrist who told him exactly where to stand. My system guardians took 41 because they do not get tired and they do not ask questions. And the rest went to the Zhao and Guo families, led by my aunt, who had been waiting 11 days for somebody to give her a reason. By nightfall, there was no Netherworld Palace. Ding. Child of Destiny Zhou Long, forces catastrophically damaged, plundered 500,000. Ding. Fate drastically altered, plundered 500,000. Wei Jai called me that night to complain in the most respectful possible way that 13 bases in one day was a great deal to ask. Godfather, he said afterward to a man with a sword, we endure. Under his name, we grow faster than we could alone. He promised that when the palace is finished, he helps me take my brother and the family seat. Yamada Kenji said, he treats us like servants. He does, said Wei Jai, which means he does not consider us a threat. That is useful. I listened to all of it, because his car was mine too. On a mountain, on the same morning, an old man was handing over presents. Taking you as my disciple, Guguo said, was the finest decision of my life. 5 years earlier, he had pulled a half-drowned boy out of a river and had by any measure performed a miracle with him. Grandmaster Peak in 5 years is not a career, it is a phenomenon. He gave him a black card from an international bank with no ceiling. He gave him the Netherworld sword, forged from something that fell out of the sky, and told him the story about his own master carrying it. He gave him a pill for emergencies, the kind you swallow when the alternative is dying. And then he gave him a black token, the Netherworld Decree. With this you command 99 bases and more strength than most governments can field on short notice. When the decree goes out, nobody refuses. Zhou Long closed his hand around a piece of metal that had been worth an empire that morning and was worth nothing by lunchtime. Be careful, Guguo said. The Zhao family is 1,000 years old. Build strength, make alliances, do not rush at them. Master is right, Zhou Long said. They are my whetstone. And when he had gone, that old man stroked his beard and laughed at the sky. Let those old fossils see what a disciple of Guguo looks like. I was, at that hour, walking into the lobby of a company building to collect a woman. Because here is the thing I had decided about Zhou Long on the very first night, standing barefoot on marble. I was not going to fight him. I was going to make sure that when he finally saw me, I was holding the only thing he had gone up that mountain for. Chen Meiling was at her desk. She had spent a month with no contact from me except replies to messages, and she had spent that month getting steadily more anxious in the specific way of a person who has been rescued and is not sure the rescue is permanent. Her secretary came in. President Chen, a gentleman is here without an appointment. He says he knows you. The security desk escalated it because he does not look like a normal person. Name, said Chen Meiling without looking up. He said Zhao Wei. The secretary later described what happened next as an evacuation. I waited in the ground floor reception, drinking their tea, which was not good. I could have gone straight up. There is no version of that building where anybody stops me, but there is no reason to walk uphill when the rabbit is already running. She came through the doors at a speed her heels were not designed for. K. King, I said, did you miss me? She stood there with about 9 things on her face at once and did not manage any of them. Come here. She came. Ding. Favorability +1, +1, +6. Ding. Total favorability 92. Plundered 100,000. Ding. Child of Destiny Zhou Long. Primary romance line completely collapsed. Plundered 1 million. Ding. Fate drastically altered. Plundered 300,000. 1,300,000. Standing in a reception area in about 90 seconds. He was, at that exact moment, about 4 kilometers away, walking through an antique market. He had come down that mountain at 9 in the morning. He had been in the city for 2 hours. He was on his way to the ruin of his family's house to do the anniversary properly, and then to find her, and then to begin. He slowed down on that antique street because his father used to bring him there, and a young man in rough cloth stepped out of a shop and stopped him. Young man, your forehead is dark and there is a cloud over your head. You are walking into a blood calamity. Would you like a reading? I am Chen Tianji. If I am wrong, you pay nothing. The shop sign said, in enormous characters, the hemp-robed divine physician who has calculated all living beings. Zhou Long laughed at him, and I would have laughed too. Real diviners are not powerless. The genuine article, the one in Hong Kong that half the billionaires on that island call before they sign anything, is a great grandmaster in his own right. This man had nothing. No cultivation at all. A strong wind would have been a problem for him. So Zhou Long walked on, and Chen Tianji called after him. You carry a blood debt. Did you know that ahead of you is the open mouth of a dragon? Ambush on every side. Step into it and you will die without a grave. Zhou Long stopped. Then, because he is careful, he tested it. He grabbed a passing middle-aged man and paid 100,000 for a reading and threatened to take the shop apart if it was wrong. Chen Tianji looked at the man and said pleasantly, Sir, there is green above your head. Call your wife. The wife answered out of breath. She was running, she said. He had mentioned she had put on weight, she said. She would make his favorite braised pork when she got back, she said. Zhou Long, at Grandmaster peak with the hearing that comes with it, heard everything else that was happening in that room. The video call finished the job. He handed the phone back and patted the man on the shoulder. Keep a calm mind, he said. Keep a calm mind. Keep a calm mind? Would you keep a calm mind? Behind them, a crowd had formed, and the crowd had gone from mocking a swindler to trying to book appointments. Here is who Chen Tianji actually was. A university graduate, less than a year into his first job. His grandfather died, and he asked for leave to attend the funeral, and his manager refused the leave and shouted at him for asking. So he quit, in a temper, and went home. And while he was sorting through his grandfather's things, he cut his finger, and a drop of blood went onto an old piece of jade, and the jade recognized him. After that, he could see the fortune and misfortune of any person alive. He sold his family house. He took out loans. He rented a shop on that street and renovated it and put up the most arrogant sign in the province. He knew nothing about divination. He had skimmed 3 books online, all of them wrong, and he could not have told you what a trigram was. He simply saw the answer and then made up an impressive explanation for it afterward. He also had almost no money left and had not eaten properly in 9 days. And his grandfather, who had been the best in their county and had retired at 40 for no reason anyone understood, had told him one thing when he was small. Calculating others is easy. Calculating yourself is impossible. Behind a closed door, Zhou Long asked the 2 questions that mattered. The first was about his revenge. Ahead of you is the open mouth of a beast. Step out and you die. Zhou Long sat with that for a while, and then he worked it out himself, which is the whole reason it functioned. The Zhao family knows I am alive. They never found a body. They have laid an ambush at my father's house on the anniversary, because of course they have, and he did not go. That is the only thing in this entire story that did not go the way I had arranged it, and it was done by a man with no cultivation, no plan, and no lunch. The second question was about love. Chen Tianji, who had no talent for delivery whatsoever, said, "The woman you like almost certainly already has another man." Zhou Long left that shop like a man walking out of a hospital, and Chen Tianji counted 300,000 yuan into his account, felt extremely good about himself, and started making a list of things to buy. Zhou Long went to the Chen family villa instead. He got the gatekeeper by the shoulder and asked 3 questions. "Is Chen Meiling of your family married?" "Our eldest young lady? She has been married for years." Ding. Disheartened. Plundered 5,200. To whom? Zhou Tian, of the Magic City Zhou family. Now that is a story. The richest house in the province at the time, and they went and offended the Zhao family, and in one night, gone, the whole. "I am asking," Zhou Long said, "whether she is married now." The gatekeeper thought about it. "No, not married." And Zhou Long's entire face came apart with relief. "Not married. She is not married. That fraud was wrong. Thank heaven that fraud was wrong." He did not care about the 300,000. He was delighted to have been robbed. "Although," said the gatekeeper, "she does have a young man now. Very impressive one. They say he is the Zhao family's young master, Zhao Wei, actual top-tier nobility. He has been sending jewelry. She talks about him constantly. They seem very close." Ding. Mental state collapsed. Plundered 9,999. Ding. Rage detonated. Plundered 9,999. Ding. Deep-seated hatred. Plundered 9,999. Shen family. Shen Anyu. The energy of a Grandmaster Peak came off him and put the gatekeeper across the driveway and tore up a 4-meter circle of lawn and emptied every tree on that street of birds. I want to be fair to him here, because this is the one point where I understand him completely. 5 years is a long time. He had told himself on the way down the mountain that she might have remarried, and he had made his peace with it. If she had found a good man, he would have wished her well and gone quietly, but not the Zhao family, not the house that ended his, not that name in her mouth, warmly, over dinner. He went into the Chen compound and got her location out of 3 relatives and left them unconscious so that nobody could call ahead. He did keep enough of his head to activate the Netherworld decree first and leave a signal at a dead drop, summoning every remaining force of the Netherworld Palace to Shanghai. He did not know that there were no remaining forces of the Netherworld Palace. He walked into that company car park at 4 in the afternoon, and there we were, Chen Meiling in my arms, flushed, embarrassed, entirely willing. "Qi Qing," I said, without turning around. "Look at that. Why is that man staring at us like a dog?" Ding. Mental state exploded. Plundered 9,999. He came off the ground so hard he cracked the concrete, and he came in a straight line, and Aunt May stepped in from the side and put a great grandmaster's palm into his shoulder to turn him. He did not turn. He let it land. He took a great grandmaster palm strike in the shoulder on purpose, and used the spin it gave him to come in harder. That punch would have folded an armored vehicle. Chen Meiling screamed and started running toward me, which was the single bravest and least useful thing anybody did that afternoon. I put my hand out and moved it about 11 centimeters. The wind off it broke his strike apart, and then it put him into the ground, and the ground went down several inches, and the cracks went out across that car park like a window. He got up onto his knees with his forearms crossed over his head, and his whole body shaking, and roared at me, and every muscle in his arms stood out like cable, and none of it did anything at all. Then he went backward through 7 parked cars. He came to rest against the wreck of a Land Rover, coughing, and looked up at me, and I could see it arrive. 5 years. 5 years on a mountain, in the snow, being told he was the finest talent of 100 years, so that he could come down here and be dealt with by the spoiled, useless heir he had been planning to step on. Ding. Great humiliation. Plundered 9,999. Ding. Jealousy exploded. Plundered 9,999. Ding. Beaten to his knees in front of the heroine. Plundered 66,666. And then Chen Meiling ran past him without looking at him and grabbed my hands and started checking me for injuries. "Wei, you frightened me. Are you hurt? Tell me you are not hurt. Identification, 10,000. Name, Zhou Long. Age, 27. Child of Destiny of Master. Descends the mountain. My stunning sister-in-law. Lord of the Netherworld Palace. Cultivation, Grandmaster Peak. Effective combat power, Great Grandmaster. Abilities, a nameless ancient martial cultivation technique. Master, Guguo, Celestial. Personality, decisive and merciless, long-memoried, cruel to himself and worse to his enemies. Related heroine, Chen Meiling. Destiny value, 3,019,992. It had been 5 million that morning. 5 million. The highest number I had ever seen. Guo Anlei's 4 million had been a record, and this man had started the day with 5. By the time he reached that car park, I had already taken nearly 2. So it was you, said a voice behind me. 3 silver throwing knives came through the air without making any sound at all, in a triangle, at my throat and chest. Telekinesis caught them, turned them around, and sent them back. A very old man with no eyebrows appeared beside Zhou Long. Young master, I will take you out of here. Are you leaving? I asked, and took one step which covered 11 meters. I hit him once. He went back 7 paces with both hands open to the bone and his internal organs rearranged. The specially made alloy knives he had thrown at me were on the ground in pieces. Guo external body cultivated to that degree, and telekinesis on top of it, he said. Below the celestial rank you would be untouchable. And you are what? 25. What is he? What is he? That was the Grand Protector of the Netherworld Palace. White eyebrows. Great Grandmaster Peak. The single strongest survivor of that organization, and the only reason he had survived was that he was never at home. He had received the decree an hour earlier, discovered that 99 bases would not answer their phones, and come straight here. Aunt May and 2 more great grandmasters and a dozen grandmasters closed around him. So it was you, he said again, to me. You did the palace. Who do you think you are, I said, that you get to ask me questions? Then, to the ring of my people, all of you, together, finish him. Earn the pills I have been feeding you. I do not keep decoration. It took 11 seconds. Zhou Long watched the last man of his entire inheritance go down, and I walked over to him with my hands behind my back, taking my time, because there was nowhere left for either of us to be. Zhou Long, I said, is anybody else coming to save you? He tried to take me with him. Of course he did. He came up off the floor at my chest with everything he had left, aiming to hold on and detonate. I caught him by the back of the neck and put him through the concrete. Shin on you, he said, into the ground. We die together. I kicked him. He went through 8 cars and rolled about 13 meters and lay still, and there was a delay of about half a second, and then the sonic boom caught up and rolled around that car park like thunder in a canyon. Your master, I said, standing over him. Guguo, and the technique. Tell me where he is, and I will make this quick. Dream on, he said. He was bleeding at the mouth and smiling through it. Do you think I am the sort of animal that sells his master to live? He was not. That is the truth. He would have died on that concrete without saying a word, but he was baffled, and I could see it, and I enjoyed it. Guguo is a false name the old man took when he went into seclusion. Nobody outside the 2 of them knew it. The technique had never been written down anywhere. Those were the 2 most private facts in that man's life, and a spoiled heir in a good coat had just recited them both. So I stepped on his chest, and when his mouth opened, I flicked a pill into it. He tried to cough it out. It had already dissolved. What did you give me? A trinket. It is called a mind-bending pill out of the divine poison canon, and on its own, it is unreliable. On a man whose destiny value has fallen below half, combined with extraordinary hypnosis, it works about as well as anything works. I got the mountain, Gufeng, in Jiangbei. I got half of the nameless technique, which he had memorized and could not stop reciting. And I got one more thing, which I had not asked for, and which turned out to matter more than either. A fortune teller on an antique street, Tianji Pavilion, Chen Tianji. That is why he had not walked into my ambush. That is why my perfect afternoon had gone wrong. A man I had never heard of had stopped him in the street on a whim and charged him 100,000 yuan for it. Interesting, I said. That name is not in the original book at all. Then I finished with Zhou Long. I did not kill him. He was worth 2 million, and he was worth more than that as bait, because there was an old man on a mountain who was going to come down for him and who would otherwise be extremely difficult to find and even harder to corner. I had his cultivation broken, and I had him put somewhere with no windows, and I left a nano-robot on him, because Children of Destiny have a way of doing sit-ups in their own coffins. Chen Meiling did not look at him once as they carried him out. She had never really known him. He was her dead fiancé's younger brother, a boy at a wedding, one of about 40 people she had met that month. 5 years of a man on a mountain thinking about one woman, and she could not have picked him out of a crowd of 2. Are you hurt? She asked me again. Ding. Favorability +8, plundered 24,000. Ding. Total favorability 100, plundered 600,000. Cashback processing. I looked at that. You have fallen in love with me, I said, honestly surprised. She went scarlet. I have loved you for ages, you idiot. And then she said the thing that has stayed with me longer than anything else anybody said in this entire affair. Just now, I almost watched you get killed, and it is not because of what you did to me at the beginning, or the company, or any of that. It is that if you had died, my heart would have broken. That is all. That is the entire reason. She grew up in a snobbish house as a bargaining chip. She was married into a political alliance and widowed on the day of the wedding, and spent 5 years being called a jinx by people who were related to her. And when the concrete went up in fragments in that car park, she had noticed one thing, which is that before I did anything else, I had put her behind me. That was the only thing in the entire 6 weeks I did not do on purpose. I went to the antique street at 10 that night. Chen Tianji had closed up and was standing behind the counter with his banking app open, grinning at a number. 2 million in one day. Not bad for a man who had been eating instant noodles for a week. Not enough, he told himself sternly. Some actors make 2,080,000 in a day. Work harder. Do not get arrogant. Then somebody knocked. He reached into his pocket and put his hand on the jade, and a faint gold went across his eyes, and he looked through his own front door. He stopped breathing. Purple energy from the east, the kind you read about and do not see. He had been walking around this city for 2 weeks looking at people through that stone. He had seen the richest man in Shanghai in a restaurant and been unimpressed. Whatever was standing outside his door had, by his estimate, about 100 times the fortune of anybody he had ever looked at. I am rich, he whispered. A benefactor. At midnight. Would 100 million for a single reading be too much? No, 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 no. A whale like this, you do not harvest once. You farm. He straightened his robe, picked up a goose feather fan, and sat down in the master's chair without getting up to answer. Come in, he called. It is open. I came in with 4 women in dark suits behind me. Such a distinguished guest, he said, fanning himself. You honor this humble establishment. I have been expecting you for some time. He did not stand up. I want to record that. He did not stand up. Master Chen, I said. I am impressed. You knew I was coming, and you were waiting. He inclined his head about 4 degrees. A friend of mine insisted you were a fraud, I said. So we made a bet, 100 million yuan, on whether you could predict the hour of my arrival. I showed him the transfer confirmation on my phone. 100 million incoming, time-stamped 9 minutes earlier. So thanks to you, I said, I have made 100 million this evening. Ding. Envy. Plundered 6,666. Ding. Silent profanity. Plundered 6,666. His fan stopped moving for about a second and a half. I am destined to meet this benefactor, he said evenly. The fortune naturally follows. He was extremely good at this. That is not sarcasm. Give that man 40 years and he would have been advising presidents. Identification. 10,000. Chen Tianji. 22. Child of destiny of the romantic fortune teller. Sir, you are looking a little green. Cultivation. None. Ability, through the heavenly secret jade, perceives fortune and calamity in others. Cannot perceive his own. Personality, likes to show off, appears composed, is not. Related heroine. None. There is no primary female lead in his story. Destiny value, 3 million. No heroine. Which meant the standard tool did not apply. There was nobody to take, which meant the value was not in him at all. It was in the stone. He felt it coming about 4 seconds before it arrived. Divine perception is a thing you have or do not, but every animal has the older version, and every animal knows when the room has changed. His hand went into his pocket. Chen Tianji, I said, are you reading my fortune right now? His face came apart. The thing he was proudest of in the world was that nobody knew. Not his landlord, not the crowd, not the crooked men who had started sniffing around his takings. 2 weeks of being a legend, and the secret had held perfectly. I flicked a pill into his mouth and started talking in a rhythm, and inside 40 seconds he was answering every question I asked in a flat, helpful voice. There was a thin gold light around him for a while, coming off the jade, trying to protect the man whose blood it had accepted. But he had no cultivation at all, so there was nothing under it, and it went out like a candle in a corridor. The jade came out of his pocket, through the air, and into my hand, and the moment it touched me, it shook once and went dull. How did you obtain it? From my grandfather's belongings. How do you break a blood binding? I do not know. He genuinely did not. He had owned it for 11 days. I sat there turning a dead green stone over in my fingers and thought about the shape of the world I was in. Because this world is not only martial artists, there are magicians, there are shrine ninja out of the Sakura country, there are sorcerers in the southeast who do things with wax, there are people in the west who have been called superhumans by 3 governments and vampires by everybody else. My mother's other uncle killed a heavenly ninja, and 4 years later, a count who had walked into a facility he should not have been able to find. Ordinary people think all of that is a story. I am not an ordinary person. I have read the after-action reports. A treasure that binds by blood is beyond a mystic grandmaster. It takes something on the order of a celestial master of the magical arts, which is the equivalent rank on the other ladder, and there are not many of those. 3 million destiny value, and almost all of it was in the stone. Killing him would not release it. A binding like that does not care whether you are breathing. Then I remembered what I actually own. System, I said. Can you break the blood binding on this? Ding. Expend 1 million destiny value to dissolve the blood covenant of the heavenly secret jade? Ding. Expend 1 million destiny value to achieve perfect fusion with the heavenly secret jade? I sat back. Perfect fusion. Which means that what he had was imperfect fusion. Which means that with 20 or 30 years and cultivation and a great deal of luck, Chen Tianji might have got there himself. He was not going to get 20 years. Everyone out, I said. Close the door. 2 million. Spent. Threads I could half see, thin as spiderwork, ran off the jade to the man on the floor. Then something invisible went across them like a flame across a fuse, and they were not there. He coughed once and went white to the lips. Something, he said in an ordinary confused voice. Something has gone. Ding. Child of Destiny. Chen Tianji has completely lost his golden finger. Fate drastically altered. Plundered 2,700,000. If he could have looked at himself, he would have seen the purple and the gold that had been around him for 11 days thin out into a haze you could see the wallpaper through. But that was always the joke, and his grandfather had told him the punchline when he was 6. Ding. Divine rank skill created. Heavenly secret. Qi observation technique. I read it standing up. Observe the heavens and the earth. Discern fortune and calamity. See through an opponent's stratagems. Comprehend the changes of heaven, earth, and man. Weather. First. I looked out of that window and knew that the next 4 days would be clear and hot and that there would be no rain for a fortnight unless somebody made it rain. Then fortune. It shows us color above the head. Black is calamity, red is death, white is ordinary, crimson is prosperity, purple is nobility, gold is wealth, green is long life, yellow is many children. And the denser it is, the more it means. And then the part that made the 2 million cheap, it reads an opponent's technique before it lands. Not their intention. The technique. Where the energy is going, one movement early, every single time. And because I had perfect fusion and he had not, I could point it at myself. So I did. Above my own head there was gold and purple wound together like a dragon and a tiger, thick as smoke, prosperity and nobility in quantities that made the merely wealthy look like fog. And through it, running underneath, there was a thin thread of black and blood red seeping into the gold, wrapping around it, patient as a root. The crimson was thin, the green was thinner, the yellow was almost not there. I stood in a dead man's shop and read my own life, and what it said was that I was going to be enormously rich and enormously important, right up until the moment it all came apart, and that afterward there would be nothing left standing at all. Children of Destiny, I said. The stone showed me exactly what everybody else in this story had already worked out, that I am not a man with a problem. I am a category with an ending. Then I will kill them, I said. All of them. Every single one. Then I turned it on Chen Tianji. Black and blood red all over his face, so heavy it was almost solid, and something at the eyes that I will not describe. I switched it off and looked at him with ordinary vision, and he was just a young man on a floor, pale, sweating, breathing fast. I have to say, I told him, this is a genuinely excellent skill. I could impersonate a master of divination for the rest of my life, and nobody alive could catch me at it. Ding. Emotional breakdown. Plundered 9,999. He had watched the jade come apart into gold light and go into my eyes. No, he said. That is impossible. I bound that with my blood. You cannot use it. You cannot use it. Ding. Total collapse. Plundered 16,673. Ding. Destiny value reduced to 0. Child of Destiny status shattered. How did you know, he said when he could talk. About the jade, nobody knew. I never told one person. He was not going to be able to die without that. I recognized the feeling. This afternoon, I said, you stopped a young man with the surname Joe and told him about a blood calamity, and you took 100,000 for it. He remembered. You remember the ones who pay. I spent 3 weeks building an ambush for that man, I said. Everything I had, and he did not walk into it because you were bored and standing in your doorway. So, do you think I ought to have looked into you? Ding. Overwhelming regret. Plundered 29,999. He understood finally why his grandfather had walked away from the best gift in the province at the age of 40 and had spent the rest of his life mending bicycles. You are doing this because I ruined your plan, he said. Not only that, I said, I also wanted a thing as good as the jade. He looked at me with total incomprehension, which is the correct response. Chen Tianji, I said. Let me do a reading for you. I see a blood calamity. There was lightning, and then there was ash, and then there was a small breeze from the window taking it out over the street. The Tianji Pavilion opened for 1 day. Panel. Great Grandmaster Middle. 6,597,000 destiny value. The Netherworld Palace operation had cost me most of my stock of vitality, peiyuan, and chi-nourishing pills, and 40-odd Grandmaster Guardians, and about 200 innate. That is what 99 fortresses in 1 day actually costs. And at the bottom of the panel there was a line I had not seen before. At 10 million destiny value, the system can be upgraded, not spent, accumulated. I only had to hold 10 million at once, and it would happen. Then let us collect, I said. Zhou Long first, then the actress with the entertainment system, then 2 or 3 more, and that ought to do it. And then I thought about the Dragon King, and I felt a small pang of genuine regret, because he had been an outstanding employee. I was going to keep him longer, I said. He builds well. Ah, time to close. My phone rang. Young Master Zhao, you said the ambush for the Netherworld Young Lord is no longer required. Little Wei would like to visit home briefly and then return to Jinling to continue expanding the Dragon King Society on your behalf and to serve the young master faithfully in. Little Wei, I said. Come to Zhongjing Manor, bring your father. I have something to say to you. I hung up. 200 kilometers away, a phone became powder in a man's fist. He treats us like animals, said Yamada Kenji. He treats us like animals, Weijai agreed, which means he does not fear us, which is worth more than dignity. Endure. Endure. Under his name, we grow 4 times faster. And then, because he could not help it, and because he had earned it, he allowed himself the good part. Li Hua, I told you your husband was not a useless son-in-law. Very soon, I am going to hold a wedding for us that this country will talk about for 10 years, and you are going to be the happiest bride alive. He had one regret, and he had been carrying it for weeks, and it was Ho Xiaoyan whom he had handed over himself. Xiaoyan, he said, I will get you back, I promise. Pan Li Hua was in my house when they arrived. She had been living there for 11 days. She could have left at any point, and she knew it. And she stayed, because her parents had made it very clear that if she came home without a result, they would be extremely warm about it and it would be unbearable. Call young Master Zhao. Since the two of you have already done something, do it properly. She had said no to that 11 times, but she had also, somewhere in the middle of those 11 days, stopped thinking of the divorce as a possibility and started thinking of it as a schedule, not because of me. That is the part her mother will never understand, because the whole marriage had been built on a lie from the first afternoon, and there was no version of it that survived reading that file. He used my whole family as a shield, she said to nobody in my living room. For 3 years, my father, my mother, he sat at our table. She had a specific horror about it that I recognized. It was not the danger. It was that she had lived with a man for 3 years and had been looking at a costume. I came in through the front door and heard the tale of it. Of course I can help you, I said. She got up so fast, she knocked a cushion off. And then, because she has been raised very correctly and cannot help herself, she picked up the slippers by the door and knelt down to change my shoes, badly, because she has never once in her life done it for anybody. Do not call me young Master Zhao, I said. And stop bracing yourself every time I come into a room. I am going to get you used to me. Ding. Favorability +5. Plundered 15,000. Weiji and Yamada Kenji were waiting in the main hall. They had been waiting for 2 hours because Ho Xiaoyan had gone upstairs when they arrived and had not come down. Weijie is not a stupid man. He had worked out roughly what that meant inside the first 20 minutes and had spent the next 100 sitting very straight in a chair. I came down the stairs in a loose purple bathrobe at 3:15 in the afternoon. Greetings, young Master Zhao, said Weijie and bowed. Yamada Kenji did not bow. He stood beside him with a sword in his hand and cold in his face, and I understood him perfectly. In any era, on any continent, a great grandmaster does not get kept waiting by a man in a dressing gown. In the old days, an emperor would not have done that. Without a reason. I am, generally speaking, a polite person. I call my own head of security auntie. I know the names of my gardeners and their children. But I had looked at both of these men that morning with the heavenly secret technique, and neither of them had a fortune left worth reading, and it seemed a waste of effort to perform for the deceased. Ding, Weiji is slightly upset. Plundered 3 destiny value. 3 again. 3 from a man watching another man come down a staircase in a bathrobe after 2 hours. He started his report. He is a superb subordinate. Clear. Structured. Numbers first. The Dragon King Society had taken Jinling. The Black Tiger were finished. Within 3 months, the entire southern underworld would be consolidated under the young master's name, and after that, Jiangbei, and the southeast, and eventually the whole, and he stopped in the middle of a word, because he had caught the perfume. It was Pan Li Hua's. It was the one he had bought her, twice, both times for her birthday, because it was the only one she ever finished the bottle of. Ding. Mental state collapsed. Plundered 9,999. Ding. Grief. Plundered 6,888. He thought it was Ho Xiaoyan, which is the part that makes this bearable to describe. He had spent 2 hours preparing himself for exactly that. He had already survived knowing it, but knowing something and standing in a room where you can smell it are 2 entirely different injuries. He composed his face in about 1.5 seconds, which is faster than anybody I have ever met, and continued his report from the exact word he had stopped on. I let him get another 30 seconds in, and then I raised my hand. Little Wei, I have a woman who has been idle lately. She is Grandmaster Peak. She is originally from Nanjing, which makes her suitable to be stationed there and oversee the southern operations. I am sending her to the Dragon King Society. That is Heiying Yue. She was completely healed by then, her cultivation entirely restored and improved, and she was the strongest woman I had, and she was bored because Minmin had started early years classes and there is only so much television. She had asked me for a job the previous week in an apron, holding a spatula. Weiji bowed at once. If the young master wishes to send someone to oversee operations, Little Wei will offer his full support. He had a plan inside 4 seconds. Give her an enormous title, a large office and no access to anything, and root the real work around her. It is what I would have done. Ah, I said. One thing. My women are not subordinate to any man except me. He waited. So the position of Dragon King will need to be vacated as well. Ding. Rage. Plundered 9,999. And that was the one. 3 years of feet washing and 1 afternoon of great grandmasters, and the man had produced 3 points, and then I took a title off him and got 10,000, because the organization was never the point. He had built the organization to hold the name, and the name was the only thing he had that was his. Baka. Yamada Kenji had the sword about 4 centimeters out of the sheath, and the carpet was already opening up in a line across the floor, and the coffee table came apart along the grain. And who, I said, do you think you are, to raise your voice in my house? Telekinesis at Great Grandmaster Middle is roughly 10 times what it was when I folded that alloy sword into a pretzel. The air distorted. The sofa, the table, the carpet, and about 2 square meters of flooring stopped being furniture. He answered it correctly, which I respected. He met it head-on with everything he had. Heavenly maple, drawn in reverse. The technique that made him famous in a country that produces one of these men a decade. The scabbard came apart from the speed of the draw, and the light off that blade lit the ceiling. The sword was a named piece, forged and folded and named and passed down, and it came apart in the air in front of him like a dropped plate. He took half a step back, looked at the hilt in his hands, which no longer had a sword attached to it, and sat down on my floor. Godfather. Weijai was there before he landed, holding him up, pouring his own energy into a man he was never going to be able to fix, and I watched him work it out from the way his face changed. That is the man who came out of a 20-year seclusion for him. Who had loved his mother since they were 7 years old, and had never once said so out loud, and had watched her marry into a house in the capital, and had gone up a mountain rather than watch, and had come down again the week she died to stand behind her son with a sword. That is the only person in this story who ever loved Weijie for nothing. I killed him with a thought from 4 meters away before Weijai could get another word out. And then, that evening, I finished it properly. The father who had adopted him was gone by 4. The father who had fathered him found out at 6 from a phone call I arranged that his second son was the Dragon King and reacted the way a man in the capital reacts. And at 8, in the front room of the Pan family house, Pan Lihua put a document on the table in front of her husband. He had come to explain. He had a whole speech. I have heard it, because his car is mine. Lihua, everything I have done for 3 years was so that, Pan Gang, she said. He stopped. The one who followed me, the one who waited outside my office. The one who made me so frightened that I married a homeless classmate in an afternoon. She did not raise her voice at any point, which is what makes it hard to listen to. You paid him. You told him what to say. You told him when to escalate. He did not deny it. That is to his credit. He had 6 lies available, and he used none of them. I did, he said, and I have hated it every day since. And when our factory was going under, she said, where were you? That is the one he could not answer, because the honest answer is that he was in Jinling taking a warehouse and had never heard about it, and there is no way to say that out loud that does not sound exactly like an excuse. There is 100 million yuan in the company account, she said. It is not from you. Then she asked for the divorce, and she asked without anger, which is worse. He broke through in that room. Great Grandmaster, at 25, on the spot, out of pure grief, which is one of the 2 ways it is supposed to be possible and is almost never actually observed. I was already there. I had been standing in the garden for 11 minutes. He came out through the wall at me with a power he had held for approximately 9 seconds and had never once used, and I put him down with 1 finger, and I want that detail preserved exactly, because he had earned better and did not get it. Joe Long, I said, is in a cell under my house. Would you like to see him? You have quite a lot in common. I took them both down there together. It seemed efficient, the Dragon King of Shanghai and the Lord of the Netherworld Palace, in adjoining cells, both of them people whose books are about the day they finally get to stand up, and I told them exactly how it had been done. Both of them. In order, with dates and timestamps and the phone records. Weijai understood it before I finished. He was always the quickest of them. The lamp factory, he said. Yes. Pangang, the file. You gave her the file. Every word of it true, I said. I left out 1 sentence. Would you like to know which one? He knew which one. Ding. Child of Destiny Wei Jai. Destiny value reduced to 0. Child of Destiny status shattered. I did not draw it out with him. He had done 3 years in a house that laughed at him for a woman who was never told, and I decided that whatever else I am, I was not going to make him say it out loud in front of his enemy. I had the body sent to his brother in the capital with a very short note. Such a shame. Wei Ji had a heart condition. Zhou Long I kept. I kept him alive in cell 1 for 11 days, and for 11 days a screen on the far wall played the same 40 seconds on a loop, which was me and Chen Mei Ling in a reception area, and her hands on my face. Ding. Zhou Long is furious. Plundered 9,999. Ding. Zhou Long's resentment is beyond measurement. Plundered 9,999 because I needed him breathing. There was an old man on a mountain in Jiangbei, and old men do not come down for revenge. They come down for the boy. He came down on the 11th day. I knew, because one of the surviving hall masters of the Netherworld Palace, a mild-looking middle-aged man named Chao San, sent me a text message from a toilet in a rented courtyard on the outskirts of the city. That man has been mine for 3 weeks. Everything left of the Netherworld Palace has been mine for 3 weeks. It did not even take much persuasion. I removed enough of them, and then I made an offer to the rest. It turns out that when an organization's 99 bases are gone in 1 day, loyalty becomes an unpopular position very quickly. The message said that Gu Guo had come off the mountain, had learned about the palace and about Zhou Long, and was coming for both. I put down my chopsticks. He was, at that moment, sitting in a heavy chair in that courtyard with about 30 survivors around him, listening to them describe the state of his student. Old Palace Master, you must avenge us. Zhao Wei destroyed everything, so many of our brothers. Old Palace Master, even the Grand Protector is dead. Old Palace Master, the young lord has been taken. Cao San went down on his knees in the middle of the floor and did the finest piece of acting I have ever paid for. I have investigated at the risk of my life, and I have found where the young lord is held, he said, and his eyes went red on cue, which is a skill. It is very bad. His cultivation is broken, his hands and feet. They keep him in the dark, and they hurt him every day and every night. If I could give my life to buy his, I would give it. Old Palace Master, please, he will not survive much longer. The mahogany chair came apart under that old man. The marble floor went out in a web around it. Cao San, who had his forehead nearly on the tile, told me afterward that the pressure alone made him understand, physically, in his stomach, what a celestial is, and that he had spent the rest of the meeting praying that I was going to be able to solve his problem for him. Shen Yu. He had been a peaceful old man for 20 years. He grew vegetables. He had a name he made up. Before that, he built the Netherworld Palace out of nothing, which is not a thing you do by being reasonable, and the man who did that was still in there and came out all at once. Tonight, he said, we take Feng back, and if Zhao Wei is present, we take him as well, as an example to others. I watched all of it. Cao San had a nano-robot on his collar, and by the end of that meeting, so did Gu Guo. Then I will wait, I said. He did his own reconnaissance that afternoon because he is cautious, which is why he was 70-something and everybody else in that room was dead. He lay in a tree line outside my manor and listened, and at celestial rank, he can hear a pin at a distance I do not enjoy thinking about, so I let him hear things, not much, a voice through concrete. Enough. That is Feng, he said. That is his voice. He got the location confirmed and the guard rotations, and the fact that the underground level held several great grandmasters and a few dozen grandmasters, and he made his assessment, which was correct, which was that all of that together would not stop him. Then he went away to wait for the small hours. I sat down and did the honest arithmetic on the fight, because that is the part people skip. I had a divine steel body, divine telekinesis, divine lightning, a soul shield, a resurrection stone, and a soul ring, and the cultivation of a great grandmaster with the effective power of something considerably past it. Defeating him, I put at 100%. Killing him, I put at 60 to 70. Those are two entirely different numbers, and everybody who has ever died to a celestial died in the gap between them. At that level, a man can hold himself in the air and travel at a speed that makes pursuit a joke. If he decides to leave, he leaves. And a celestial who has decided to spend the rest of his life hunting one family is not an enemy. He is a climate. Heads of state do not sleep properly with one of those in the country. I would survive it. I have 3 separate things in my chest whose entire function is that I survive it. Everyone I own would not. I had planned, originally, to have my mother's father handle this. He is a celestial, and he is the reason certain borders are where they are. It would have taken him one afternoon, and he would have complained about the drive. He was that week, inspecting a facility that does not appear on maps, and I could not reach him. I tried for 11 hours through 4 separate channels. My aunt I could have reached in 20 minutes. I did not call her. If you want to know the one place where I am not what I appear to be, it is that. I could have had a great grandmaster standing next to me that night, and I decided to do it alone, because in the book, when she went to settle something on my behalf, it broke her, and then it killed her, and I have never once been able to read that chapter twice. The last flicker of the protagonist halo, I said, looking at my phone. The old man comes down early. My grandfather is unreachable on the 1 week of the year, coincidences all arriving on the same evening. That halo does not work on me, it works beautifully on everybody around me. Fine, but I am not a righteous man and I do not follow anyone's rules of engagement. Poison, hidden weapons, lime powder, artillery, armor-piercing rounds, disguise. Then I went and cooked dinner, not for effect, because I wanted to, and because I have a divine culinary skill I have complained about twice in this account, and which I have used approximately 40 times. Wen Ting was staying in the house by then, but that comes later. On that particular evening, it was Fang Yu who kept trying to take the wok off me and a table with too much food on it. I made pagoda pork, which takes 4 hours and which I did in 50 minutes by cheating. 2 hours before I fought a celestial for my entire family's continued existence, I was arguing with a 156-centimeter maid about whether she was allowed to carry the rice. Then I went downstairs. Zhou Long looked up at me from the floor of cell 1. "Good evening," I said politely. "What now?" "I have good news and bad news. Which first?" "Whatever game you are playing." "Then I will choose. The good news is that your master has come down the mountain to rescue you." I let it land. "Are you not delighted?" He did not look delighted. He looked like a man watching a truck come toward a child. "The bad news," I said, "is that an insider told me 11 hours ago, and I have prepared a gift." He said nothing at all. He had learned by then that reacting was the entire product. "You have no curiosity," I said, disappointed. "It is a terrible quality in a person. Here is a hint. Look at my clothes." He looked. I was wearing exactly what he was wearing, torn in exactly the places his was torn, marked in exactly the places his was marked. "What is this?" And then his face changed, because mine had started to. Divine transformation is not a mask. My lips thickened, the bridge of my nose came down, my skin darkened 2 shades, my height dropped by 4 centimeters, with the sounds that implies. The set of my brow rearranged itself into that specific stubborn, tormented thing he has been carrying since he was 22. Then the cartilage in my throat moved, and I spoke, and it was his voice. "Zhou Long," I said with his mouth, "how close is it? Is there anything I have missed?" He is a master of disguise himself. It is in his file. He knows exactly how good the best in the world is, and the best in the world is about 40% of that. "You," he said. "You bastard. You bastard. If you have the nerve, then kill me. You leave my master out of—" "Your master is obligated to avenge you," I said. "After the young one, the old one comes. That is how these stories work." "How am I supposed to sleep if I do not send the pair of you off together?" I sealed his points and moved him into the sealed room next door, which has a door that opens on a timer. I wanted him to see it. "Tonight," I said on my way out, "everything is settled. This life and the last one." Gugo came over the wall at 11 minutes past midnight. He paralyzed the guards at the stairwell rather than killing them, and I want that noted, because it was not mercy, it was tradecraft. A dead man's energy dissipates, and a sensitive nose 2 floors down can smell that. He came into the dark of that corridor and found cell 1 and his student in chains, hanging with his arms out, marked from collar to knee. "Feng, master is here. In a moment we will leave, and then I am going to take this place apart, and then I am going to erase the Zhao family of Yangxia to the last name on the register." He broke a wrist-thick alloy chain with the edge of his hand without disturbing the skin under it, which is a level of control I am still, honestly, impressed by. He lifted him. He put an arm around him. "Foolish child," he said. "This will not be a bad thing in the end. In the future you will," and a door opened behind him, on a timer, and a second Zhou Long walked out of it. Same face, same height, same breathing, same marks in the same places. Guguo stopped mid-word. That is the whole trick, not the disguise. The 1.5 seconds a celestial spends looking at 2 of the same boy, deciding which arm is holding the real one. The hand on his shoulder turned into a claw and locked into the joint, and my other hand came up crackling and went for his heart. He moved about 11 centimeters in the time available, which is why he is a celestial, and everybody else in this account is dead. It went through his left shoulder instead, high, next to the artery. The lightning cauterized it on the way through, which was rude of me. He did not make a sound. He turned his head and looked at me with the calm of a man reading a form. Then the pressure came off him. I have been hit by a great grandmaster at full commitment. That felt like weather. This felt like the moment before a building comes down. The palm strike that followed was enough to scrap an armored vehicle. And then he abandoned it halfway, because the entire ceiling of the room next door had opened up, because I had spent 5 weeks converting that basement into something specific. Behind the walls, on hydraulic mounts, in sequence, there are dozens of automatic anti-materiel guns. The projectiles are larger than my hand. They are from a defense laboratory that has not fielded them yet, and they are roughly 30 years ahead of anything commercially available, and I got them because of who my grandfather is, and because I asked in person. They fire at several hundred rounds a second, and every one of them was pointed at the sealed room where the real Zhou Long was lying. Guguo went into that fire. He got there and put his own aura out around a boy on the floor and held it, and I watched a shield that has stopped every weapon in the civilized world flex and blur and come apart. Meter-thick alloy walls opened like paper. That basement stopped existing as a room and started being a shape, and he stood in the middle of it, catching them out of the air with his bare hands. Then he started flicking them back, with his own force behind them, and each one came at me faster than it had left the barrel. They stopped 1.5 meters from my face, all of them, all at once. They hung there, and then they went to the floor, and there were enough of them to make a sound like rain on a car roof. Telekinesis, said Guguo, at that level, and lightning, both, in one man. He was breathing hard now. Who are you? I applauded him. I did it slowly, and I meant it. As expected of a supreme master of heaven and man as one, I said. Genuinely formidable. And I turned my face back into my own while he watched. He looked at a handsome young man in a good coat where a broken prisoner had been standing. I want to say plainly that the guns were never going to kill him, and I never thought they would. They cost me 11 months of favors, and they existed to make an old man spend energy he was not going to get back. That is what the whole basement was, a machine for making a celestial tired. Zhou Long came round on the floor with his voice destroyed. Master, that is Zhao Wei, that is him, kill him, please. Kill him. Guguo looked at his student and then he looked at me. Very well, Feng, he said. Master will kill this man for you. And then he stopped pacing himself. I put my hand out and every shell casing on that floor, hundreds of them, went up into the air and the lightning melted them together while they hung there, and I brought the whole mass down as one enormous crude blade. It went through a wall of true energy 10 meters wide that he had raised with both hands like a man pushing a mountain. He laughed at that, which was fair, because he had let me break something he was not defending with. He was behind me in the same instant. The palm landed square in the middle of my back. The sound it made was a temple bell in a valley. Zhou Long actually smiled. I saw it on the recording afterward. He was waiting for the part where my body comes apart. How? Said Guguo. His palm had gone numb. His arm had gone numb to the elbow. Something had come up into his mouth from the shock of striking me, which is what happens when you hit a thing that does not move. Got you, I said. I closed my hand on his forearm. And here is what I learned in the 11 minutes that followed, which is the only genuinely useful thing I got out of that night. I am slower than a celestial, considerably. He could go where he wanted, and I could not follow, but he could not break my skin. Not with technique, not with a weapon, not with his whole life's work. So I stopped trying to chase him and started making the room smaller. We fought at a range of about 1 meter for a long time. Every exchange was decided by centimeters. I hit him about 1 time in 6, and every one of them landed, and every time he tried to disengage, I put something at Zhou Long and he had to come back. I want to be clear that I did that on purpose, and I did it 11 times. He was bleeding at the mouth by then. He kept going. A monster, he said at some point. 10 times harder than titanium. The external school takes 40 years for the first level. What are you? Then he sensed the reinforcements arriving above ground, which were mine, and he made a decision. Feng, we are leaving. Zhao Wei comes later. He blew me across the room with a burst of raw energy and turned to pick up the boy. I put 13 mixed poisons in him, I said, and 7 miniature charges. If you leave this building, he dies before you reach the river. He stopped. He put 2 fingers on his student's wrist and read him. Medicine and martial arts are the same discipline at that level. He is not a doctor, but he is not far off, and it took him about 6 seconds to confirm every word. 15 minutes, maybe less. Defeat me, I said, or watch him die. Take your time. There is not very much of it. Ding. Zhou Long's rage burns. Plundered 9,999. Ding. Zhou Long is consumed by hatred. Plundered 9,999. I tossed an antidote bottle from hand to hand while he thought about it, and Zhou Long, from the floor, said the only decent thing anybody said in that basement. Master, go. Do not worry about me. Wait for your moment and kill him, and take the Zhao family apart. And if there is anything left of me anywhere, I will be grateful. In the next life, I will come back as your horse. Guguo shook his head and put a hand on the boy's hair. Foolish child. You called me master. How is a master supposed to stand and watch? And then he said the sentence that made him, in my honest assessment, the only person in this entire story who was better than me. I have no children. You are not simply my successor. You are my grandson. He leaned Zhou Long against the wall carefully, out of the line of everything, and adjusted his position twice so his head was supported. Then he stood up and turned around, and the affection went out of his face like a light going off. Zhao boy, do you truly believe you cannot be killed? He started to swell. That is the only word. The hunched old man in the worn robe put on about 30 centimeters and 40 kilograms in the space of 4 seconds. His arms filled out, his joints cracked, his white hair went blue-black from the roots outward. He came up to about 1 meter 90 and stood there as a man of 40 at the absolute height of his physical life. And the hole in his left shoulder closed over with new pink skin while I watched. Is that the Tianyuan secret technique? I said. He actually paused. Because that is the name of the thing recorded in the half of a nameless ancient manual that his student had memorized and that I had taken out of his student's mouth with a pill 6 days earlier. It is, he said. This is Tianyuan. This is the card that let me own an era. Old man, I said, it is not your era anymore. He crossed the room in one movement and came down with a hand like the 5 fingers of a mountain, and the intention was not to kill me. It was to put me on my knees so he could take the antidote off me. I met it with a hand full of lightning. That was the real fight. The 11 minutes before, it had been a negotiation. Every alloy wall in that basement came apart. The support columns went. Zhou Long told me afterward, when he was still capable of speech, that from where he was lying, it looked like 2 large animals in a small room, and that if the old man had not been deliberately steering the fight away from the corner he was in, the overflow alone would have finished him. He fought a man half his age who could not be cut and did not tire, in a hole in the ground, with 15 minutes on a clock, and he did it well. How is this boy so hard? He said at one point, entirely to himself, and then his eyes changed and went silver, and I felt the temperature of the room drop, and I knew exactly what was coming because I had read it in a paperback in a previous life on a bus. Zhao boy, you are fortunate. You are about to see the strongest killing technique in the Tianyuan secret technique, the God Destroyer. Zhou Long made a sound of pure joy. He knew what that was. It forges intangible divine thought into a blade and throws it. It does not touch the body at all. It annihilates the soul, and it kills celestials, and Gu Guo had needed 20 years alone in the mountains to learn it. The silver gathered into a flying knife about an inch long, and it left him faster than I could describe, trailing light like a falling star, and it went past my hand because my hand was irrelevant, and it went into my forehead. Everything stopped. Gu Guo came out of the technique breathing like a man who has run up a hill. Sweat stood out on his forehead in drops the size of beans. He shrank back into the old man in 4 seconds because that move takes everything he has and then some of what he does not. But he was smiling because I was standing perfectly still and not breathing. Feng, he said, Master will get the antidote now. He turned around and started walking to the boy, and he said something else on the way, something about how he had told him this would not be a bad thing in the end. There was a soft sound behind him. Zhou Long's eyes went wide, and his mouth was still open from smiling, and he never did close it. Gu Guo looked down at his own chest and something moved behind his ribs and stopped. He turned his head with great difficulty. That, I said, was genuinely dangerous, a god destroyer, very impressive. I want to explain why I survived, because it is not clever, and it does not deserve to be dressed up. I have a divine soul shield. I drew it out of a machine 11 days earlier for no reason, along with an invisibility skill I had used twice. And behind that, if that had failed, I have a resurrection stone. And behind that, a soul ring. And behind all 3 of those, I had read the book, and I knew that move existed, and I knew that it was the last thing in that old man's hand, and I had walked into a basement alone specifically because I knew what he had and what he did not. That is the entire reason I did it 1 against 1, not courage, homework. He looked past me, at his student, and the light in his eyes went out slowly, rather than all at once, which I did not enjoy. I put a second strike into him from 4 meters away afterward, because a celestial not being dead is the only mistake in this whole business you do not get to make twice. Then I searched him, and I found a single sheet. It was thin and silver, and it had been in the middle of a fight that had reduced meter-thick alloy to gravel, and there was not one mark on it. The nameless ancient martial cultivation technique. The whole thing. In small old script on 1 page, how to lock a man's vitality at its peak, and how to forge thought into a blade. Both of those are killing techniques. Both of them are also cultivation methods. And in the book, that page is how Zhou Long eventually walks into the land immortal realm and becomes a story people tell. Ding. Child of Destiny, Zhou Long. His master Gu Guo has been killed. Plundered 600,000 destiny value. Ding. Zhou Long's greatest opportunity, the silver page, has been taken. Plundered 1,200,000. Ding. Zhou Long's mentality has collapsed beyond recovery. Plundered 43,311. Ding. Zhou Long's destiny value has reached 0. Child of Destiny status shattered. This individual is no longer a child of destiny. I stood in the wreckage and read the second message 4 times. 1.2 million for a piece of paper. Twice what I got for the living celestial who had been carrying it, which told me something I have thought about a great deal since. A person can fail. A technique cannot. A technique can be copied. It also told me that the piece of old jade I had taken off a fortune teller had been undervalued, and that the heavenly secret chi observation technique still had room to grow in it. Zhao Wei, said Zhou Long, from the wall. He had nothing left in his voice at all. I will follow you as a ghost. I was not afraid of you alive, I said. Come back if you can. I will do it again. There was lightning, and then the room was quiet. I destroyed everything in that basement that could be described as an instrument because I had guests upstairs and I did not want to explain it. Then I changed my shirt and put on cologne and went up the stairs. Wen Ting and Pan Ruyan arrived from opposite directions about 11 seconds later and found me standing in a crater with alloy walls twisted like foil and my hair in place. What? Said Pan Ruyan. You killed a celestial? That is Gu Guo, I said, gesturing at the floor. Master of the Netherworld Palace. They have done a great deal of damage in a number of countries. I dismantled the organization recently, and he came here tonight to kill me for it, and it did not work out. Pan Ruyan is from the capital. She knows exactly what the Netherworld Palace is. There are governments that route around them. And the body on the floor was still putting out enough pressure that standing near it made her hands cold. Ding, Pan Ruyan favorability plus 10. Plundered 30,000. Ding, Pan Ruyan is filled with admiration. Plundered 6,666. Master, said Wen Ting with her eyes enormous. Ting Ting was so worried. Ding, Wen Ting favorability plus 6. Plundered 18,000. Aunt May's phone rang. She looked at it and handed it to me with both hands and something in her face I had not seen before. Young lord, the old master, my grandfather, Zhao Jian, retired to the north coast, meritorious in a way that has an official designation, the man who put the Zhao family back where it had been. Wei, he said, somebody attacked you. Guo explosion in the middle of Shanghai does not stay private, particularly not that one. Every light in the old house in the capital was on. My mother was awake. My father was awake and had left a meeting. Nobody had been able to reach me for 40 minutes, which had gone about as well as you would expect. Yes, I said. Gu Guo, master of the Netherworld Palace. It is finished now. I killed him. There was a silence on that line that went on long enough that I checked the screen. Wei, said my grandfather, in a very careful voice. Who did you kill? Gu Guo. Say it again. I turned the camera around and showed him. My grandfather has seen a great deal. He was quiet for a while, and then he said something to somebody in the room with him that I did not catch, and then he laughed once and told me that the family had produced a killin, and then he hung up on me to call his friends. He told all of them, every single one. Within a week, there were 4 separate versions in circulation in the capital, and I ordered every one of them suppressed, and my grandfather countermanded me twice, and we have never discussed it since. I stood in the garden afterward. Destiny value, 8 million and change. Zhou Long was gone. Gu Guo was gone. The Netherworld Palace was gone. The Dragon King was gone. The War God Alliance was gone. The Country Doctor was gone. The Assassin was gone. The Cashback Boy was gone. The Fortune Teller was gone. And the girl with the God Conquest system was gone. 940 days had been the number. The man who was going to do it had been dead for about 90 minutes. I ought to have felt something at that point, and I've gone back over it several times, and I am fairly sure that what I actually felt was that I was going to be short of about 1.5 million for my system upgrade, which is when the vault alarm went off. I should back up 2 days, because there were people in my house that week who have not been introduced, and one of them is the reason for everything that came after. Wang Fen had started a martial arts club at her university, 40 members, all women, subsidized out of her own allowance, meeting in a volleyball hall through the summer holiday. She called me at 4 in the afternoon, and I could hear the pitch in her voice from the first syllable. You, come to the university, right now. What happened? A first year, from another school. She came to challenge me and she beat me. Twice. A pause. 3 times. The bad guy does not help, I said, unless he is asked nicely. There was a silence, and then some rustling, and then, in a whisper, from behind a hand, good brother, please come and help me. I will make it worth your while. I went. The girl standing in the middle of that hall was about 19, in white training clothes, with a face like a doll and 2 dimples and the enormous unearned confidence of someone who has never once lost. Wang Fen's eyes were red, and she was explaining loudly to everybody that they were not red. Nobody cried, she announced. I did not cry. My eyes are just red. Those are different things. I turned on the heavenly secret technique for 4 seconds. The girl was not a grandmaster. She was innate peak. Innate peak. beating a woman I had personally pushed through innate with pills and instruction 3 times in an afternoon. Fighting above your rank is not a talent, it is a category. Only protagonists and their heroines do that. Come on then, the girl said to me, sticking her chin out. I will give you 3 moves. I am very strong. I am extremely strong. I am not going to fight you, I said. Both of them turned around. Do not think, she said, going red, that because I am a girl. She threw a punch at the air and the air made a noise. See that? That is what that sounds like. Fen will handle you, I said. Fen. Do you want to do this yourself? Wang Fen gave me a look that would have gone through a wall. If she could have handled it herself, she would not have made an offer over the telephone in front of 40 women. Trust me, I said. They cleared the floor. I will give you 3 moves, said the girl. I do not want your 3 moves, said Wang Fen. The girl went across 4 meters like something falling and threw a right at the left shoulder. Wang Fen started to retreat, which was correct, and which was exactly where the follow-up was waiting. And I put my voice into her ear, in a thread of sound nobody else in that hall could hear. Half a step forward, right elbow, up, into the center of the chest. She did it without thinking about it, because she has been trusting my voice for 6 weeks, and she came off her back foot into a step she had no reason to take. The girl went back 3 paces, making a noise like a kettle. Wang Fen was staring at her own elbow. Keep going, I said. 2 steps forward and right. Palm, lower abdomen, straight. Change. 3rd intercostal, higher. Now. The doll-faced girl came off the floor and traveled about 5 meters and landed on her back, and 40 young women made a sound that I could feel in my teeth. Ding. Destiny. Heroine. Wang Fen is overjoyed. Plundered 6,666. I applauded from the side. Congratulations, Fen. You have avenged your honor. She gave me a look that promised a conversation. The whole hall was chanting her name. She dismissed them and announced a celebration dinner for the following evening. Everything on her. Not that evening. The following evening. I noted that, and I made her say it out loud in the corridor afterward, and she has still not forgiven me. The girl caught up with us at the gate. Was that you? Did you do that? She had been running. She had heard Wang Fen ask me how I had done it, and she had put it together in about 4 seconds, which told me she was not stupid, which was going to be useful. Yes, I said. It was me. I was feeding her the moves. Wang Fen stamped on my foot. Why would you admit that? But the girl had expected a denial and had come prepared to be angry about a denial, and instead she got the truth, and it went straight through the gap in her guard. Ding. Destiny heroine detected. Wenting favorability +10. Plundered 30,000. There it is, I said to myself. She stood there working it out. But how? She said. In a fight between people at our level, the difference is 100th of a second. Even if you were telling her, how could you know that early? Your name, I said. You know mine. I am Zhao Wei. Wenting, 19 years and 7 months. Youngest daughter of the Wen family of Jiangnan, which is a military and martial house near the top of the 2nd rank nationally, only just below the sort of family I come from. She started training before she started school. She had a teacher once when she was 10 for a few months, and she has never seen him since. Innate peak at 19 and expected to be a grandmaster before 30 and possibly a great grandmaster eventually, which in that world makes you the pride of a province. Your skill is genuinely excellent, I told her. In this entire country, there are very few people your age who can do what you just did. She lit up like a stadium. Ding. +10. Plundered 30,000. Ding. +10. Plundered 30,000. Ding. +10. Plundered 30,000. I have taken women off protagonists with staged lift accidents, with 100 million yuan loans, with fabricated murder investigations, and with 100,000 roses. That one cost me 3 sentences of accurate praise about her elbow. Then I made it worse, deliberately. Of course, I said, our Fen is also excellent. Wenting, you should know that she only began learning 2 months ago. The girl's mouth came open. 2 months. She has trained since before kindergarten. She had a master. She is a prodigy of a martial family, and she was standing in a car park being told that the woman who had just beaten her had picked it up in 8 weeks. She bowed, formally, fist into palm. Senior, please. Take me as your student. Ting is not afraid of hardship. If I can become as strong as senior, I will do anything. I have a prior engagement, I said. Perhaps another time. And I took Wang Fen's hand and walked away. She squatted down in the corner of that car park and put her head in her hands and started singing a children's song to herself, which I have on video and which I intend to keep. Her guardian, a woman called Song Qing, adopted daughter of the family patriarch and a grandmaster in her own right, pulled my file that evening on the assumption that I was a con man. The Zhao family found out inside 10 minutes and issued a warning with a request for a formal apology. Song Qing read that warning and had to sit down. The next afternoon, a Bentley came up my drive, and a small person got out of it waving with her whole arm. Senior, Luo Luo is back. Song Ching came around the car and bowed almost to her own knees, holding a gift list with both hands. Young Master Zhao, I investigated you without cause, and I apologize without reservation. This is the Wen family's. Ignorance is not a defense, I said, taking it. But Ting Ting and I get along. This once. And then divine perception went off in the back of my head like a hand on my shoulder. Something was in my vault. Aunt May, take Ting Ting to the drawing room and look after her, I said. I will not be long. Then I put my toe into the gravel and went. The southwest corner of my estate is about 400 meters from the front gate. I arrived there before the sound did. The sonic boom rolled back across the lawn about a second later, and every window on the west face of the house rang in its frame, and both of them ducked. Song Ching, a grandmaster who has been in 3 wars, told her patriarch afterward that she had watched a 25-year-old man break the sound barrier using nothing but his body, and that the oldest great-grandmaster in their family cannot do that, and that only a celestial should be able to. Wen Ting grabbed her arm and shook it. Aunt Mo, I told you he was real. Ding, +10, plundered 30,000. Ding, +10, plundered 30,000. I am going to make him teach me to do that, she said, to a driveway. I am absolutely going to learn that. My vault is under the southwest corner. It is reinforced concrete with an alloy liner and a door over a meter thick that several tons of explosive would fail to open. There are innate guards on it around the clock. Dozens of gold bars were missing. The guards were on their faces before I finished coming down the stairs. Young lord, we failed. Punish us. Get up, I said. It is not your fault. Then I looked at the corner of the room where there was nobody. Also, he has not left. They all turned around and looked at an empty corner, and I could feel them deciding I had finally lost it. There was a young man standing there, short, thin, sharp-faced, in a shirt and shorts and trainers that had cost about 40 yuan and a black wristwatch. The void-breaking divine eye does not care about invisibility, and the heavenly secret technique cares even less. Above his head was a black beam, calamity, with heavy crimson wound through it, and threads of gold and purple. Crimson is comeback. Crimson that heavy on a man dressed like that is not a thing you see. Invisibility, I said out loud. Or something like it. Come out on your own or I will be impolite. Nothing. So I closed my hand. He came out of the corner screaming and hit the floor. I had used almost nothing and he was already bleeding at the mouth, which told me he had no cultivation at all. How? He said. How did you see me? What are you? He shut his mouth so hard I heard his teeth. Now, this world has magicians, and it has ninja, and it has sorcerers, and it has 3 separate things that eat people, and I have read the files on all of them, and none of the files contain anything that does what he had just done. And my system had said nothing at all. No destiny value plundered. So he was not a child of destiny. I ran him around the ceiling with telekinesis for a while, in the way you would swing a child, until he was exhausted and had stopped shouting. Still nothing. Not 1 point. So you are not a protagonist, I said, and put him down, disappointed. Investigate him. It took 11 minutes. Dai Song, 22. Unemployed. Gambler. 3 convictions for theft, 1 suspended. I read it out to him and watched his face come apart because he had thought his name was the only thing he had. He had gone through a meter of alloy and a vault door to get in, and he could not have punched his way out of a paper sack. The gold, I said. You have not left the room. Where is it? I hid it outside. I will get it back for you, I swear. You have not left the room. He glanced at his own wrist. It was involuntary, and it lasted about 1/10 of a second. I looked at the watch. It was black in a way that objects are not usually black. It did not reflect the vault lights. It appeared to be absorbing them. I own a storage ring. I know what a spatial item feels like from 3 meters away, and I had never heard of a second one existing in this world, and if there was one, it would not be on the wrist of a man with a suspended sentence for stealing scooters. Everybody out, I said. Then, to him, pleasantly, is it in the watch? Let me see it. He went the color of paper and started hitting his own forehead on my floor. Boss, please, please do not take the watch. I will die. I am not being dramatic. I will actually. I took his hand off at the wrist. I want to be accurate. He did not die from that. He died about 3 seconds later, on the floor, with the watch 4 feet away from him, and there was nothing wrong with him that any doctor could have named. There should be a punishment for wrongdoing, I said, and I did not enjoy saying it as much as I had expected to. I stood over a black watch on a concrete floor for about a minute. Then I called out a guardian I had drawn from the machine months earlier and never used. They come out of the system with no personality and no self-preservation and absolute obedience, which makes them extremely poor conversation and extremely good for this. Pick that up, then put it down. He picked it up, he put it down. Nothing happened. 1 minute, 2, 5. Very well, I said. Put it on, then tell me what you experience. He put it on his right wrist and stood there. There are mechanical sounds, he said in his flat voice, in my mind. Repeat them. He did. Do you wish to understand the meaning of life? Do you truly wish to live? Yes? No? Main God Reincarnation Game, Second Trial, Countdown, 88 days, 13 hours, 14 minutes, 33 seconds. I stood in my own vault and felt my eyelids start to jump. I read 400 web novels in my last life. I read a great many of a specific genre, which is the one where an ordinary person receives an invitation from something enormous and is dropped into a series of worlds, and every one of them is a slaughterhouse, and the survivors come out the other side able to do things. They start as clerks and gamblers and students. They finish somewhere past the point where the word planet is useful. And the man on my floor, who could not fight, who had a criminal record for stealing bicycles, had been through one trial and had come out able to walk through a meter of alloy and become invisible. One trial. Take it off, I said. He took it off and put it on the floor, and about 4 seconds later he was on the floor beside it, and there was nothing wrong with him either. I have a divine medical skill. I could not tell you what killed either of them. It is not a medical event. I put the watch in the storage ring, and I sat down on the steps of my own vault, and I laughed until it echoed. The guards outside told Aunt May about it, and she told me 2 weeks later that they had found it upsetting. I spent all this time, I said, worrying about the immortal emperor type, and what walks into my house is something bigger. Then I stopped laughing and worked. 88 days, which means there was a first trial, and the gap between trials is roughly 3 months, which means the participants are still weak, which means the strongest of them right now is a man like the one on my floor, which means I am not behind, I am ahead, and I have 88 days, and I grow faster than they do. Order 1. Find every person in this country wearing an unbranded black watch. Order 2. Find every person who has recently and inexplicably become dangerous, or lucky, or invisible. Order 3. Accumulate. 10 million and the system upgrades, and I need whatever is on the other side of that. And if none of that works, I said to nobody, then I will collect enough of those watches, take everybody I own, and walk into the game myself and kill whatever is running it. Then I changed my shirt and went upstairs, because there was a 19-year-old girl in my drawing room who represented approximately 100,000 destiny value per hour, and life goes on. Senior, did you finish your business? It was complicated, I said, but I have a plan. Of course you do, she beamed. Senior can do anything. And then she got very serious and stood up and bowed properly. Senior, take me as your student. I do not take students, I said, but when I met Ting Ting I felt a certain destiny. How about this? Pass a test, and I will. She patted her own chest. Any test. 100%. Absolutely no problem. It is very simple, I said. Touch me. Her whole face fell. Senior can break the sound barrier with his body, she said in a small voice. Ting Ting has no chance at all. That is a very hard test. She held up a thumb and forefinger. Could Senior make it a tiny bit easier? Certainly, I said. I will wear a blindfold, and I will stay inside a circle 1 meter across, and I will not strike back. I will only evade. She clapped. I drew a circle 1 meter wide in the concrete of my training floor with a flick of energy and tied a black band over my eyes. I am ready. She came in with both hands out, and I moved 11 centimeters, and she went past me. Half an hour later, she was soaked through and had not touched a thread of my clothing. A meter, she gasped. It is a meter. Should I put something in my ears as well? She nodded like a bird drinking. Half an hour after that, she still had not touched me. She was on her knees with her hands on the floor. 19 years old, innate peak, and she had been going flat out for 61 minutes against a man who was blindfolded, deafened, standing in a circle, and not fighting back. 10 more minutes, I said. If you fail, I will not accept you. She bit her lip until it went white. Ting Ting can do this. And at the 68th minute, I released a colorless powder into the air, which I had drawn from the machine, and which is the reason that entire hour existed. It does one thing. When the body is moving at maximum and is past its own limits, it opens the door. Her ribs made a sound like a rope under load, and every meridian in her opened at once, and the energy in her went from the coarse to the refined, and she broke through in the middle of a lunge. Grandmaster. At 19 years and 7 months. There are fewer than a handful of women in this country who have done that before the age of 20. It is the sort of thing families put in the register in red ink. She was so surprised that she forgot to stop lunging, and she went into me at full speed, and both of us went over. Senior. Luo Luo did it. Luo Luo touched. You did, I said. You did very well. She lay there for a second, looking up at me from about 11 centimeters away, and then she kissed my cheek and immediately went the color of a fire door and rolled off me and started apologizing to the floor. I did not mean it. I did not mean to. It is only, Ting Ting feels very warm, I do not know why. I was briefly impressed. Most people react to that powder considerably worse. It appears that being genuinely uncomplicated is a form of armor. It is nothing, I said, helping her up. You passed. You are my student now. A teacher is a father. That was a sign of closeness. Yes. Yes, she nodded. Master. No, wait. She frowned. Master sounds old. Can I call you Master Brother? You may call me anything you like. Ding. Wenting, total favorability 70. You have just broken through, I said. You need to consolidate, which takes several days of stillness. My house is quiet. Stay here rather than losing 3 days on the road to Jiangnan. Master Brother. She stopped. The test. It was not a test, was it? You were breaking me through the whole time. A trivial trick. She looked at me for a moment with an expression that I have seen on exactly 2 other faces in my life, and both of them belonged to people who would have died for me. That is not a trivial trick, she said. That is the kindest thing anyone has ever done for me. She skipped out of that room to call her family. I stood there and watched her go and thought, in an entirely businesslike way, that she had 6 senior sisters somewhere, and that 6 senior sisters means 1 man in the middle. Then I went to cook dinner, because a celestial was coming that night, and I wanted a good meal first. There is one more thing from that night, and it is the reason my life became complicated in a way no celestial managed. While Guguo was lying in a tree line outside my wall counting my guards, Pan Ruyan was climbing my balcony. Wen Ting had called her senior sister that evening to share the good news. Second senior sister, I have taken a new master. That is nice. Who? Jia Wei. There was a noise on that line like a chair going over. No, Ting Ting. Absolutely not. You cannot be near that man. It is not safe. Get out of that house tonight. Second senior sister. Wen Ting has the specific stubbornness of the very sincere. Master Brother is the best person I have ever met. He broke me through to Grandmaster. He cooked me dinner. You are not allowed to say things about him. My silly Ting Ting, your senior sister would not lie to you. He is genuinely a bad man. Then say why. And Pan Ruyan could not, because the actual answer was an evening in my living room involving a sofa, a video file, and a conversation about my aunt, and she was not going to say any of that out loud to a 19-year-old. I am coming to get you, she said, and hung up. She was over my wall inside 40 minutes. She is Grandmaster Peak, and she is genuinely good at it. My perimeter picked her up before she cleared the hedge, and Aunt May had a team on her inside 11 seconds, and I told them to leave her entirely alone, so she got to the 3rd floor balcony outside Wen Ting's window, expecting to find something terrible. And what she saw through the glass was me, in a white shirt buttoned to the collar, extremely correct, working the muscles of Wen Ting's calf. The girl had spent 68 minutes at maximum output. There were micro tears through both legs and a strained channel behind the left knee, and if you leave that, it becomes permanent, and I have a divine medical skill and an ointment that costs several million yuan per gram to make. I have known Pan Ruyan long enough to know exactly what she thought she was looking at, and I know that because I could see her face in the glass. She got about 11 seconds into deciding what to do about it. Then I said, without looking up, Ting Ting, your second senior sister, tell me about her. Sister Ruyan? The girl's voice was blurry with pain relief. She is wonderful. She looks after me. She has looked after me since I was 15. I moved my thumbs. There is something I should probably say, but it may not be my place. On the balcony, Pan Ruyan went completely still. Master Brother, just say it. I have known Pan Ruyan for a long time, I said. She has certain preferences. She is very fond of women, so you should be a little careful, that is all. Wen Ting made a noise like a punctured tire. Outside, in the dark, in the cold, 4 floors up, a woman from one of the great houses of the capital opened her mouth and closed it again with nothing coming out of it at all. But, said Wen Ting, wrestling with it, but Ting Ting likes men. Ding. Wen Ting favorability +5. Plundered 15,000. Ding. Wen Ting, feeling guilty for having doubted you, favorability increased significantly. Plundered 6,666. That is the actual mechanism, by the way, and it is worth understanding. She had suspected me for 11 seconds because of her sister's phone call, and then had felt ashamed of herself for suspecting a man who had cooked for her, and shame converts to trust at a rate I would not have believed if I had not watched the numbers. Also, I said, her strength is genuinely good. Grandmaster Peak. She will reach Great Grandmaster within a year or 2, and there are perhaps 40 people in this country who can say that. Ding. Pan Ruyan favorability +1. Plundered 3,000. She was, at that moment, hanging off a balcony rail thinking, well, at least he has some judgment. Although, I said, aiming to be Pan Ruyan is not ambitious. She will make Great Grandmaster at 30, which is respectable if you are an ordinary person. If my student takes 30 years to do it, I will disown her on the spot. Ding. Pan Ruyan is grinding her teeth. No value plundered, because rage is not the same as attention. Master brother. Wen Ting, near tears. Ting Ting will work hard. Ting Ting will not disappoint you. She did not think it was unfair. She thought it was faith. Ding. +3. Plundered 9,000. Then I took the vermilion fruit out of the ring. It is the size of a fist, and it looks like red jade with a lamp inside it, and the smell of it went through that room and out through the glass. And Wen Ting sat up so fast, she pulled something. On the balcony, Pan Ruyan had her face about 4 centimeters from the window. 100-year vermilion fruit, I said. A Grandmaster Peak who eats one of these becomes a great Grandmaster the same night. It also cleans the marrow, which is worth more than the breakthrough. Pan Ruyan has been stuck at Grandmaster Peak for 4 years. She had asked me to sell her pills a week earlier, and I had refused and been unforgivably rude about her face. I put it back in the ring. They are hard to come by, I said. But if Ting Ting makes me happy, I will consider giving her one eventually. Master brother. Wen Ting was radiant. You are too good to Ting Ting. Ting Ting does not know how to repay you. You are my student. Of course I am good to you. We can discuss repayment later. Outside, in the dark, a 29-year-old woman from the capital who has broken 3 engagements and made 2 men move abroad, sat down on my balcony floor with her back against the rail and ate her own heart for about 4 minutes. Then she came through the window. Through it. Not open. Through. Shenanyu. Stop that at once. Wen Ting scrambled behind me and pulled a blanket up to her chin because she had spent the last 20 minutes being told her second senior sister was a menace. Pan Ruyan looked at her doing that, and something went across her face that I felt slightly bad about. If I did not come, she said, you foolish girl, you would be eaten alive and you would not even notice. Second senior sister. Wen Ting puffed out her cheeks. Do not slander master brother. He is kind to me. Why would he lie to me? Why would he take advantage of me? Do not talk nonsense. A pause. I respect you very much, but if you keep slandering master brother, Ting Ting will fight you. I mean it. Then she pressed her face into my shoulder. Master brother, do not be angry. Second senior sister has simply misunderstood. She is a good person really. She is just prejudiced. Pan Ruyan's face did something remarkable. Wen Ting, you are a young woman. Have some sense of propriety. Being someone's student does not mean you let him do. Master brother was helping me absorb the ointment, said Wen Ting, going red but standing her ground. For my meridians, you have misunderstood. Prejudice is a mountain, second senior sister. Please do not be a mountain. I have never in my life heard a better sentence come out of anybody. Pan Ruyan turned on me. Zhao Wei, is there any point at all in doing this to a child? I sighed and shook my head at her, sorrowfully. Pan Ruyan, I said. Ting Ting is right. Your prejudice is genuinely excessive. She narrowed her eyes. Is all of this, I said, gently, because I found out you have feelings for my aunt Guo Ruoxi, and you have been unable to look at me since? Wen Ting's head came round so fast I heard it. For the sake of the years our families have known each other, I continued. I did not tell her. I tried to persuade you to step back from a path that will end badly, and you have treated me like an enemy ever since. Ruyan, recognize your mistake while there is time, otherwise I will have to tell her, and I think you know how she would take it. Wen Ting's mouth was open. Second senior sister. That is very serious. Master brother has been covering for you. You should stop before you make it worse. There is a specific silence that happens when a person understands that they have no move. And then Pan Ruyan did the smartest thing anybody has done in this entire account. She switched the board. Her eyes filled up. Actually filled. 2 seconds from nothing, which is a professional skill. Zhao Wei, she said thickly, have you forgotten what you did to me the last time we were alone? Wen Ting went white. And now you are doing this to my little sister as well. A tear went down. It was a good one. Is that what you want? All of us? Every single one? She turned to Wen Ting, and her voice cracked in exactly the right place. Ting Ting. Do you know how it felt to walk in and see that? She let it hang. Please, do not be so close to him. For me. It was superb. She had converted an unwinnable position into a claim of prior ownership in about 11 seconds, and she had done it without saying a single sentence that was technically untrue. And Wen Ting, who is 19 and honest and has never lied about anything, went very quiet and looked at the floor and said, Second senior sister, Ting Ting understands. I will keep my distance from master brother from now on. Pan Ruyan permitted herself a very small glance at me over the girl's head, which said, I believe, checkmate. So I reached out and took her wrist and pulled her in. Ruyan, I said tenderly, I was wrong. I am sorry. Let me make it up to you. And I kissed her in front of her own little sister. She got about half a syllable out. Ding. Pan Ruyan favorability +1. Plundered 3,000. She fought like a cat in a bag for 11 seconds and then stopped, and I want to state clearly that the reason she stopped is that a Grandmaster peak cannot break a great Grandmaster's hold, and I want to state equally clearly that 11 seconds is a very short time to reach that conclusion. Luo Luo, she managed. Help me. Wenting covered her eyes with both hands. Grandfather says never to interfere in family matters, she said. Second senior sister, Ting Ting cannot get involved between you and Master Brother. Even an honest official cannot judge a household. Quarrels at the head of the bed are settled at the foot of it. She was watching through her fingers the entire time, both eyes open. Absolutely enormous. I let go eventually. It is late, I said. You two have not seen each other in a long time. Talk, get some rest. I am going out. Because Guguo had just come over my wall. I touched Pan Ruyan's forehead on the way past, which was the most insulting thing available to me at short notice, and I went downstairs to fight a celestial. The last thing I heard on the stairs was Wen Ting, in the tone of a scientist. Second senior sister, what does kissing feel like? You seem to enjoy it. Who enjoyed it? You definitely did. Ting Ting could tell. Afterward, in the ruins, with a dead celestial 4 meters away, Pan Ruyan looked at me with an entirely new expression, and her favorability went up by 10, and within the hour, my aunt arrived. Guo Ruoxi had been on an operation 2 hours outside the city and had come at a speed that suggests she used something she was not supposed to. She got both arms around me and then held me at arm's length and started checking me over, which is a thing she has done since I was 6. Wei. Something like this, and you did not call me. Pan Ruyan, standing behind her, saw an opportunity to get her own back on me and took it, and it was the single largest mistake of her life. Ruoxi, she said sweetly. Wei did not tell you because he was worried about you. You are no match for the master of the Netherworld Palace, and you would have been hurt. The child meant well. The child. She said it twice. I raised an eyebrow at her. Aunt, I said. Royan is right. I could handle Guguo alone. I did not want you hurt. Guo Ruoxi tapped my forehead with one finger. So you think your aunt is useless now? Never. My aunt is unmatched. She shook her head at me, and then she looked around at the crater and the twisted alloy and the ground that looked like it had been shelled, and something went out of her face. I came past the fight on the way in, she said quietly. Walls a meter thick, crushed like tofu. Wait, you have passed me. And then she paused. Wait, she turned around. Royan? I put an arm around Pan Ruyan's shoulders before she could move. Auntie, I said. Royan and I are together. I have never seen a human face do what Guo Ruoxi's face did. Pan Ruyan made a small sound. She had spent 20 years not telling that woman one specific thing, and the only reason she had never told her was that she could not survive losing her, and now the situation was about to be described to her by somebody else incorrectly, in a way she could not correct without telling the truth. Ruoxi, listen, it is not. No need. No need. My aunt's whole face opened up. I understand. I completely understand. Ruyan, it is fine. She took Pan Ruyan by both hands. I have no objection at all. I am absolutely delighted. I have wondered for years which lucky man would ever be good enough for you, and it turns out to be my own nephew. Pan Ruyan tried 3 separate times to construct a sentence. You are a few years older, Guo Ruoxi said, patting her hand. But they say a wife 3 years older brings good fortune, and I have known you for 20 years, and I know exactly what you are worth. Family, strength, looks, character. You are a good match for him. I will handle his parents. Then she winked at me over Pan Ruyan's shoulder, and the wink said, Good nephew, I did not know you had it in you. It is late, my aunt said, stretching. I have been on an operation for 3 days. I will take a room and leave you two to it. Ziyue. Pan Ruyan grabbed her sleeve with both hands. Let me sleep in your room. I have so much to tell you. I am not going to be the villain here, said my aunt, extracting herself, and she was actually grinning. If you two have a disagreement, settle it between yourselves. If you truly cannot, then come and find me. She pointed at me on her way out. Wei, do not bully her too much. The door closed. Pan Ruyan stood in the middle of my guest room in her stolen fiction and did not move for a while. Why, she said eventually. Did you lock that? It is late, I said. I am going to sleep. She backed into the bedside table. I want to be precise about the next part, because it matters more than it looks. She threatened to scream. She said Guo Ruoxi was 11 meters away and would come. She was entirely prepared to burn 20 years of friendship to the ground rather than lose, and I could see her deciding to do it. So I sat down on the end of the bed and said, Do not worry, I have never in my life forced a woman, and I am not about to start. It would be embarrassing. Consider my circumstances. Ding. Pan Ruyan favorability +3, plundered 9,000. She let a breath out and then immediately looked furious with herself for having let it out. Vain, she said. You are so vain. If I wanted women, I said, there would be a queue. I do not need to make anybody do anything. She thought about it and could not find a hole in it, and that visibly annoyed her more than anything else that evening. There was one bed. I will take the floor, she said. If my aunt learns I made you sleep on a floor, she will remove my ears, I said. The bed is enormous. Stay on your side. I will stay on mine. She lay down at the absolute edge of it in a purple robe with a blanket wound around her like a rope and watched me for over an hour, and after about 70 minutes she heard my breathing go long and slow. So he actually is exhausted, she whispered to the ceiling with enormous satisfaction. He fought a celestial. Of course he is. It was not working after all. She covered her mouth and laughed silently at the ceiling, then her eyes went very wide. Ding. Pan-Ruyan favorability +1, plundered 3,000. Ding. +3, plundered 9,000. By morning her total was 69, which is 13 points in one night from a woman who had arrived intending to remove a child from my house. She left at 9, walking with an unusual amount of dignity, and told me on the way out that she would remember this. You are welcome to come back for revenge, I said. Wear the cheongsam, it suits you. Ding. +1, plundered 3,000. Ding. +1, plundered 3,000. Ding. +1, plundered 3,000. My aunt was at the breakfast table with tea and an insufferable expression. Wei, you actually did it. You won Ruyan over. You are my finest nephew. Only with Auntie's help, I said. Your aunt is good to you, she said. When you two marry, I want an enormous red envelope. A door slammed upstairs. Guo Roxy's eyes crinkled. Go up and comfort her. This is when a woman's affection increases the fastest. Go on. Auntie, I said, how do you know this? She rolled her eyes at me and held up her phone. I looked at what she had been searching, and I had to sit down. Chen Na broke a man's nose that week, and it made me 1 million destiny value. She had been blacklisted after the director in the car, which is how that industry punishes a no. Not formally, nobody writes anything down. Her agent simply stopped getting calls back, and she went back to doing crowd work, standing in a costume for 14 hours for 200 yuan. She got onto a set on a big production, 500 million yuan of somebody else's money, and a jealous second lead put a hand in her back at exactly the right moment, and she stepped on a man's shoe. The shoe belonged to He Jian. He Jian is the heir of the He Corporation, which is the second largest private group in this country after my mother's, and he is famous for being the coldest man in the Shanghai entertainment industry, and everyone on that set stopped breathing. Woman, he said, you are playing with fire. She was, at that moment in her own head, buying a martial art. Master, 3,000 points. Top-tier Wing Chun, entertainment domination system, confirmed, nah. He reached for her wrist, and she hit him about 10 times before his security could move. The stunt coordinator on that set told everyone he met for a month that he had watched a 150-centimeter drama student throw 10 clean strikes in 1 second, and that it was better than anything he had ever seen on film. She ran. He Yan stood there with a handkerchief against his face, watching her go, and said, You have my attention. You cannot run from that. And in the shadows at the edge of the lot, a woman in a crew jacket who works for me made a note and sent it up the chain. Chen Na then spent an entire evening searching the internet for how to ask a man you barely know for help, and receiving from the internet exactly the quality of advice you would expect. She had decided I was a lucky star. Her system had told her so, repeatedly, in a slightly desperate voice. She did not need to ask in the end, because I turned up. 2 days later, the second lead, a woman named Sun Ji, who had built an entire career out of playing wicked young mistresses and had gradually stopped acting, planted a jewelry necklace worth over 1 million yuan in Chen Na's bag and then loudly noticed it was missing. By the time I got there, they had her in the middle of a circle. Empty the bag, said Sunjai, if you have nothing to hide. Chen Na was biting her lip hard enough to hurt and reaching for the zip because she genuinely believed the bag was empty, and He Jin was standing 11 meters away with a frown on, about to intervene 1 crucial second too late. A necklace worth 1 million, I said from the doorway. Is that supposed to be interesting to my Na? 200 people turned around. Somebody from production stepped forward to tell me I was not authorized to be on that lot, and then stopped walking and could not remember why he was standing up. I crossed the floor, put an arm around a 21-year-old drama student, and said into her ear, Do not struggle and do not think. You are my girlfriend. Play along. She did not struggle. She has excellent instincts. Ding. Daughter of Destiny Chen Na, romance line drastically altered, plundered 100,000. Then He Jian, chief executive of the He Corporation, the most feared man in that industry, walked across his own set and bowed to me from the waist. He Jian of the He family of Shanghai greets young master Zhao. The noise that set made was not a human noise. Sunji's legs stopped working and she went down on the floor and confessed the entire thing in about 9 seconds, in detail, including where she had bought the necklace and why. Because the thing about evidence is that it only matters when the outcome is in doubt. I have been jealous of her since the first week, she said to the floor. I put it in her bag. I did it. It was me. The crew instantly discovered that they had always believed in Chen Na's innocence and that Sunji had always struck them as untrustworthy, and several of them said so at volume. He Jian terminated her contract on the spot, filed criminally for false accusation, and offered me any compensation I cared to name. I named 3 small ones and let him keep his dignity, and then I patted him on the shoulder and told him to call me Brother Zhao. Ding. Male lead of destiny, He Jan. Favorability plus 30. Plundered 90,000. Ding. Plus 10. Plundered 30,000. Ding. Plus 10. Plundered 30,000. Ding. Plus 10. Plundered 30,000. I looked at those messages with genuine bewilderment for a moment. Favorability is not only romantic, it counts family, friendship, and gratitude, which is why my maid maxed out and why my student is at 70 without either of us doing anything improper. It is, however, deeply strange to watch a rival male lead's number go to 68 because you were nice to him in front of his staff. I did not kill him. He is a fishing hook. That particular character type attracts daughters of destiny the way a lamp attracts moths, and I would rather he kept doing it where I can see. Ding. Daughter of destiny, Chen Na. Primary romance line completely collapsed. Plundered 300,000. In the car afterward, she was straightforward with me, which I appreciated. Young Master Zhao, you already have a girlfriend, Pan Meng. I am not going to be a third party. Take my first kiss as payment for today. I will repay the rest properly when I am somebody. Repay with your body, I suggested. If you did not have a girlfriend, she said laughing, that would not be impossible. But you do, so I am not thinking about it. Career first. A bet, I said. What if Pan Meng agrees? No woman on earth agrees. What if she does? Then fine. She folded her arms. But if she shows even a flicker of jealousy, you let me go, and you never bring it up again. I dialed Pan Meng on speaker. Brother Zhao, Yina and I are shopping. Are you coming? Meng, do you remember Chen Na from the badminton? Chen Na? Of course. Tiny thing, enormous, she caught herself. Talent. Why? Have you taken a liking to her? I knew it. You are such a womanizer. There was no chance you were going to leave that one alone. Do you need help getting her? Have you run into difficulties? Chen Na's mouth was open. But it is agreed that I am the elder sister, said Pan Meng, and she is the younger. I am not negotiating on that. I hung up. Chen Na sat there for a while. Your girlfriend, she said, is a very frightening person. Then she called her own system, urgently, in her head. Master, system, buy me strength, any strength, entertainment domination system. The system is currently undergoing maintenance. She told me that part herself, later, and I have never laughed harder at anything in my life. Her cheat code had watched a great grandmaster dismantle a celestial and had decided that the safest available position for its owner was under my arm and had then invented a maintenance window rather than help her leave. Ding. Daughter of Destiny Chen Na. Heavy losses sustained. Plundered 100,000. Ding, ding, ding. 10 million destiny value reached. Destiny plunder system upgrading. I sat down in the middle of my own living room and told the staff to go home. Ding. Upgrade successful. New function unlocked. Accumulate 10 million destiny value in a single lottery for a super divine rank reward. 1,000 pull, I said. 1,000 of them. Go. 1,000 lights came up. Then another 1,000. Then 8 more. Mostly white. Nutritional happiness. 42 more cases. A limited collector's edition of a video game, which I gave to Guo Tai, who screamed. Purple. A scatter. And then the gold started. Divine rank leg technique, with lightness built into it, which closed the single hole in my entire kit. Guguo could have left that basement at any point, and I could not have followed him, and that had been keeping me awake. Divine rank bartending. I want that recorded. I spent 1,000 destiny value and received a divine level ability to make cocktails. Divine rank Child of Destiny positioning card, which is the upgraded version, and which does not fire at random. It targets. You can say a name, or you can say, find me the protagonist connected to that woman, and it will. Divine wind, divine wood, divine water, divine swordsmanship, divine rank experience driver, which I am not going to discuss. Divine rank curse charm, single use. And here is the important line, which took me a while to absorb. A single-use divine item is over 10 times the strength of a permanent one. This one, the description said, cannot be resisted even by a land immortal. 1,000-year vermilion fruits. and a divine rank master servant contract, which I looked at for a long time and then rewrote. I do not want slaves. Slaves are a security problem with extra steps. What I built out of it instead was an oath seal, which runs both ways. She cannot move against me. I cannot abandon her. And the day she stops being useful, I still have to keep my end, which is the entire point, because a person who knows you cannot discard them will tell you the truth. I put that on Chen Na, with her sitting in front of me, having explained every clause. She read it twice, which impressed me, and then she signed. You want to own the entertainment industry, I said. So I am going to give it to you. Directors, writers, scripts built for you specifically, within a year, globally. No. She shook her head. I want to do it myself. You are my woman, I said, in the voice that industry people use. Understand? She bit her lip and went quiet. And inside her head she vowed to work 4 times as hard so that when it happened it would be at least half hers, which is, of course, exactly what I wanted, and which is why I said it that way. Then I opened the last box. Ding, super divine rank reward obtained. Love, infinite teleportation. I read the name 3 times with a growing sense of dread. Then I read the description. Instantly teleport to the side of any Destiny heroine or daughter of Destiny whose favorability toward you is 90 or above, regardless of distance or environment. May also instantly teleport such a person to your side. Cannot be interrupted by attack. I sat there for a while, regardless of environment, meaning a sealed room. Meaning underwater. Meaning, if I am reading this correctly, a space station. Cannot be interrupted by attack, meaning that at the exact instant something arrives that I cannot survive, I am somewhere else, and there is no counterplay and no cast time to punish. And the second half is worse for everybody else because it means I can bring them to me, all of them, at once, from anywhere on the planet. He Ying Yue is a great grandmaster and rising. Wang Fen is innate and climbing at a rate that alarms her instructors. Chen Na, given fans, has no visible ceiling at all. Wen Ting will be a great grandmaster before she is 25. In 5 years, I will be able to put 6 of the strongest women on this continent around one enemy in the time it takes to blink. Like a lion, I thought. The lion does not hunt. The lionesses hunt. The lion watches and eats first, and is universally described as the king of the animals. And the practical effect was immediate, because I had spent 4 months anchored to Shanghai for the simple reason that Shanghai is where the protagonist density is highest. Now I could be in Huadu in the morning, Nanjing at lunch, and home for dinner. I tested it on Chen Na, who was asleep 2 floors up, and confirmed that Daughters of Destiny have a favorability score 2, even though the interface does not show it, because it worked. Then I tested it on Pan Meng, who was in her dormitory washing her hair, and who assumed for 11 seconds that a man had broken into her bathroom, and who then recognized the cologne and relaxed and demanded that I dry her hair. Guyina came back from a lecture, saw me holding a hairdryer, and gave me a look of profound betrayal. Brother Zhao, have I come at a bad time? No, I said. You have come at exactly the right time. Then I sat down and did the thing I had been saving the divine positioning card for. Locate, I said. The child of destiny connected to Pan Ruyan and Wen Ting. Ding. Located. Display detailed intelligence? Ding. Name, Zhou Feng. Age 19. Background. Child of Destiny of the novel 7 Goddess Senior Sisters. Reincarnation of Wang Hao, Lord of the Sword Palace, the greatest human being alive 500 years ago, who broke into the land immortal realm with a sword and was called the Myth of 1,000 Years. Wang Hao, seeking to go beyond land immortal, tested his sword against every school on this continent and found nobody who could stand in front of it. So he turned to music, then chess, then calligraphy, then painting, then medicine, then divination, then astrology, trying to comprehend everything. He failed at every single one. At the end of a very long life, he released a technique called the 9 Swords of Heaven, which stunned the age and got him half a step further, and then he died of being old. 500 years later, he came back as a 19-year-old, cultivation, great grandmaster peak, able to fight above his rank. In a life or death crisis, temporarily manifests the combat power of a land immortal from his previous life. Abilities. Divine rank swordsmanship, the 9 Swords of Heaven, medicine, divination, astrology, music, chess, calligraphy, painting, personality, beneath the harmless and pleasant exterior, extremely possessive. A dragon has 1 scale that must not be touched, and touching it is fatal. Items, a letter, the heaven-asking sword, related heroines, eldest, Pei Changli, second, Pan Ruyan, third, Ouyang Qing, fourth, Zhou Liu, fifth, Yuan Shui, sixth, He Meng, seventh, Wen Ting, destiny value, 10 million. I read the last line, and then I got up and poured myself a drink. And then I read it again. 10 million. Everything I had taken in 4 months, from 9 protagonists, from a country doctor and an assassin and a war god and a fake young master and a dragon king and a fortune teller and the boy the entire book was named after, came to 10 million, and I had just spent all of it. He had that much sitting in him, at 19, unspent, and he was, at that moment, somewhere in a valley, being hit with a stick. Direct confrontation is unwise, I said to my own reflection. Cleverness only. Then I said the sentence that has held this entire enterprise together since the first night. The dangerous thing about a child of destiny is not his strength, it is the halo. And the halo is made of destiny value. Take the value and there is nothing left standing inside it. And I looked at that list of 7 names again. Second, Pan Ruyan, who was already dripping 3 points at a time into my account and did not know why. 7th, Wenting, who was asleep in my east wing. 7, I said. He has 7. That is disgraceful. That is a genuinely appalling way to behave. I finished my drink. I will be taking all of them. He was in a valley in the far southwest, in fog, surrounded by birdsong, and he was running for his life. Eldest. I was wrong. I was wrong. Mercy. Sword energy went past him and through a tree several meters thick and into a boulder taller than a man and left a line in the ground behind it. He was going about it in a very undignified way, all elbows and shrieking, and he was also covering 100 meters in under 2 seconds. He got behind a rock and put a hand on his chest. 973rd attempt to observe eldest bathing. Failed. He sighed with his whole body. When will I ever see it? My life is a tragedy. Zhou Feng, come out. He came out immediately, holding both of his own ears. Pei Chengli was standing in the clearing in a black and white robe with her hair up and a wooden pin through it, and every centimeter of her covered, and she is the most beautiful woman I have ever seen a photograph of, and I say that as a man who lives with several professional candidates. She is also a celestial. She is called the female sword immortal. Some years ago, 3 celestials of an organization called the Martial God Hall came into that valley, and she broke through in the middle of it and drove all 3 of them out and badly wounded one. Everybody in the martial world has heard that story. That story is why nobody goes into that valley. She put a blade against her junior's throat. Look again and I will kill you. He grinned at her, entirely unafraid, because he has known since he was 14 that she will not, and he knows exactly what that means, and she does not. Understood, eldest. It will never happen again. She looked at him for a while. Zhou Feng, leave the valley. His face fell off. What? No. I am not going anywhere. I am staying here with eldest. You have wanted to leave since you were 16. That was before. Your temperament is not suited to seclusion, she said. You cannot bear loneliness. You will never advance in here. Go and find your other 6 senior sisters. Come back when you are a celestial. She paused. And I have found you a job. She turned toward a woman standing at the edge of the clearing in gray-green field gear with a face like a knife. This is Guo Ruoxi, chief instructor of the Fire Phoenix Special Forces and a senior official of the Special Department. Our master helped found that department. I served in it myself. My aunt inclined her head to her. Working with Fairy Pei, she said, was an unforgettable experience. And Zhou Feng, 19, standing between 2 of the most dangerous women alive, said, Sister Guo, let us make a bet. If I win, you become my wife. Guo Ruoxi's eyebrows came up and her face turned to ice, and she opened her mouth to end that conversation. And then she stopped, and something crossed her face that I have never seen on it, and she began, very slightly, to nod. Her phone rang. She stepped away to answer it. Auntie, I said. It is nothing important. I saw a fortune teller this morning as a joke, and he said your luck is poor at the moment and to be careful about agreements for the next few days. I thought it was funny. Ignore it. You called, said my aunt, to tell me a fortune teller said something. Yes. There was a pause. All right, she said. I will be careful. She hung up, walked back into that clearing, and declined the bet flatly. Ding, child of destiny. Zhou Feng is furious, plundered 9,999. He actually slapped his own leg. Who called her? Who calls somebody at a moment like that? Here is what nearly happened there, and it is the single most important mechanic in this entire story. A child of destiny with 10 million destiny value does not persuade people. He suppresses their luck. Intelligent, careful, experienced people standing near one of those find themselves agreeing to things, and they cannot afterward explain why. And the explanation is that for about 4 seconds they were not entirely operating their own head. Villains lose to protagonists this way constantly. So do heroes. So do the heroines, which is why so many of those books contain a woman who despised him on Monday and adores him on Friday for no stated reason. It does not work on me. The title covers that. I am the one thing in this world that Halo cannot reach. It works on absolutely everybody I love. And the only reason my aunt did not marry a stranger in a valley that afternoon is that I had a nano-robot on her collar and a phone in my hand. I have thought about that a great deal since. He left the valley reluctantly, followed my aunt to a facility in the desert with no name, was signed into the special department, and then abandoned the posting inside a day and went looking for his 6 senior sisters. He crossed 60 kilometers of desert in an afternoon, which is what a great Grandmaster Peak does, and he saw an oasis on the horizon. And then about 400 kilograms of buried explosive went off underneath him. He came out of the fire and the dust with a shield up, entirely unharmed and extremely annoyed, and immediately assumed he had walked into an unmarked munitions dump. Then he looked around. Dozens of concentrated wind blades came in from every direction at once, carrying sand at a speed that turned it into abrasive, and several miles away a row of barrels came up out of the ground. Hundreds of shells landed on that position over the next 11 seconds. The crater afterward was 5 or 6 meters deep, and the sand at the bottom had turned to glass. Nothing moved for 2.5 hours. Then a head came up out of the sand at the bottom of the crater, spitting. "Where is the person responsible?" he said to an empty desert. He was not injured. He had never been in danger. He had gone under the sand deliberately, and he had lain there for 2.5 hours completely still, because he is not stupid, and because whoever spends that much ordnance always comes to look at the body. I did not come to look at the body. I was 4 miles away, with a telescope and a flask of tea. He climbed out eventually, brushed himself off, and got about 11 steps before his legs stopped working. The sand was poisoned. Every grain of it, for 300 meters in every direction, had been soaked for a week in a colorless, odorless compound out of the divine poison cannon, and he had been lying face down in it for 2.5 hours breathing through it. The artillery was never a weapon. The artillery was an argument for lying still. "Not bad," I said, to a telescope. "Unfortunately, the formula needs spirit medicine that is several hundred years old to reach full strength, and I do not have any, so this will not kill him." I could feel it. He was still alive down there. So I stayed to watch what he would do, because what I actually wanted from that afternoon was to see the thing in his file. The wind came up, the sand went black against the sky, and Zhou Feng opened his eyes, and they were not his eyes. He stood up slowly, and the way he stood up was wrong. The frivolous 19-year-old who had spent his morning trying to see a woman in a bath was gone, and what was standing in that crater was something that had ruled an era 500 years ago and had been bored for most of it. He looked directly at me, 4 miles, through a hill. "Sword," he said. "Come." And several thousand blades came out of the air. I activated Love Infinite Teleportation before the first of them was halfway. I arrived in my own bedroom, 1,200 kilometers away, standing next to a small maid who had fallen asleep waiting up for me, still holding a telescope. The place where I had been standing received the equivalent of a sustained artillery barrage in under 2 seconds. He crossed those 4 miles in about 10 seconds, which is a form of movement I have only read about, and found trenches in the rock and no body. Ding. Child of Destiny Zhou Feng. His effort was in vain, and he is bewildered. Plundered 29,999. He stood in that field of trenches for a long time. Then he raised his energy, and the poison came out of him. All of it. In under 15 minutes, he expelled a compound that would have killed 100 whales, and then his eyes rolled up and he dropped where he stood, because the thing that had been driving him had finished and gone away and left him lying in a desert with no memory of any of it. That is the file. In a life or death crisis, temporarily manifests the combat power of a land immortal. And when I checked the wording again, there was no limit on the number of times. I sat on my own bed with a telescope in my hand and understood, properly, for the first time, that I could not kill this one. Not with poison, not with artillery, not with 100 grandmasters. Every single method I own is a life or death crisis, and a life or death crisis is the trigger. So I took out the dark red talisman. Divine rank curse charm. Single use. 10 times the strength of a permanent divine item. Cannot be resisted even by a land immortal. There is a limitation. It requires the target's name and exact birth details, which is why I could not write Wang Hao on it, since Wang Hao was born 500 years ago and nobody alive knows the hour. But Zhou Feng is 19, and the Wen family had his registration on file because his master registered all 7 of them. I wrote his name and his birth hour on it, and I said one word, go. It went into the air and out of the world, and it found him 70 kilometers away. He woke up on his back in a different part of the desert with no idea how he had got there, checked himself for poisoning, found none, and laughed with relief. Immune to all poisons, he told himself, delighted. I always said so. He has sleepwalked since he was a child, apparently. He assumed it was that. Then he looked up and saw a dark red talisman coming toward him out of a clear sky. He tried to move. He could not. The thing behind his eyes came awake and looked at it and could not stop it either. It went into his forehead and dissolved and he fell over. I watched from a drone at 9,000 meters. The curse does two things. It removes every trace of cultivation from the body. Not seals. Removes. A celestial hit with that becomes a man who cannot successfully strangle a chicken, and it reverses the age of the flesh. He woke up beside a lake in an oasis and could not stand up properly because his arms were the wrong length. He got to the water and looked at himself. He was 123 centimeters tall and about 6 years old, and his energy channels were as empty as a cup. Ding. Panic. Plundered 9,999. Ding. Mental state collapsed. Plundered 9,999. Ding. Child of Destiny, Zhou Feng, fate drastically altered. Plundered 1 million. The talisman paid for itself in 90 seconds, which is the best purchase I have ever made. He sat on the edge of that lake for a long time and put it together in the only way available to him. A magician, a celestial rank magician. So the martial god hall does not only have martial artists, they have that as well. His small hands closed. Martial god hall. The martial god hall killed his master. Everybody he has ever hated is in that building. It is the only enemy he has. I have never in my life had a scapegoat that good, and I did not even have to build it. I sent guardians in to finish him while he was unconscious. A beam of swordlight came out of a sleeping child and removed the first one, and the eyes opened, indifferent and enormous, and the body took off south at a speed the drone could not track. Fine, I said, so I cannot kill him even while he is asleep and 6 years old. Then I worked out where he would go. He could not go back to the valley. There were 40 of my people in a ring around it within 6 hours of the desert, and he saw them and turned around and pretended to be a lost village child to get past a checkpoint. He was very proud of that. He got past because I told them to let him. He could not find the third senior sister, the traveling doctor, because she has no fixed address and has been quietly monitored by my people for 11 days, which left the youngest, whose family address is public information because they are a military house of the second rank. He went to the Wen family of Jiangnan and asked for Wen Ting. They would not normally look at a beggar child twice, and they looked at this one because I made a call. And that is how, one afternoon, my student came home with a very small, very dirty boy in enormous ragged clothes holding his hand. Master brother, this is my junior, Zhou Feng. He is in serious trouble, so please do not tell anybody, and it would be best if his information did not leave this house. The boy was winking at her frantically the entire time. Ding, child of destiny. Zhou Feng is speechless and heartbroken. Plundered 9,999. He had told her, 4 separate times, in the car, not to say a single word about him to anyone. But Master Brother is not anyone. Master Brother is Master Brother. Big Brother, he said, tugging at my sleeve with an expression of enormous sweetness. Please take Xiaofeng in. Xiaofeng is very well behaved and can do many things. He had already worked out that a Zhao family young master could find a traveling doctor in a week, and that the martial god Hall would not come into this house, and that with luck, he might be able to point this idiot rich man at his enemies. Master, said Wen Ting, hanging off my other arm. Xiaofeng is so pitiful. Please. Ding, child of destiny. Zhou Feng, jealous and irritated, plundered 9,999. Since he is Ting Ting's junior, I said, he may stay. I would have taken him if she had asked me to throw him in the river. A child of destiny with 10 million destiny value and a land immortal's remnant living in his chest does not get left where I cannot see him. With that much value in a person, they fall off a cliff and land on a treasure. They get lost and find an inheritance. That is not luck. That is the halo doing its job, and the only correct place for that man is the guest wing of my house with cameras in the light fittings. And with love infinite teleportation, I can be somewhere else in the instant he becomes a problem. Big brother, he said immediately, sniffing his own sleeve. Xiaofeng is very dirty. Could little senior sister take Xiaofeng to have a bath? Wen Ting, who is kind, started to agree. Xiaofeng, I said, can you not bathe yourself? He put his hands behind his back and looked at the floor. Xiaofeng does not know how. Could senior sister help? Ting Ting is not good at that sort of thing, I said. Let me find somebody. And I clapped twice. 2 women came in from the side corridor. They are middle-aged, and they are approximately 180 centimeters each, and they are built along the general lines of a public monument, and they smile constantly, and they smiled then. Young master, said the first one, cracking her knuckles. We will help you. Zhou Feng's entire body went rigid. No, that is not necessary. Xiaofeng can manage. Xiaofeng has changed his mind. He went out of that room upside down under one arm. Ding. Mental state collapsed. Plundered 9,999. Ding. Attempt to approach the heroine thwarted. plundered 19,999. Wenting laughed until she had to hold onto a chair. He came back 40 minutes later in a small formal suit, scrubbed to a shine, walking oddly, and he did not speak for 2 hours. I want it noted, he said to me later, with terrible dignity, that they used a brush. Then I took Wenting aside. Ting Ting, that child is not as young as he looks. She blinked. He was maneuvering you into bathing him. I have seen that expression before on grown men. Be careful with him. Ding. Wenting favorability, +1, plundered 3,000. Ding. Child of destiny. Zhou Feng, standing in the heroine's estimation, degraded, plundered 29,999. She was delighted because she had decided I was jealous. That evening he came to her door with his best material. Little senior sister, Xiaofeng is frightened of the dark. Xiaofeng was chased by the martial god Hall all day and has nightmares. May Xiaofeng sleep with you? She wavered. She has a soft heart and he is objectively adorable. Then she remembered what I had said, put on a stern face, and told him no. Ding. Missed intimate contact with the heroine. Plundered 30,000. Ding. Dejected. Plundered 9,999. He went back to the guest room and slept alone, hugging a pillow, and made small noises about it until dawn. I watched, and I want to record the exact shape of the thing that struck me at about 2 in the morning. He was lying 11 meters from the man who had turned him into that, asking to be held. The next day, Wenting mentioned in passing that I already had a girlfriend and that the girlfriend was her second senior sister Pan Ruyan and that Pan Ruyan had stayed the night in my room the previous week. Ding. Mental state exploded. Plundered 9,999. Ding. Child of destiny Zhou Feng. Romance line drastically altered. Plundered 100,000. He had seen photographs of all 7 of them at 14 and had, in the way of teenage boys everywhere, allocated them. Impossible, he said out loud to a wall. Sharing a room does not necessarily mean anything happened. He rallied within 4 minutes. He is the single most resilient human being I have ever encountered. Also, he said, brightening, I am currently 6 years old, which means access. Honestly, when you look at it properly, this is an opportunity. He then attempted to enroll himself in Yuan Shui's bedroom 2 weeks later, using the same argument, and I want to be clear that at no point did any of this discourage him even slightly. He also, in the meantime, acquired 27 tutors. That was mine. Chinese, mathematics, English, physics, chemistry, biology, literature, history, philosophy, equestrianism, running, fencing, calligraphy, painting, and 13 more, all of them eminent, several of them flown in. It is the holidays, the very large housemaid explained to him pleasantly, blocking a staircase. The young lord says a boy your age must not fall behind. Each of these lessons cost tens of thousands. We cannot let it go to waste. His screaming carried remarkably well through that house. Master brother is so thoughtful, said Wenting over dinner. He works so hard, said Yuan Shui, later, with genuine feeling. You are more considerate than his own sisters have ever been. But I have gone too far ahead, because Yuan Shui is a different city and a different problem, and she cost me $1 billion. The 5th senior sister is an international superstar, Yuan Shui. Grand Slam Best Actress before she was 25, awards on 2 other continents, and a music career that is, by any honest measure, the larger achievement. World tour. Every date sold out. No scandal in 6 years, which in that industry is not luck, it is a personality. She also comes from a serious family, and she went into that profession anyway, against every relative she has, because she wanted to sing. I looked at her photographs for a while, and then I noticed something. She looks like Pan Ruyan. Not vaguely, 90%. The 2 of them had met years earlier and had been startled enough by it to quietly have a test done, and the test came back with nothing because they are 4 years apart and there is no relationship at all. Guo idea assembled itself in my head in about 11 seconds and I made a phone call. Her tour was in Tokyo that week, the last date before the Shanghai finale. I posted the following on the dark web from a burner and then removed every trace of the route. $1 billion United States dollars. Kidnapped the international superstar Yuan Shui. Then I flew out. $1 billion is an interesting number. It is too much for a normal job and not enough for a celestial who does not need money and would consider the errand humiliating. What it buys is the entire middle of the market. Every grandmaster in the dark world with debts, every mercenary company with a payroll, every assassin below the top rank. By that evening there were, by my count, over 100 of them in that city. Her 4th senior sister called her at dinner to warn her. Zhou Liu. I had her file too. She is the top-ranked name on the Dark List, which is the register of professional killers, and she has taken down several great grandmasters, and she is called the Blood Shadow Rose. Someone has put $1 billion on you, she said. I am coming. Do not go anywhere alone. I mean it. Yuan Shui put the phone down in a restaurant in Tokyo, in sunglasses and a mask, and understood immediately that half the room was wrong. She has never trained a day in her life. Her instincts are excellent anyway. Then somebody pulled out the chair opposite her and sat down. Darling, I said, you are eating here too? That is quite a coincidence. She looked up and saw a stranger smiling at her with enormous affection. Ding. Destiny heroine detected. Yuan Shui favorability +10. Plundered 30,000. She thought I was a fan who had seen through the disguise, and the greeting was far too familiar, but there was nothing oily in it, which is the entire trick. Then she leaned forward and spoke very quietly. Get out of here. Right now. Call the police. Somebody is going to take me. She was trying to save my life. That is the first thing she did. Somebody wants to kidnap you? I said, at conversational volume, and started to look around. She grabbed my chin and turned my head back. Do not look. If you look at them, they will not let you leave either. Get away from me and call the police. Please. Baby, I said. How am I supposed to leave when somebody wants to take you? With me here, nobody touches you. Do you think this is a drama? They might keep me alive. You they will not think about at all. Go. So I pulled her across the table and kissed her. Her eyes went to about twice their normal size. Ruyan, I said into her ear sadly. A few days without seeing me, and you have gone cold on your own husband? And she stopped fighting. Because she had spent 4 years being told she looks like her second senior sister, and because Pan Ruyan had never once mentioned having a man, and because the man in question was now looking at her with an expression that made a great deal of sense if you assume he has made an honest mistake. That is the entire operation. There was no drug, no threat, no leverage. I simply arrived in the middle of the worst evening of her life and called her by somebody else's name. Ruyan, I said, standing up and taking her hand. I am taking you out of here. Nobody is going to hurt you while I am standing here. We walked out through 11 grandmasters. A large man came out of a corner about 4 meters from the door and left 2 footprints in the floor. Move, he said, and went for her with a hand like a serving dish. He went back out through the wall he had been standing next to. Ding, +10, plundered 30,000. Ding, +10, plundered 30,000. Ding, +10, plundered 30,000. They came in properly after that, in threes, and I did not use my hands. I did it with telekinesis, walking, holding her hand, without changing pace. That one, she whispered, watching a man go through a support pillar. The 4th senior sister showed me his photograph. He is wanted in 6 countries. I said. Second brother-in-law is so strong, she thought, in a way that I could not hear but can absolutely reconstruct. No wonder second senior sister finally found a man. I put her in a red Ferrari and took it to 300 kilometers an hour inside 11 seconds, and she screamed. Ruyan, I said, delighted. Since when are you nervous? Let me help you relax. You bastard. I do not need to relax. She is extremely well brought up, and bastard was as far as she could get, which I found charming. After all these years of marriage, you are still shy. We are not married. I am not. And then I said with sudden urgency, they are catching up. Hold on, and put my foot down, and she forgot the entire sentence and spent the next 4 minutes looking in the mirror. I was, of course, doing that on purpose. Then there was a man standing in the middle of the road. Black clothing, 2 hands on a long sword, absolutely still. That is Tanaka Kaido, she said, and her voice went completely flat. The sword demon. 4th senior sister said he had taken the contract. He is a great grandmaster. He is wanted in 4 countries. She turned to me, and in the middle of everything, apologized. I am so sorry. I have dragged you into this. He raised that sword as we came at him at 300 kilometers an hour, and the light off the blade lit up the whole road, and the ground opened in a line ahead of the strike. It was genuinely beautiful. He was the finest swordsman in that country, and that was the best thing he had. Guo Ant, I said, shaking a tree. Divine telekinesis at Great Grandmaster Middle, released without restraint in an enclosed space, at 1 man. The air distorted visibly all the way to him. The road surface tore up in a strip. The swordlight came apart about halfway. A celestial, said Tanaka Kaido, and started to withdraw at a speed that would have saved him from anything else on that continent. We drove past him. Yuan Shui looked back through the rear window with her mouth slightly open, and across that city, on radios and in cars and on rooftops, over 100 professionals watched the sword demon end in one exchange and made a series of decisions. $1 billion is not attractive if you are not alive to collect it. The number of active participants dropped by about 80% inside 10 minutes, which was the actual purpose of that man, and I am sorry about him in the sense that he was very good. Ding. Yuan Shui is filled with admiration. Plundered 6,666. Ding. +10. Plundered 30,000. I parked in a quiet street. Ruyan, I said, leaning over. Why so quiet? You would normally be complaining by now. She braced herself and said, I have to tell you something. I am not Pan Ruyan. Pan Ruyan is my second senior sister. I am Yuan Shui. You have made a mistake. I sat back. I let the silence sit there for a good 4 seconds. Then I put my face in my hands. Then I will take responsibility, I said. And I produced a military knife out of the door pocket and turned it, and put the handle into her hand. Shu, I have wronged you. I will spend the rest of my life making it right. But if that is not enough, then stab me, and we will both feel better. If Guguo had been able to see that, he would have come out of the ground to complain. That knife could not have marked me if she had used both hands and a hammer. She looked at it for a long time, then it slid out of her fingers into her lap. Brother Zhao, she said, perhaps this is simply Shui's fate. If you had not appeared, those people would have taken me hours ago, and because you appeared, this has happened. She wiped her face with the back of her wrist, once, efficiently, the way people do when they are used to cameras. You are not to blame. Blame fate for playing games. Then she straightened her shoulders. Consider this Shu's thanks for her life. From today, we are nothing to each other. Go and treat second senior sister well, or I will never forgive you. I want to record that I was genuinely surprised. I had prepared for tears, for anger, for a demand, for hysterics. I had not prepared for a 25-year-old deciding, inside 90 seconds, to eat the entire thing herself, alone, permanently, so that a woman she loves would never have to know. I am a man, I said. I will handle this properly, and I will not hurt either of you. Trust me. And then, because I am what I am, besides, she is only a senior sister. It is not as though there is a formal relationship. Ding. Plus 10. Plundered 30,000. Ding. Total favorability 82. Plundered 30,000. Her phone rang. It was Pan Ruyan. Her face went the color of the dashboard. Answer it, I said. Relax. She has no idea. The look she gave me was the first genuinely murderous thing that woman has ever directed at anyone. Second senior sister. Shu, there is a $1 billion contract on you. The entire dark world has gone insane. Your fourth senior sister is already in the air. I am coming behind her. Find somewhere safe and stay in it. Forget the concert. Do you hear me? Safety first. Do not worry, said Yuan Shui, and I could hear the guilt in it from where I was sitting. Shui is safe. She is perfectly safe, I said. There was a silence on that line that lasted about 4 seconds and had a quality to it I will treasure forever. Shen Anyu, why are you with my fifth junior sister? I came to Tokyo as a tourist, I said. I saw a woman being chased through a restaurant, and her face looked exactly like yours, so naturally I intervened. She is with me. Nobody is getting near her. Pan Ruyan said something short and rude, and then, audibly, relaxed, because she had seen a crater in my garden with a celestial in the middle of it, and she knew exactly what my protection is worth. She had one remaining concern, and she addressed it directly. All right. Thank you for saving my fifth junior sister. I will reward you properly when I get back. Then, in a slightly different voice, fifth junior sister, is your second brother-in-law not impressive? Handsome, strong, and mine. Do not get any ideas. He is your brother-in-law. Yuan Shui looked as though she had been shot. Ruyan, I said, there is something I should tell you. Zhui and I. She came across the gear stick. She got both hands on the phone, and I let her wrestle me down into the driver's seat entirely because it was funnier that way. What was that noise? Said Pan Ruyan. Yuan Shui looked up at me from about 11 centimeters away with her eyes enormous and shook her head, twice, very small. Shu and I said, are extremely hungry. We have been chased across this city for 4 hours, and neither of us has eaten. We are going to dinner. She put her forehead down on my chest and stayed there. She did the concert. I told her not to, and she looked at me as though I had suggested she cancel a heartbeat. They have come from everywhere, she said, doing her lipstick in a mirror the size of a card. They have paid for flights and hotels, and they have taken time off work. I cannot not go. Also, I like singing. Take me to the dome. I did not have an argument for that. Then nobody is going to interfere with it, I said. I will handle everything outside. Sing. Ding. Yuan Shui feels valued. Plundered 9,999. Ding. Plus 2. Plundered 6,000. She looked at me strangely for a second. My family does not understand why somebody from a house like mine would want to stand on a stage, she said. Neither do my senior sisters. Not one of them has ever said what you just said. 55,000 seats. More than 100,000 people inside and outside that building. I stood in an access corridor for 3 hours and removed 9 separate people from that venue with telekinesis, quietly, one at a time, while she sang. She thanked her audience 7 times, and they would not let her leave. I did not go up on stage. I have a divine musical skill, and it would have been trivially easy, and there was no reason to. There was somewhere else I needed to be. In an alley 4 streets from that arena, there was a body with a mark between the eyes and a woman in a red dress sitting on the ground with her back against a wall. Zhou Liu had arrived that afternoon, seen that her 5th junior sister was already performing, and decided not to interrupt her. Instead, she had swept the perimeter and found that somebody had wired the area, and she had recognized the work because there had been a serial bomber operating in that country for 2 months. She killed him. And he had, in addition to explosives, been carrying poison. Her face was mottled green and blue, and her energy could not push it back, and she was sitting in an alley with a short blade behind her back, trying to stay upright. Then both ends of that alley filled up with men. A shaven-headed man about 2 meters tall walked in with a scar across his face and an expression of enormous good fortune. "I came for a billion-dollar target," he said, "and instead I find the Shadow Rose herself sitting on the floor. You put 4 of my brothers in the ground. There is a bounty on you as well, and it doubles if you are breathing." The men behind him began working out the arithmetic out loud. "Raptor," said Zhou Liu from the ground, in a voice with absolutely nothing wrong with it. "I am poisoned, not dead. Come and find out what the difference is." Several of them stopped walking, which tells you what her name is worth. "Cowards," said Raptor. "She would have moved by now if she could. All of you. Together." I was on the roof. I had been on the roof for about 90 seconds. I did not come down, because behind her back she had a blade in one hand, and I wanted to see what a Destiny heroine actually does at the bottom. I want to be honest about that, because it is the coldest thing in this account, and I have not dressed it up anywhere else. If I had not put out that bounty, there would have been no contract. If there had been no contract, she would not have flown in. If she had not flown in, she would not have been in that alley. I built the trap, and then I sat on the roof to watch her work. The first man reached her, and she went from sitting to moving in one motion, and he did not make it to the wall. And then a woman in a red dress went through 11 men in an alley the width of a car, and I have watched a great deal of violence in the last 4 months, and that was the best of it. Not the strongest. The best. Then the poison broke through and she stumbled, and Raptor came in like a landslide. She got a blade into his shoulder instead of his heart, and her face said everything about the difference. She reached under her own hem and came up with 2 golden needles, which is what you use when you are going to open your own gates and burn everything you have left in about 40 seconds and then die of it. I came off the roof. The man closest to her went into a wall and did not come out of it. "Who are you?" said Raptor, and then he got a proper look at me, and he had been in the crowd that afternoon when the sword demon stopped existing, and he said, "It is you," and turned to run. "Are you leaving?" I said, telekinesis, once, across the whole alley. "If I had known," he said on his knees, in a puzzled voice, "I would not have been greedy." Zhou Liu got herself upright by holding the wall. "Thank you, senior," she said, and made a proper salute with her hands. "The blood Shadow Rose is in your debt." Ding. Destiny heroine detected. Zhou Liu favorability plus 40. Plundered 120,000, 40, in one go, from the coldest professional in that entire industry. "I save your life," I said, turning around, "and you will not even tell me your name? That is very rude." The moon was behind me. I had positioned myself for that, and I am not going to pretend otherwise, because it is exactly the kind of thing that works. She stared at me for slightly too long. Ding. Plus 10. Plundered 30,000. Ding. Zhou Liu's heart has been stirred. Plundered 20,000. "My surname is Zhou," she said. "My given name is Liu." "Zhou Liu," I said, tasting it. "That is a very good name." Ding. Plus 3. Plundered 9,000. Then her vision went and she went over, and I caught her, and she was out before she finished falling. "You trust me that much," I said, to an unconscious assassin. "Compared to the Raptor, I am the genuine article. I took her to a hotel, and I did not touch her, and I want that on the record for a reason that will become clear. I sat beside the bed with a hand on her wrist, separated from her skin by a layer of true energy, and I ran her circulation for 2 hours, and when she came round, the first thing she noticed was the gap between my palm and her arm. She noticed that, and she filed it, and it decided the entire rest of her life. "You saved me again," she said. Ding. Plus 10. Plundered 30,000. I frowned. I frowned for a long time. I shook my head twice and sighed and looked at her and looked away. There is a way of examining a patient that terrifies 99% of people, and I have a divine medical skill, and I use the other one. "Senior," she said, and her voice was not steady. "Say it. I am prepared." "You have been given Chanji," I said. "It is more than 10 times the strength of arsenic. A grandmaster who takes a full dose does not survive it. If I had reached you at the moment of exposure, I would have given you 30%. You then fought 11 men for 4 minutes with it in you." I shook my head. "It is in the marrow. With my energy holding it back, you have perhaps half an hour." She went white to the lips. She did not argue. There was no reason to doubt me. I had already saved her twice that night, and I had not laid a finger on her while she was unconscious. "Half an hour," she repeated. Then she reached under the hem of that dress, and I watched a top-ranked assassin retrieve a black and gold international bank card from a strap on her thigh. "This is everything I have earned in 9 years," she said. "It is not as much as people think. I only ever took contracts on people who had it coming, and those pay badly. It is several hundred million. Take it, please. I have given women hundreds of millions of yuan on 4 separate occasions in the last 4 months. That was the first time in either of my lives that a woman gave hundreds of millions to me." I put it back into her hands and folded her fingers over it. "Zhou Liu," I said, "there is a way." Her eyes came up so fast it hurt to look at. Here is what I told her, and it is important that I get this exactly right, because this is the one I think about. I told her that I practice an ancient method whose true energy does not merely circulate but repairs, and that Qianji is fatal to a grandmaster but is not fatal to somebody past that rank, and that I could burn it out of her. And then I told her the price. To do it, your meridians have to be open. All of them. Not shielded, not guarded, not held half-closed the way you hold them when you sleep. You would have to take down every defense you have and let somebody else's energy into the core of you and keep it down for as long as it takes. She understood immediately, which is why I chose that particular lie. For an ordinary person, that is a medical procedure. For the top-ranked killer on the dark list, a woman who has survived 9 years because she has never once, not while sleeping, not while injured, not while unconscious, lowered that guard, being asked to do it voluntarily in a hotel room with a stranger, is worse than the poison. Anybody could end her in that state. A child could. I could, without effort, and she knew it. She sat there for about 4 minutes, and I watched her weigh her own life against the only thing that has ever kept it, and I did not say one word to help her. "Senior," she said at last, "I agree. Please begin." I did it in the dark because she asked and because that request told me more about her than the file had. There was no poison to remove. I had confirmed the compound in the alley and I had already neutralized it with a pill while she was unconscious in about 9 seconds before I put her on the bed. There was nothing at all wrong with her. I sat in a dark room for 4 hours running perfectly genuine and perfectly unnecessary healing energy through a woman who had opened her entire self to me because she believed she had half an hour left. Ding. +10. Plundered 30,000. Ding. +10. Plundered 30,000. Ding. Total favorability 86. Plundered 30,000. Ding. Child of Destiny Zhou Feng. Romance line drastically altered. Plundered 100,000. 900 kilometers away, a 6-year-old sitting cross-legged on a bed trying to gather energy that was not there, felt something go through his chest and put both hands on it and could not work out why it hurt. "Not again," he said. "Is there something wrong with my heart as well?" He decided it was probably stress. In the morning I left a note. "I had to leave urgently. I have arranged breakfast and bought clothes I believe will fit. I will not forget last night. I will do my best to be the sort of man this obliges me to be. I will come to you when I have finished what I am doing. Here is a number." She woke up alone, hit herself lightly on both cheeks, and said out loud to an empty hotel room, "You are insane. You are actually insane. You do not even know his name." Then the note came off the desk in the draft and she caught it before it hit the floor because she is who she is. She read it twice. And then, a woman whose photograph appears on 4 separate agency watch lists sat down on the end of the bed and read it a 3rd time, and the expression on her face would have caused a diplomatic incident in certain circles. She put on the red dress I had bought her, which fitted perfectly, because it had been measured to her while she was unconscious, and she sang in the shower. Then she messaged her 5th junior sister to check she was alive, discovered they were in the same hotel on the same floor, and came down the corridor. "Yuan Shui put me in the bathroom. 4th senior sister is the top assassin on the dark list," she hissed, pushing me by the chest with both hands. "If she works out that you are 2nd senior sister's man and that you and I, if she works that out, she will kill you. Hide, hide. You are calling me Brother Zhao again," I said. "Last night it was something else." "Husband," she said, through her teeth, going scarlet. "Husband, please, hide, now, and I will owe you whatever you like." "Anything at all?" "Yes." I went into the bathroom. Zhou Liu came in, looked around, sniffed once, and immediately said in a voice of pure delight, "5th junior sister, you have a man in here." "No. Bring him out. Let me look at him. If he is a good one, I will approve, and if he is a bad one." And here her whole face changed for about a quarter of a second. "Then I will not be polite." Yuan Shui, who has won awards on 3 continents for her ability to appear to be someone she is not, produced the following. "His family situation is complicated. His identity cannot be disclosed." "What identity?" "He serves the people." "Ah," said Zhou Liu, nodding wisely. "I see." Then she crossed the room in about 4 steps and threw the bathroom door open. "Do not forget," she said over her shoulder, "that I am the blood shadow rose. I have been able to feel a living person through a wall since I was 19. There is absolutely no chance you could hide anybody from. The bathroom was empty. Yuan Shui looked past her into an empty bathroom and could not speak. I was standing between the two of them, invisible, about a meter away, and I walked out through the open door and down the corridor. Divine rank invisibility. I had drawn it out of a machine 2 months earlier and had used it twice, both times for this exact category of problem. Ding. Yuan Shui favorability +1. Plundered 3,000. Ding. Total favorability 90. Plundered 50,000. 90. Which meant love infinite teleportation now reached her, anywhere on the planet. Two women stood in a hotel room in Tokyo arguing about a man who had been in the room with them for the entire conversation, and both of them were protecting the other one from him. I ran another 1,000 pull in the lift on the way down out of pure high spirits, pills mostly, and an ordinary Child of Destiny positioning card, the random kind, and a divine, God-level blood curse technique. Kills every living relative of a target within 5 generations, provided none of them exceed Great Grandmaster, through the karmic connection. I read that description twice and then put it away and have never used it, and I want that on record, not out of principle, because as my own strength grows, so does its reach. And what I actually want it for is the specific situation that has killed more villains in more books than anything else, which is that you deal with the young one and then the old one arrives. One day, I will catch a Child of Destiny, and I will not need to worry about the celestial grandfather. Then, out of curiosity, I use the ordinary positioning card because I was in that country anyway. Saito Haruto, 19. Child of Destiny of the Legend of the Akina Mountain Car God. Delivers tofu with his father down a mountain road every morning before dawn, which is where the driving came from. Progresses from amateur to legend. Marries his childhood friend Sato Akari. Cultivation, none whatsoever. Abilities, top-tier driving, advanced running, advanced musical skill. Item, a modified Toyota. Destiny value, 600,000. I will keep that one short. I drove up that mountain in a Ferrari, and a white car came past me on a downhill hairpin in a drift that was, I will admit, extremely good, and a boy in a tofu shop uniform pumped his fist at the girl in his passenger seat. Akari, I told you I could beat a Ferrari. I won. Will you go on a date with me? And she was looking backward, at my car. That is the whole story. She was not looking at him. She has never once been looking at him. She grew up poor in a small town, and she wants Tokyo, and she wants the sort of life you see in a magazine, and she loves him, genuinely. And she knew before I ever arrived that he was never going to be able to give her any of it. I cost her 2 million yen. That is not a joke, and it is not an exaggeration. I offered her 1 million to act as a guide for an afternoon, and she hesitated because she had promised to watch him race that night, and I raised it to 2 and said I disliked waiting, and she took my sleeve before I finished turning away. 2 million yen, 20 favorability, and 60,000 destiny value. For Yuan Shui, I had put $1 billion into the dark web and set an entire capital city on fire. The Ferrari has a mountain and a childhood behind it. Nothing else was required. I bought her 10 million yen of luxury goods on the Ginza in about 40 minutes, and she went from a girl in a tracksuit to a woman on a magazine page, and the entire time she was working out how to explain it to him. And then, in a suite that evening, I showed her a diamond necklace with her name engraved on the central stone, and I told her the price, which was $10 million, and I said that since she did not want it, I would throw it out of the window. I got the window about a third of the way open. Do not. And she caught my arm with both hands. That is the entire transaction. She has told herself ever since that she did not agree to me. She simply could not stand to watch $10 million with her own name on it go out of a window. Ding. Sato Akari favorability +6. Plundered 18,000. Ding. Total favorability 91. Plundered 50,000. Ding. Child of Destiny. Saito Haruto. Romance line drastically altered. Plundered 100,000. He won his race that night. He beat the reigning national champion in front of 200 people, and everybody on that mountain was screaming his name, and he stood on the roof of his own car looking for one specific person in the crowd and could not find her. He followed her 4 days later and saw her take my arm and heard what she calls me and waited outside a building for 2.5 hours. Akari, I want an explanation. And she said, Haruto, there is nothing to explain. I am with Wei. He went down on both knees in the street. Ding. Romance line completely terminated. Plundered 200,000. Then I leaned over him. Haruto, I should thank you. If you had not overtaken me on that hairpin, I would never have noticed how lovely she is. Our meeting is entirely your achievement. He raced me. I gave him a kilometer head start and caught him inside 4 minutes. Then I sat alongside him at 300 kilometers an hour through 4 consecutive hairpins on a 60-degree grade with cliffs on both sides, both of us drifting, neither of us braking, and I let him look at my face for as long as he wanted. At the last corner, I went through the drainage channel on a line that is not available to a car that has to obey physics. He crossed the line behind me with a time that broke the course record by 4 seconds, and nobody made a sound. Ding. Saito Haruto has completely collapsed. Plundered 138,897. Ding. Destiny value reduced to 0. Child of Destiny status shattered. Ding. Sato Akari total favorability 100. Plundered 300,000. Ding. Cashback. 86 million yen expended. Return. 8.6 billion yen. I would like to draw attention to that last line because it is the honest summary of my entire career. He cost me 86 million yen. The system paid me back 8.6 billion. I did not ruin that boy. I made a profit on him. There was a car accident on that mountain the following evening, a multiple vehicle collision at a blind corner, several fatalities, entirely consistent with what happens when people race in the dark. Sato Akari cried for about 11 minutes and then apologized to me for crying, and I told her that no explanation was necessary, which was true, because a favorability of 100 does not require 1. A dead child of destiny is a good child of destiny. The living ones have a way of doing sit-ups. And while all of that was happening, in a small apartment in Shanghai, a 19-year-old girl was sitting by a window in the dark. Her name is Alice. I have not described her yet, and I have been putting it off. I took her in an afternoon, and it cost me nothing at all. Her boy scratched my car with his bicycle on a road outside the city because I moved the wind. Then I asked for 5 million in repairs, which he could not pay, and he ran, which is what a 19-year-old boy does. And then I picked her up on a side road and explained kindly that leaving the scene with that much damage is a criminal matter with a sentence attached and that she would not want that for him. Then I told her that I had fallen in love with her at first sight, which is not something anyone had ever said to her. Her father left with somebody else when she was small. Her mother died of the long, slow version of grief a few years later. She lives with an aunt. That is all of it. That is the entire inventory. That is what I put a machine to work on. The air conditioning in that shopping center was set to freezing because my people set it. The 2 women who stopped us to say what a beautiful couple we made were on my payroll. The jewelry shop was celebrating a centenary that did not exist, and we were the 100th unmarried couple, which is why they gave us a pair of ruby rings, and the manager who insisted she stand on her toes and kiss me for the promotional photograph was a member of my household staff. She wore a white dress in a small flower garden and looked at those photographs afterward with her hands over her mouth. Ding. Total favorability 91. Plundered 50,000. Ding. Child of Destiny Chen Jun. Romance line completely terminated. Plundered 100,000. We watched fireworks on the river with 100,000 other people, and while we watched them, a boy 400 meters away was being detained by a tall woman for stepping on her foot. Then I drove her home the next evening and let him see it. Alice, he said, tell me it is not true. Chen Jun, she said, and she was crying while she said it, and she said it anyway. My husband and I love each other. I have given him everything. You will meet someone better. Ding. Destiny value reduced to 0. Child of Destiny status shattered. I left her at her door with a smile and a warm hand on her cheek, and I said, be good. That is what I said. 2 words. I want them written down exactly, because I have gone back over that conversation more times than I have gone back over the celestial in my basement, and I never said anything else. I never said I would come back. I never used the word promise. I never gave her a date. She stood at that window afterward and stroked a ruby ring with her thumb. Husband, she said, you must come and find Alice. Alice cannot live without you. Alice has an illness, and the illness is that she dies without her husband. And then quietly, in a completely level voice, husband, if you are like my father, if you only wanted to play and then leave, then there was no cloud in that sky. Lightning came down anyway in a straight line and took a tree in the courtyard apart. She put both hands over her own face and laughed into them, and there was color high on her cheeks like a fever, and she said his name again. I did not see any of it. I had a nanorobot in that apartment. It logged the strike as a weather anomaly and filed it in a folder I do not read. 3 days later she wrote, twice, husband. It has been 3 days. Husband. Does my husband not want Alice anymore? I was in Tokyo. I did not answer because I was busy, and because a favorability of 91 does not require maintenance. 2 days after that, she wrote once more. If my husband does not want Alice, then it is the world that is at fault. The world has no reason to exist. It has no reason to exist. I did not read that one either. I flew home the day before her last concert. I went to the airport myself, which is not a thing I do, and I took my student and a 6-year-old with me, because there were 2 women coming off that plane, and if they compared notes at the arrivals gate, my entire arrangement came apart in public. Zhou Liu did not come off the plane. Her assassin organization, the Rose Society, had come under coordinated attack from 3 directions that morning, and her phone had filled up the instant the wheels touched, and she had rebooked for the west coast of America without leaving the terminal. I arranged that attack from a hotel bathroom in Tokyo, and I called it off 11 hours later, and she got a message on the runway saying it had been resolved by somebody who declined to be named. She smiled at her phone in a way that made the entire cabin turn around, which left Yuan Shui walking out into arrivals to find her 7th junior sister waving with both arms and a small boy standing on his toes trying to look impressive. 5th sister, that is my master brother over there. Is he not handsome? Yuan Shui, in sunglasses, turned to look and stopped walking. 5th sister? 5th sister? In the car, Wen Ting made the introduction properly because she is a well-brought-up girl. Master, this is my 5th sister, Yuan Shui. She is a global superstar. And 5th sister, this is my master brother, Zhao Wei. He is also 2nd senior sister Pan Ruyan's boyfriend. Ding. Child of destiny. Zhou Feng is frustrated. Plundered 9,999. Yuan Shui looked out of the window for about 4 seconds. How do you do? She said. 2nd brother-in-law. She stayed at my house because the alternative was explaining why not. And that evening she told me, in a spare bedroom, with her hand flat against my chest, that it was finished. 2nd brother-in-law. We will keep this in our hearts, both of us, and we will stop here. Let the feeling exist and let it stop. Otherwise, how do we look at Sister Ruyan? She meant it. She had decided it on the plane, and she had rehearsed it. Through the crack in the door, Wen Ting, who had come to ask her 5th sister a question about her own confused feelings toward her master, stood with both eyes enormous and did not breathe. I had seen her coming down the corridor 11 seconds earlier. I let the door stay open. Her favorability had been stuck around 80 for weeks, and Yuan Shui's had been stuck at 89, and I had established by then exactly what it takes to move a number in that range, which is not a gift and not a rescue. It takes a moment that puts a person past their own line. The next part I did not plan, and it is the only thing in this entire account I would do again for its own sake. There was a music room in that guest wing because I had it built in the 11 days before she arrived. Piano, instruments, acoustic treatment, several tens of millions of yuan, and she noticed all of it and said nothing. She sat down to work on the final song of the tour. Her own composition, a love song, written before she had ever been in love, and now unusable because she knew what was wrong with it and could not fix it. She played it through once and stopped and frowned at her own hands. May I try? I said. She looked at me the way a surgeon looks at somebody offering to help with the incision. 20 years of training. A judging chair at competitions where the professors sit below her. Of course, she said kindly, and stood up, and privately resolved to smile and be encouraging no matter what happened. Do you not need the score? I heard it. She sat down on the arm of a sofa to be encouraging. I played her song back to her with the melody moved, the lyrics changed in 4 places, and a counter melody underneath it that had not existed 11 minutes earlier. She got about 9 bars in and stopped being encouraging. By the end, she was singing the harmony without having decided to. When it finished, she sat there for a while, and then she put her fingers to her own cheek and found it wet. Ding, +10, plundered 30,000. Ding, total favorability 99, plundered 50,000. Ding, child of destiny, Zhou Feng, romance line severed. Plundered 600,000, 600,000, from one man in 3 minutes off a piano. 2 floors down, a small boy dropped a textbook and put both hands over his heart. That again, he said. Is there something actually wrong with me? Am I going to die of a heart condition at 19 after everything? Shui, I said, on the piano stool. I moved a few things. Is it acceptable? She did not say anything for about 11 seconds. Her own estimate, which she gave me later, was that the version she had written was 99 out of 100, which is the ceiling of what a person can do, and that the version she had just heard was not on the same scale. She had spent her whole life alone in one specific way. Her family think what she does is beneath the family. Her sisters are affectionate about it, which is worse, and a man she was not allowed to want had listened to her once, for 3 minutes, and handed her back the thing she had been trying to make since she was 17. Even if I have to kneel down in front of 2nd senior sister and apologize, she said, I am not leaving you. And behind the door, Wen Ting, 19 years old, who had come to ask whether it is possible to fall in love with your own teacher, watched her 5th sister take back every word she had said an hour earlier, and understood, in one movement, what people mean. She went back to her room on unsteady legs. Her number moved that night for the first time in 6 weeks. I broke. Through 11 days later. I took the heavenly human breakthrough pill in the cultivation chamber under my house at 11 at night, alone, with a glass of wine, because it seemed like the sort of thing you should do properly. There are fewer than 20 celestials in this country, 1 in 10 million people. Every one of them is a national asset with a designation. My mother's father is one. In the old days, emperors gave them ministries. In this age, it is understood that killing one requires either another one or a decision at cabinet level about a missile. There was no agony. It came in like warm water. My essence and my blood and my thought stopped being 3 things. And there was a door. I was in there for 2 days. Yuan Shui waited in my house without leaving it because I had told her to, and she did not run into the street looking for me the way women in her own films do. Wen Ting went off her food. Zhou Feng told everybody who would listen that he hoped I had died. When I came out of that room, Zhou Feng squinted at me for a long moment. "Something is wrong," he said. "For a second there you looked like eldest." Then he blinked and decided it was the light, and I filed that because a child of destiny with 10 million destiny value has instincts I cannot fool for more than 1 blink, and I want to remember that. Panel. Celestial, early stage. Destiny value. 1,367,000. Gugo had taken me weeks of preparation, an entire converted basement, 30 years of experimental ordnance, a disguise, 13 poisons, and a hostage. I could now have handled him with one hand and been annoyed about the interruption, which was fortunate because of what Evelyn had found out. Evelyn is a woman I acquired in a hot spring at the foot of a mountain in the Sakura country on the night Saito Haruto stopped being a protagonist. She had come there to punish 2 subordinates, and I had listened to the whole conversation through a nano-robot before I walked in. She is a great Grandmaster Peak. She is called the Black Widow in the parts of the world that name people, and she is the senior enforcer of the martial god hall in that country. I took her whip out of the air and put her on the tiles, and she was on her knees offering me everything she knew inside 4 seconds, which I respected. What she knew was this: the Martial God Hall is one of the 4 or 5 genuine powers of the international dark world. Headquarters on the west coast of America, branch temples in a dozen countries. At minimum 5 celestials, dozens of great grandmasters, hundreds of grandmasters, and more than 10,000 innate. It was not always that. It began as a gathering. Top martial artists from inside the world and outside it, meeting to compare notes on a single question, which is how to break through into the land immortal realm. Zhou Feng and Pei Changli's master was one of them. Then somebody decided a gathering of that quality should be an organization, and that an organization of that quality should have an owner. The ones who objected left, and leaving was reclassified as treason, and their families were included in the reclassification. Zhou Feng's master got out and went into that valley and died of the wounds a few years later. The current Hall Master has been in seclusion for years and is a celestial at peak, and there are people who believe he has already broken through into land immortal. And then she told me the part I had actually come for. The order about Fairy Pei does not come from the branch. It comes from the Hall Master personally. He wants her alive. Not dead. Alive. Why? Her constitution, said Evelyn. The word we are given is Phoenix. It is supposed to be a significant aid to a breakthrough at the very top. I sat down on the edge of a hot spring in the dark and worked out what that meant. Because everybody in the martial world knows the story of the female sword immortal. 3 celestials of the martial god hall came into that valley. A woman broke through in the middle of the fight, drove all 3 of them out, and left one of them badly hurt. That is why she is called what she is called. It is the most famous single victory of the last 20 years. 3 celestials did not lose to her. 3 celestials were under orders to take her without damaging her against a woman who had decided to die there, and they could not do it, and they went home and let a legend get written about them. The most celebrated victory in that entire world was 3 men fighting with one hand. Zhou Feng does not know that. Pei Changli does not know that. And a week after I broke through, Evelyn stood on a dock outside Tokyo at 4 in the morning with 2 subordinates and a line of black vehicles waiting for somebody important, and sent me a 2-line message from behind her own back.